Okay. Sure. Sure. I guess that makes me a future VK champion or a never VK champion. I don't know. We'll find out. I'll get there. We'll see. I got sick last time because I stayed up so late for those VK things. Then again, I was staying up late all week, so that might be part of it. I got so we were doing a debate review. Part of me is like super greedy because I would like to hear your takes on. Seeing as this involves a Christian worldview, I'm split between these two things. So if we're bored, we can switch. But there's two debates I wanted to look after. One was going to be Brandon versus Not So Erudite, and I'll just show that right here. Uh, this was on Discord, and he was talking to Not So Erudite about Agrippa's trilemma. But there's another part of me that wants to go right into my debate I had with B.S. Lewis and get your thoughts on what I did, how I handled it, and same thing with Mo, because Mo had like a turn with him as well. But we were going back. I'll just let it play and get your reaction on that. And show B.S. Lewis, please unmute yourself
Hey, what's
and
going on,
and
fellas?
begin.
How's it going there?
Just watching you watch Toronto Bible Study and figured you need to be saved from that.
It's my favorite show on the internet. For those of you who don't know, Toronto Bible Study was recently in a debate where he took the side that you can be a true Christian and worship Satan. So that gives you a little context for my lack of respect. Yeah. Yes. That's right. Well, see, here's the thing. Part of me also wanted to bring up that debate to go over, but I'm like, I looked at his opponent. His opponent was literally on his back on a mattress with a microphone stand. I'm like, dude, you're gonna be the champion against the Christians can worship Satan guy, and you look like an invalid, and you're clearly not. What's the deal? So I'm just like, you know, hola Chapingro, welcome to the chat, and let's see where we pick up with the moral argument versus the problem of evil.
I'm actually not familiar with this guy. Maybe I need to check it out. Does he have open
You ever seen No Country for Old Men?
Yeah, he does have that phenotype, doesn't he? A little bit.
He's like, what's the most you ever lost in a coin toss?
If the rule you followed led you to where you are now, what good was the rule? Like, all right, man. Like, I don't know.
I will say,
to do with, sir, this is a Taco Bell drive-through.
Here, I'll cut up to the.
But it was on her channel. It didn't go very well for them, and that was the first time that. Not the first time. That was one of the few times I saw them just completely like spurging out. I would definitely tacos, like Taco Spano. Yeah.
Let's just say Tacos was very unsatisfied with her level of argumentation. We're talking about average female debater, I think, or was it not or her choice answers? I saw some of that.
It's Brandon.
Because then she throws out Agrippa's trilemma. Oh yeah, everything goes back to Agrippa's trilemma.
It's a really good exchange. I would highly recommend.
It is. Basically. Hmm. Yeah, so Agrippa's trilemma means that any epistemic claim, or like you said, moral claim, is going to fall victim to any of these unfounded modes. It's going to be infinite regress, it's going to be vicious circularity, or it's going to be dogmatic, as she puts it. Either way I answer, it falls apart. Because if I say, yes, it's true, then that means I'm giving an absolute statement for which I am trying to undercut all absolute statements. If I say it's not true, it's a negation of my own argument. Yes. Right. It's undergirded by a worldview. Wait, well, hold on. You didn't see? Did you see all of the erudite versus Andrew debate that they had on whatever recently? The most recent one. Yeah, I thought that was spectacular. I thought when yeah. Is that similar? And I hate to derail, but is that similar to when I talk to Shiva, and then Shiva asks, "Well, how do you know that the laws of logic need grounding?" Interesting. What, you two, both of us would be equivocating? So, well, if God is the basis of the laws of logic, and he would say, why do, and I would say that gives a grounding, and he's like, why do the laws of logic need grounding? Would that be similar to your refutation? Yeah. Now, Marilyn, I know you're here. Just watch it because Steelborn is unleashed today, and if he wants to permaban you, he totally can. So, watch. Right, exactly. But I thought about this for a while, Marilyn. I care about you as a human being and a soul, just like me. But at the same time, I got a channel to keep clean of all that stuff. But you are welcome so long as you keep within those parameters. Anyway, right now we are reviewing the debate with BSG. Gee, thanks. Yes, yes. I think the Chadness after becoming a VK combat veteran is now glowing from you, emanating from your visage.
And taking a look at it. Yeah, it's really good.
What's wrong with
so
admitting objective truth is true? I never get that. Like, is there some kind of gotcha I'm missing?
BS. There's missing my BS. Okay, so BS Lewis made a clip about this, and especially that face right there made a huge deal about that face. It is. But she does this thing where she's like, she gets all sassy with BS when BS blasphemes, all that kind of stuff. There's enough, guys. So missing mod. Oh gosh, maybe I should just pull up the actual edit he did. Missing Mod is a professing Christian who is who's a moderator, or at least was a moderator, on Taco's channel for a bit. She has a show of her own, and a lot of atheists and some Christians come on from time to time. So I'm gonna share the tab here. So here's BS. There's Missing Mod. BS. There's enough, guys. And then he does one of those jobs on my face. Okay, so here I'll show you. I'll show you who Missing Mod is.
Who's Bruce Springsteen?
So I was being ironic, but no crimes are committed on stolen land when talking about it was a series of jokes that led up to that. But this is Missing Mod over there on the left. But anyhow, that's neither here nor there.
Just like
Rev says, "I'll be up shortly." Yeah, okay, nice.
Yes, just cleaning up after my assassination. I mean, dinner.
Just cleaning. Yeah. I'm just cleaning up.
If you read the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 7, you will no wise be mistaken that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of heaven.
The guys I bagged in.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I should just change my name, change my avatar, and there'll be 2 Revs, and you won't. Well, you'll know which Rev is Rev, but you know it'll still be one of those things.
Bagged.
I paint houses.
For my bounty hunting.
Yeah.
For my bounty hunting.
You ever watched the movie
profession.
Van Helsing? It was about my great grandfather. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. I also probably need to get a neck pillow.
gotcha. I don't get it.
Okay, so here's where it is. Yeah.
Why is the objective truth thing like a gotcha? I don't get it. I'll admit to that. Is that something atheists aren't supposed to have or something? Or
Well, if you believe that the perception is the extent of reality to you. So, for example, do you believe that your mind and your sensory organs were meant to interface with the surrounding universe?
I think they adapted to it. Yeah. Is that the
So-
same thing?
No, it wouldn't be the same thing because meant would be like a teleology, which would have come from the mind of God. But
I
to
don't
be-
believe in ultimate teleos.
Right. Now, of course, you can pause whenever you like. I'm just wondering as an outsider's perspective on this. So, do you believe in any kind of teleos? Just curious before we get back to the main topic.
Personal is subjective. I think
Personal
minds make meaning, and just because there's not an ultimate giant God mind doesn't mean that little minds can't make meaning.
Do you think that minds that are contingent upon the existence of the physical universe made the laws of logic?
Depends on how you're defining mind. What do you mean by mind?
Well, let's just say human minds for the sake of argument.
Brains?
Okay, so you would not distinguish a brain from a mind, you would say.
I think that when we toss around the word mind, it's more of an anthropomorphic term for what we mean by the processes of what a brain does. So we use it in a noun sense, but ultimately it's a verb sense.
Okay. So, but do you believe that our brains encounter immaterial realities? Meaning, like, for example, yeah, what I take that to be is the mind is an emergent property of the brain, or at least what we call the activities of the brain. That's what I was thinking too, but I didn't. Yeah, let's hear him. Let's hear him. I think we went over this on my last stream on abolitionism a little bit, right? And how they manage that? Do they have Morse code or their fingers or something?
Sometimes they what was I thinking of? Sometimes on locked in syndrome, they can sometimes move their eyes. A lot of doctors will actually write that off though, because even people in comas, it's not uncommon for you to open their eyelids and their eyelids will follow movement, or their eyes will follow movement because it's a reaction, right? That is true.
Yeah. Yeah, they're
So-
tracking something.
Yeah, they just track motion, but you can, like, they've tested that where it's like, look up and down if you're understanding me, right? And it's locked-in syndrome is super rare, but it does happen.
hmm
That's one argument is basically, well, locked-in syndrome would prove that the mind and the brain appear to be separate because when the brain's shut down in a coma or a vegetative state, the mind's still fully active and fully aware. Also, you can't demonstrate that anybody in a coma or anybody who's, let's say, disabled, or let's say somebody's born with Down syndrome, you actually can't demonstrate that they don't think just like you.
Right.
So the argument that I usually make is brain hardware, mind software.
Yeah.
You can't actually prove that the software bad because hardware bad.
Yeah, Speakeasy used a similar argument that I've not been able to use, but I thought of, which was, let's say you're on a mission, you have walkie-talkies, right? The command center, if you damage your walkie-talkie, the command center is still putting out emissions just as much as it did before. It's just the receptor to it is not functioning as properly as was designed.
Yeah, that's a good analogy too, and I like it.
Yeah. Marilyn says, every thought that has ever been thunk has come from some human's noggin. The problem with that is there are animals who do have some thinking, if you want to say, so unless you want to, I don't know if she's an evolutionist or not, but even if you wanted to take God out of the equation and you just be a pure materialist, there are thoughts that animals have. I mean, crows can calculate,
Well, so there's a difference between doing basic mathematical calculations versus weighing out good and evil, which is what thinking ultimately is. Like, that's what we're talking about. Is like, do you have the capacity to rationalize and, like weigh good versus evil? That's actually the question.
One of the things I'd like to bring out is the fact that there is a prescriptive aspect to logic, meaning that if you're having a debate, when you corner somebody with a necessity of them having to admit that you're right through logical deduction or something like that, they are compelled in order to face that with their reality. While logic and like mathematics themselves are not prescriptive in their intrinsic nature, there is something about it in itself which forces an individual to accept it. I would. Do you know what I'm trying to say? It's hard to formulate because I haven't sat down and thought about how to phrase it. But reality in of itself is prescriptive. Truth itself is prescriptive. You have to.
I'm not sure. Like, I get what you're saying, but I don't think prescriptive is a good word for it.
So I would say there's prescriptive. I would say there is an aspect of it
normative.
that is prescriptive. When you say normative, how would you unfold that?
Normative being like you ought to follow it, or even you have to follow it. Like it's binding, right? So like
how is that different than? How is that different than
prescriptive?
prescriptive?
Sounds different because to me, when I think prescriptive, I think oughts.
But isn't that the same thing as binding, or you ought to follow it, like you just said?
Well, like no, because like you're bound by the laws of physics.
Okay, there's a difference between bound. So it is possible to say fallacies. It is possible to be dishonest. But how do I? It's. I think I should spend more time formulating it. But
It's
there is something
prescriptive,
about.
Supreme Grow, not proscriptive. Is it prescription or prescription?
Or parscription, I don't know, or the laws of logic.
What does it mean to be immaterial? I don't understand what that means.
Okay,
What?
so an example would be like,
You don't understand
I-
what it
I-
means to be immaterial?
I expound on that, the idea of one. So it's consequential in the periodic table of elements, how many is it?
Abstracts. You mean abstract concepts?
Abstract would be among immaterial thoughts, yes. I mean,
Well, how are you di-
my
How are you
understanding.
differentiating them? How would you differentiate them?
Yeah, so
Well, just throw this out there. Like logic.
immaterial is a description of what it's not, rather. So I mean, if you want to use it from that
Well, no,
perspective,
I
you
don't
could say
thi-
immaterial
okay, so
as in not.
pause. I think that was a misstep. I don't think that saying immaterial is a description of what it's not. No. Material versus immaterial is talking about a thing's ontology. Is it made of matter or is it not made of matter? Irrelevant to whether or not it exists. So I think that would be that was a misstep there to say it's
Okay.
about saying it's like a negative thing or it's like or like a negative ontology. No, I would just argue about it's basically its category of ontology.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear because there, as I expound there's abstract thoughts, there's concepts, and there's also the spiritual realm. Do you believe the spiritual realm is made of matter?
No, absolutely
Okay.
not.
Okay. Yeah. So what I was trying to get at is that I probably overthought it because this channel is about overthinking made easy. But the point is, while I'm
Stringer,
juggling,
I was just screwing with you, buddy. Like, it's all right.
while I'm juggling these ideas, I'm trying to think about how to say it and what I'm talking about at the same time, and that's not always easy on the fly. The existence of truth is inherently tied to an ought to seek it. Something Jordan B. Peterson, logos something. something.
The existence of truth is inherently tied to an ought to seek it. It's like, you ought to make your bed in the morning. It's about the
If I go to
logos.
Tim Hortons in the morning, I ought to get a double-double.
I ought to get a donut with my coffee.
I have to go to the hockey game. All right.
Oh my God,
Made it
Maryland's
matter.
already
So when you're saying
heresy, we're all truth.
Like I said, Steelborn, it is your call. Fire at will. Are you defining immaterial? And immaterial means not made of matter. That, figuratively
Logos
speaking.
demands it.
When Maryland's speaking outright heresies, I ought to drop the banhammer. And so
It's
if
like
you
it's
want
all
to
about
say
the motion, right? With the motion, the hammer comes down and it hits it, and that's motion, right? And that bans her from the chat. You know what I'm saying?
oh gosh, Terry B. Peterson, please. Except if you want to say abstract, I'm fine with all that, depending on what exactly we're talking about.
Well, because immaterial in Christian speak could also mean spirits and ghosts too, right?
Right, but
They
if
would
I'm
be
talking about the
immaterial.
laws of logic, I'm not. Huh?
Those would still be immaterial. Well, not
Right,
we wouldn't
which
say
is-
ghosts, but we would say spirits.
Right. Yeah, he's being an atheist when he says ghosts. It's just like that's why when I said not made of matter or whatever, describing what it's not, I was clumsily possibly, but trying to get at the fact that there are things that are immaterial that are not of the same substance, so to speak. Like spirits are not the same as concepts. So that's why I was trying to tiptoe around, or at
Yeah, I
least
get what
not
you're saying.
get conflated talking about spirits or ghosts.
Well, that's why I'm
I already-
clearing up.
I
I'm just
already-
making sure that you don't believe in the ghost of logic.
No, because spirits are personal realities, whereas just like abstract ideas or mere concepts or like the number one or things like that are not personal realities. So I wouldn't call that spiritual.
Yeah, they're just abstract descriptors.
Okay, so but are they referring to something that is true in the real world? That is, are they anchored in something that is true beyond the self? I agree sometimes, but so sometimes includes a yes.
Yes, sometimes yes.
Right. Okay.
Sometimes maybe.
So, yeah. Do you think that we created that with our mind, or was there?
No.
Right.
I'm not an idealist. I think idealists are stupid. And I think all theists are actually idealists at their heart because they believe in a mind that makes matter.
Okay, hold on, have pause.
Right. Yeah. They do this a lot, by the way. But go ahead.
Yeah, so that's one thing I've always noticed with atheists is like, if we try and run an internal critique on their position, it's always like, but the Christians do that. Like, they all argue like Brian Shapiro, right? And they're all like, but Trump the 34 count felon. It's like, what does that have to do with the price of rice in China? Like, that's not what I asked you about. Right? It's like, have you ever noticed that's what he does at every argument? Like, did you watch the Jesse Lee Peterson interview? It was freaking hilarious.
With who?
With Brian Shapiro.
No.
Dude, it's so funny. Jesse's like, "Were women created to lead or follow?" And he's like, "I think a man or a woman can lead." And he's like, "That's not
Oh,
what I
gosh,
asked
dude.
you." But like, dude, it's always he's like, "Is it wrong to want illegals to be deported?" And he's like, "Well, if you want to follow the laws, why are you following Trump? He's a 34 count felon." And it's like, what? That's
What?
atheist. I swear, that was literally his response.
Well, look, Brian is unfortunately for him a lol cow, or he's made himself into a lol cow
totally
right
is.
now. It's
Apparently, did you
it's-
know that
it-
the Raging Tomatoes like doing a panel with him? Apparently,
oh gosh. Anyway,
I saw that
I'm
and I
not.
started laughing so hard.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Anyway, I think it was better with T-Jump than with Brian Shapiro by a good
but-
margin.
But what I want to address is the atheist always does this. Every time you try and run an internal critique, all they want to do is just give a bunch of red herrings, talk about. They basically want to do the tu quoque fallacy constantly, right?
Well,
You ever
I was
notice
gonna
that?
say there's yes, that does happen all the time. I tend to take that in good faith. Maybe whatever. We have different. I think you and I have different approaches about that. But what I would say is, if they do that, it also leaves the door open for you to do the same. If you want to be like, okay, if we're going to say that standards have to apply equally across the board for each of these, then we have to. If we have a part of our frameworks that overlaps, then mine should be more consistent if I'm right, and yours shouldn't be. But what I want to point out that he does here is he makes an analogy of what is contingent with what is transcendent, and you got to watch out for that because they do that all the time. Which is, well, I'm not an idealist because I think it's stupid for the ideas of men to manifest reality and things like that. Okay, I agree. Then he goes so far as to say, and for that same reason, any theist is an idealist because the mind of God does the same thing. That's totally wrong.
Yeah, totally.
And the reason it's
absurd.
totally wrong is because of
It's category error.
It's category error because it's not transcendent. We are contingent. We are not transcendent. It is necessarily so that the mind of God, being the foundation of reality, would manifest his thoughts. It can be no other way. It's not. Idealism is arbitrary. Idealism is stupid because it's arbitrary. But because we can't claim to be transcendent, it's a totally different nature of causation
If I remember
for
correctly,
what makes things
idealism was
what they
like
are.
the idea that, like basically all that exists is ideas or something like that.
Something. Well, he brings up. I don't want to speak out of turn, but he brings up like the law of attraction later on, and I deny the law of attraction and all those sorts of things, being that if you can think it or speak into existence, power of positive thinking, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't believe in any of that stuff.
Yeah, no, I don't.
I think he's going to get into
But that's
that.
also based on your idea of what you think theism is. It's just a phenomenon of
Not
humans.
theism, idealism is the opposite.
But you
of
said theists are
materialism.
idealists, right?
Yeah, because at the heart of every theist I've ever met is I think there's a mind that makes matter, and I think that
Another problem is if theists were idealists, then both humans and God could create things through ideas. But because humans can't create things through ideas in Christian thought, then it's not any idealism that I'm aware of,
Mhm.
matter makes my
or at least it's not a consistent form of idealism.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
on the
from my
opposite.
view, the only thing humans really create is life, as in procreation. I actually tend to like hold the position of there's nothing new under the sun.
Of
right?
course, that's Ecclesiastes.
Yeah. So like whoever invented the notebook, like that already existed.
Yeah.
So there's nothing
And-
new that we can really make.
We can't create, we can only engineer. And I would argue that even giving rise to children is not actually creating, it's just engineering mechanisms that God has already put in place. It is, I mean, we don't actually place the soul inside the body as it's growing inside the mother. You know, God does that. But yeah, I mean, as far as creation, I think of it in terms of ex nihilo. But again, there's a whole bunch of definitions of ex nihilo that, don't want to get everybody confused who's a philosophy major here.
Dead middle spectrum from you guys.
Well, my understanding of
Marilyn, that's a
idealists would be
contradiction.
that what I would call
That's a
This-
that's
thi-
a literal performative contradiction. If everything's meaningless, then that statement doesn't mean anything. So we don't even know what you're saying.
right, you'd have to differentiate that from all the meaning that we would have to understand in order to make your thing make sense, in which case it cuts itself down.
A contingent mind, or in this case, humans, would be the source of the idealistic framework that comes.
So he says, Chapingo says, help me. If you can't create through your ideas, what's going on right now? So here's what would happen. If I believe something that's true about the natural world and that maps onto physics, I can create a machine, right? And if that machine is working properly, it's because I have organized my thoughts so as to comport with reality, so that physics, I understand it, and I know where to place the components so that the machine works properly.
That's not even what I was saying. I was just saying there's nothing like, if God is all knowing, which he is, then anything we create, God already knew about it beforehand. So there's nothing new, is what I mean. We can manipulate matter and all sorts of things, right? And we can, manipulate. And I'm more so speaking about the material, right? Like, I'm not saying like I can create an argument, but it's like it's new to other people, but it's not new to God.
Okay, she's saying the book
the-
of Ecclesiastes says it's all meaningless, which is also false on its
If
face.
the book of
I mean,
if the book of Ecclesiastes is meaningless, then why are you listening to it?
right. Well, also that if the book of Ecclesiastes is meaningless, then explain chapter 3 where it says there's a time and a place for everything. How can you say there's a time and a place for everything if everything's meaningless? So, anyway, arises from human mind, right? Not from a
Marilyn, that's a
non-contingent transcendent
contradiction.
mind, right?
Yeah, but
Do
we
you
both
not
don't
understand that
believe
if
in
I
the secret.
say, here's an example. If I just give you the sentence, this statement is meaningless, that's a self-refuting contradiction. This statement, right? I am conveying meaning to the words. I'm conveying meaning about this statement that I'm about to give you, and I'm about to tell you that it has no meaning. That's a contradiction. You can't say anything's actually meaningless because you're literally entailing meaning to begin with.
Not from a non-contingent transcendent mind, right?
Yeah, but we both don't believe in the secret or the law of attraction, right? Like we're not. You guys aren't those kind of guys.
By law of attraction, you mean like
You
think it,
manifest.
dream it,
Wish it,
dream,
want it,
manifest?
do it.
No, Yeah.
No. Okay. Well, that's what you think God does, though. He
that was a hilarious thing, but I'm not going to talk about that guy right now.
manifests reality from his mind.
Correct, because the mind of God is the cornerstone of truth. That's what
Exactly.
makes things objective. Yeah. So if you
And
want,
that's all I'm saying.
right,
Hold on.
I would
Real quick,
make the
highlight
distinction.
Marilyn's comment.
Meaningless
That makes sense.
compared to
Okay, that makes if you say meaningless, everything's meaningless compared to the glory of God.
right.
But that wasn't
you
what you were
didn't-
saying. You were saying
you didn't
everything is meaningless, and you weren't adding that that qualifier. If you add that
Right.
qualifier, those sentences make sense. In comparison to, neither of us would disagree with that.
Yeah. Well, Chipingro, you're a math guy. Compared to infinitude, what are percentages? So if we have eternal life in Christ, compare that to our mortal lives. I mean, the scriptures compare our mortal life in terms of its duration to a vapor. So
I don't know
That's how-
what exactly like unit of time of vapor is.
yeah. So it's an illustration.
I know.
Stillborn. In between that, because I think there's something that's fundamentally different between idealism, as the Greeks would have it, and what we're talking about here. Because there's a difference between, like you said, a law of attraction. Because a law would mean that it's, in our case, as contingent beings, it would be something that is in the air we breathe, surrounding us, rather than where God is the foundation
Okay,
of
hold on.
reality,
I
and
gotta
the law
give
is
a little
descriptive of
critique.
something. You're talking about Chipingro with
No,
zero?
I'm talking about you. Get rid of the straw in the cup. You look like a 22, you're like a 20-year-old girl, okay? Get rid of the straw. Just drink out of the cup like a coffee mug, and you'll look, I promise, it'll look way less gay.
Okay, I get it. However, I'm thinking water, electronics, minimization of risk, the cost of a straw.
Well, hold on, hold on.
What I used to
That's
do,
a
I did
Yeti
the
cup,
water.
right?
Or
something similar to?
It's a generic.
So it's got a closable lid,
oversized.
right, that you can close between drinks.
You know what? Let me check that out. Does it? You know what? By Jove, it does. By Jove, it does.
No.
I just did the whole
I'm
straw thing.
shaming him because it looks very gay. That's why I'm shaming him.
You know, I welcome criticism. Otherwise, I wouldn't have you here, Steelborn. So let's do it. Let's do a test. Let's see if I remove the straw. Oh,
It's got one of the plastic
straw
rings in it.
removal mechanism. This looks dumb. So I could choose between dumb and gay.
Exactly. See, it's you're disjunct here. It's one of the two options.
It's a gripple's dilemma. So that is of him. So I wouldn't call that the same thing.
But doesn't that seem like a non sequitur? The only reason you don't believe that the law of attraction can apply to God is because he's not necessary, or he is the what's the word non necessary?
Well, do you think? Well, again,
It's
we
not
put
contingent.
Hold on, can you rewind that real quick?
yeah. Well,
Like
we are
10, 15 seconds.
law of attraction, because the law would mean that it's In our case, as contingent beings, it would be something that is in the air we breathe surrounding us, rather than where God is the foundation of reality and the law is descriptive of something that is of him. So I wouldn't call that the same thing.
But doesn't that seem like a non sequitur? The only reason you don't believe that the law of attraction can apply to God is because he's not necessary, or he is what is it? What's the word non necessary?
Well, do you think? Well, again,
He's
we.
not
But,
Hold on a
contingent.
sec. Hold on a sec. Hit pause. So-
Chapingo, I gotta say, whatever the optics was, I do agree that I think the optics with the straw were kind of silly, no matter what descriptive you use for it. But at the same time, Steelborn also agrees that maximum protection for electronics is key for a continuing YouTube career. So of sorts. Go ahead, Steelborn.
No,
you were gonna
there's
say
always,
something
there's
about
always
BS.
sacrifices. There's always sacrifices. But no, so what he just said, it would be a non sequitur about whether or not the law would be contingent to mankind. No, it's not a non sequitur, because what we're talking about is either a transcendent universal law or not that. So if we're putting this in the category of not that, then it wouldn't be a non sequitur.
That's why I say he what he does, and I think a lot of atheists do that, is they equivocate or shuffle between transcendent and contingent all the time to confuse people. Well, if it applies to this, it applies to God too. No, it necessarily does not.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, well, we
I
already
wouldn't say
agreed.
it necessarily doesn't, but it doesn't necessarily. So I wouldn't say.
Sorry,
that
it doesn't necessarily. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't necessarily. But in the case of, so for example, people use the Euthyphro dilemma, or try to use the Euthyphro dilemma,
Remind
as
me.
if God. So the Euthyphro dilemma is God commanding a thing because it's good, or
Yes.
does God command a thing and therefore it's good?
Yeah, this is
and-
why
and-
this is why Orthodox we reject divine command theory.
Yeah, and I reject divine command theory too, because divine command theory uses the command as the causation for the goodness, rather than the command being intrinsic to who God is, and therefore, because God's commands reflect who He is, therefore He has these commands, and those commands are righteous because they come from the character of God, who is the foundation of what is righteous as well. Yeah. So
You know,
when
it's
people
funny
throw
that every
divine,
time I talk to you about these things, you just move closer and closer to the Orthodox position. That's always
I-
been the
I-
Orthodox position, by the way.
well, I don't think it, well, let's put it this way. Let's just I'll just grant it. I'll just grant it and say it was the Orthodox position. I don't think I have to practice Orthodoxy. I've come to these conclusions years ago, even before I was on YouTube. And the refutation for the Euthyphro dilemma has been out there for some time. But yeah, I don't. Yeah. Anyway, here's what I think though, Steelborn. I think maybe you've heard a lot of things about Protestants that are taking from like the worst ends of Protestantism and not the best ends of Protestantism, and so that's why you hear
I was
things
a hardcore
like, oh,
Protestant debater before I became Orthodox.
okay, well, you're talking to somebody who is, must be in a different vein of Protestantism than you grew up in. I grew up evangelical, but not like hardline dispensational. I didn't, did you grow up Baptist or what? Do you mind me asking that? Evangelical, yeah. So my brand of evangelical, all these arguments and these things I either found and they comported with my understanding, or I had arrived to anyway. But yeah, we talked about, like, I noticed that there's a pattern that you and I have talked about different things where I've come to the conclusion completely ignorant or independently of orthodoxy, and then you and I align pretty well on that. So
What all I was pointing out with that is I'm not saying, like, I'm just pointing out that maybe this 2,000-year-old church has, like, already figured this stuff out, and it's like it's all right there for you. It's all right there. Right there, and I'm sure there's one within like 20 minutes of you or 30 minutes.
I agree.
Okay?
I agree. It's all right there, and it was done 2,000 years ago, and I could see it page to page. But we'll move
Do you
on.
agree
from
with
there.
the problems that the Orthodox raise about the problems
Here
of
we go.
Protestantism with Scripture? I'm
I
saying,
try-
do you understand the arguments that they raise, and do you see the problem that they're talking about?
I see the problems they're talking about of particular Protestants. I don't see the problems they're talking about because the problems you talk about for particular Protestants, I share with you, like the televangelists and the people who declare themselves prophets, and the people who bring up dispensationalism, and the people who have all sorts of random weird crap. I agree on the random weird crap. I just disagree about the necessity of the Orthodox Church or how the orthodoxy, the ecclesiology, has consequence for all the rest of theology. But anyway. I'm trying to find some commonality, and I think we found commonality in a lot of ways.
You and I find plenty of commonality. I don't
Yeah.
dislike Protestants, right? And I understand and I think this is mostly because I blame Catholicism. Honestly, my argument is that Catholicism is a Protestant factory and Protestantism is an atheist factory.
So I actually wouldn't totally disagree with that because when I think about, and people who have actually read more than me have come to the same conclusion. Here's
pick me Protestant.
Yeah, I saw that. But I'd actually thought, okay, we have the Enlightenment, and what happened before the Enlightenment was the Protestant Reformation. The Protestant Reformation came about
1500, right, or 1600.
1517.
Thank you.
October 31st, 1517 was when Martin Luther first nailed the 95 Theses. Yeah, and so what happens is when the standard of truth is an institution, a corporation, if you will, and not anything that is necessarily, I would argue, transcendent, and that institution goes astray, which I think you and I would agree the Catholic Church has gone astray with the papacy and the Council of Trent and some things like that.
Orthodoxy is we don't have a centralized authority, and so like we can have actors of the church go astray. That doesn't demonstrate the church has failed. But if the Pope goes astray, the church has failed.
And yet, doesn't the Orthodox Church recognize the Catholic Church as apostolic?
We recognize, yeah. So the reason, all that means is that their line of priests and bishops have come, like they can trace their lineage back to the apostles. Basically,
and does that continue to this day?
Ultimately, so what we would say is like lowercase apostolic succession. What I mean by that is like they have abandoned the Church of the Apostles, but they're still sitting physically in the Church of the Apostles, and they still maintain the tradition of the laying on of hands and the priesthood and everything like that. Although our concept of the priesthood is very different. Our priests can get married.
Hey everybody, God bless. It's the Unapologetic Preacher, 95.5 Jazz FM. Tonight we're going to listen to some John Coltrane doing with Miles Davis, and later on we're going to have Buster. What was that?
That was so
Buster
good.
Keaton. No, yeah.
But our priests can get married, no problem with our priests getting
Sometimes.
married.
But even in the count, well, once if you enter the priesthood first, then you can't get married after, but you can get married before, right?
Yes, that's the case. And the reason is because a married man can absolutely make a great priest. However, bishops can't be married; they have to be monastics.
Yeah. There is something about that, I think, in the Council of Trullo that would require, or some writing that would require that a bishop would live separately from bishop's the wrong term. A priest would live separately from his wife, but that's a whole other thing. I don't want to get into that right now, the differences. But maybe sometime we could have...
We would never hold the position that a priest has to live separate of his wife, and the reason is, if a man is a husband, he still has obligations and duties as a husband.
I get that rationale, but I'd have to pull up what I'm talking about, and I'm not going to do that right now. So I'm going to move on. But it is fascinating. Maybe sometime me and Rev and like you and would you say Eli's pretty up on the doctrines of Orthodoxy? Because I don't know. I shouldn't put you on the spot. I'm going to retract my question.
I'm fine. He's fairly knowledgeable about like the doctrines of the church, but I'd say his specialty is the theology.
Okay.
Like that's
fine.
like really where he really like is super knowledgeable about like the actual theology of Orthodoxy. I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure I know anybody who really is like on like a J level of church history knowledge.
Yeah. Well, Jay blocked me on X, so that's not going to happen anytime soon.
He blocked you?
That the laws of logic exist. Yeah, he blocked me. Should I play you the footage? I do have the timestamp. Hold on.
Yep, do it.
All right, all right. So I challenged him on divorce and remarriage. Let me go to my DMs because I sent it to Shiva as well. 1 second. I don't see that at all, but listen to this.
Can't hear you, man.
I'm one of those muted dudes.
Everybody, no,
X spaces for you.
everybody's muted when they come up.
That's why he has the shirt.
Re-examination. What's up, dude? Welcome to the space.
By the way, if you look for the episode on YouTube for my part on this this particular call, I am scrubbed. You can see my issue on the timestamp, but my actual footage is scrubbed. So
Well, hold on. What do you mean?
This is Morgan Freeman.
hold on, get back to his Morgan Freeman impression.
Welcome to the space.
Spaces for you.
This is Morgan Freeman. Welcome to the space.
This is me scrambling, trying to find the unmute button because I'm so bad at this.
Unmute, dog.
trying. Quick, what is the Orthodox position on divorce and remarriage? And depending on the answer, I do have a follow-up I'd like to get into.
It is permitted in certain cases. It's not encouraged. And the Roman Catholic Church admitted that and did the same thing for the first 800 years.
Okay, so you're talking about, say, would that be abandonment per 1 Corinthians 7 interpretation and adultery, Matthew 19, Matthew chapter 5?
Yeah, those are typically ones mentioned in Orthodox canon law, correct?
Okay, so what do you think of Clement of Alexandria when he says that the porneia mentioned in Matthew 19:9 is the marriage between two people where at least one of them has a living spouse, as in the Romans 7 example?
I don't have any thought on it. Clement is not a saint in the Orthodox Church. He's heterodox.
Okay. Here's what's interesting about that is there is a Orthodox book out there on marriage by John Meyendorff, who used to be the dean of St. Vladimir's school, was it seminary for Orthodoxy? And he said that Clement of Alexandria was like chief pillar of the early church or something along those lines. I had to get the screenshot for you,
Hold on,
but
I'm
it's
looking this up real quick.
yeah. Note to self: expect orthodoxy when bringing Steelborn on an atheist-based stream.
I wasn't expecting this either, to be honest, but
Bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing a little bit of digging here.
So Clement of Alexandria is generally treated with respect as an early church father. However, he is not universally canonized as a saint. The Catholics did canonize him as a saint in the 16th century under Pope Clement. So yeah, he's respected but not called a saint in the Orthodox Church.
Yeah, when I hear heterodox, I hear like it sounds like he's not within the church almost, or something like that.
No, heterodox is a little different. It's like it can mean heresy. It can mean other things.
Just sounds like heresy you don't want to call heresy just yet, or something like that.
Because so what a heretic is specifically is somebody who has been corrected and it remains stubborn in their false teaching.
Yeah.
So it's a little different. Like we wouldn't say like, some Baptist preacher in like the Australian Aboriginals or whatever who's like never heard of the church. We're not just gonna straight up call the guy a heretic.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Rev gets it. He's like, no worries, research is always appreciated. Oh, no worries, guys.
Yeah.
Research is always appreciated.
Yeah, I
I can't
I'll
get
have to
my
get
voice
back-
to that cowboy deep level that he has.
Part of it is putting your entire face into the microphone so that nothing else escapes your earlobes except the sweet, sweet undertones of bassy voices.
All right. Let's just get back to the video. I'll have to get back to you on that screenshot from John Meindorf's book. Oops. Hold on. The
There we go.
thoughts of God. Let me back that up.
The law of attraction can apply to God is because he's not necessary, or he is. He what is it? What's the word? Non-necessary. I'm
Well,
messing up
do you
right
think? Well, again,
now. He's
we
not contingent.
yeah. Well, we already agree that the laws of logic exist outside of us, right? So that would make a distinction between the thoughts of God and the thoughts of us thinking God's thoughts after him. If we accept that foundation. Sorry, let me be. That was pretty unclear. Let me try better.
Can I address?
There's a
Red's
difference
comment real quick?
between. Yeah.
So yeah, so Clement of Alexandria wrote his major works during the late second to early third century. So I'm wondering how is he heterodox? So like the difference between like a heretic and heterodox is maybe teachings that are questionable, but it's not either A, it's not violating dogma, or B, it's not it hasn't been corrected within their. So like if somebody was corrected like past their lifetime, we'd be pretty hesitant to just declare them a heretic, because like heretic requires kind of requires intent.
Okay. So stubbornness, obstinance, intent.
Now there's a difference between
Defiance.
teaching heresy and being a heretic too.
Right. You can think, you can have heretical opinions and not in your heart of hearts be a heretic, where
Yeah.
you're like, yeah. How about Augustine? Yeah. So I brought up Augustine
Because
as well.
Augustine, in his letter to
Valentius.
Valentius concerning
I would have read him the quote, but it was such a long quote, and I know he wasn't going to let me just go on and on. So here's how it turned out.
adulterous marriages says that there is no there. Most of the church fathers or people who are in antiquity allow for divorce in some cases, but do not allow for remarriage. So where does the
that's not
Orthodox
actually
Church
true. No, it's not true.
Well, it's true of Irenaeus. It's true of
No,
Augustine.
that's your
true
Roman
of-
Catholic reading of it. But what do you
I'm not.
understand?
I'm not Roman Catholic, but I
Okay,
can
whatever,
actually.
dude.
I
Okay,
can
but
quote you Irenaeus if you want from against
stop
Pharisees,
yapping.
but-
Stop yapping. The
I can
Orthodox
give you
Church.
quotes. That's all.
You're done.
Okay, so I can
The
understand
Orthodox
that
Church
because
does not
okay,
go by.
so I'm gonna give a little bit of J defense here.
That's fine.
You have to understand how many fucking Protestants just won't shut the fuck up and just spurg and just literally endlessly quote mine the Bible when they're arguing with him, and they like he literally can't get a word in. And
Yeah.
to be honest,
I
how
would-
far
I-
into
I-
how far into the live was this?
Not too far. Not too far. But here's the thing. This was me getting used to the talking on YouTube scene. So this is my feet like barely being wet in this. And I'm talking to Jay Dyer. So I'm like trying to organize. And I've gotten better at this over time, but this is me being very, very new to this. So I suck at that.
This and that church father, even if your citations are accurate, canon law is what is normative over any specific individual person,
Because that's a conciliar product. That's what the councils determine. Councils are above even individual saints. So when the canons of St. Basil permit remarriage under certain circumstances, because Orthodox canon law is for the betterment of the person. So it's better for the person, if they can't control themselves, to be in a relationship rather than to force them to be single, even if there is this or that saint or church father that says otherwise. So you're just coming with this Protestant attitude of picking and choosing this
So first I'm super Catholic and then I'm super Protestant. Wow, conversion happens fast.
and that church father. That's not how the Orthodox Church works.
Well, okay, question. In 1 Corinthians 7, 10, 11, it says that it's better to reconcile or remain unmarried. How does the Orthodox Church understand that?
Yeah, but Paul is talking about people who have the ability to be monastics if they can.
I don't see that in that context. I see it in the context of those who are
Yeah,
single.
All those church fathers that you cite, did they believe in monasticism?
Okay.
Did they?
That I don't know.
Okay. All right. Good job, dude.
I couldn't tell if it was going to be a trick question or not, but after that, he just cuts me
Good
off.
job.
Nice
Dude.
try. Moving
Well,
on.
this is dumb.
So yeah. So that's the entire call. You got the last time I have spoken to Jay Dyer. Might be the last time in my lifetime speaking to Jay Dyer, for all I know. But now you know why he blocked
So,
me on X, because it was like a couple days after that. 'Cause
Wait,
otherwise, I was listening to his lives, not even just jiving in most of the time.
wait. So like he officially blocked you on X?
Yeah.
Hmm, that's
Yeah, because I would still listen to his lives. I wasn't even like doing anything. I don't even think I commented much on his posts, but I think he just didn't like it. And then I found a video of the episode on that day. I don't have it with me right now, but the timestamp describes my call about divorce and remarriage, but the actual call is gone. It's like that. It's like episode 2 where Obi-Wan's trying to find like the archive memory for something, but it's been deleted. About Camino and the cloning facilities. But anyway, enough nerd talk. Back to philosophy. So, for example, if I write a novel or something like that, I know what the novel means because I wrote it. And I can't, and nobody else is going to come and say, no, the novel means this private interpretation. When I say, no, this is what it really means. People can have that subjective experience with the novel and still be incorrect about it. And there can be a mind that knows what that means. And so same thing with like God for the laws of logic. God's mind is the basis for the laws of logic. The laws of logic, however, are external to us and we are contingent and dependent upon them. And we can misidentify things and make mistakes about that.
Are you an artist in any way?
In a mediocre kind of way, I suppose.
No. There's one of the first laws of being an artist is that you don't own the interpretation of your art. As soon as you put it out,
I wonder if that's a transcendent law.
That's retarded. Did like, are you saying Robert Frost didn't know what he meant by his own poems?
No, what he's saying is once you release it,
of the world, you're relinquishing that control of what you think Attilios that you've attached to that artist, because it can take a whole new form once it's the masses. That's what memes are essentially, right?
yeah, I see what you're saying, but I still disagree. If I write a song about my wife and then I release it, and even if it says explicitly my wife this and my wife that or whatever, it's still objectively a song about my wife. So all this other stuff about subjectivity, I just fundamentally disagree with.
Because all interpretation is subjectivity.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why.
Can I ask a question real quick? So just a clarifier, because you touched on this earlier, Lewis, do you consider minds and brains to be the same thing, basically,
See, we
or do you
covered that a little
consider
bit.
that mind to be separate, like something like conscious thought, logic, reasoning?
Yeah. Mind isn't in my term. I think we anthropomorphize that. It's not a noun. We use it as a noun, but we use a lot of things as nouns that aren't technically nouns. I mean, it's a verb. It's basically a collection of everything that our brain does. So our consciousness, our logical thinking, our critical thinking, our imagination, we kind of wrap that all up in a blah term saying the mind.
Right, but the idea of like a mind. So are you a physicalist, physicalism, or is that your idea? Basically, everything is just chemicals and.
Yeah, but for the most part, I'm not
Okay.
nailed to that. If I can be shown adequate evidence to the contrary,
Real quick, Steelborn, what do you think of Chipingo's comment? Given that there are external, find them and we don't make them up, is there a chance that there are other laws of logic that we haven't found yet?
Possibility, yes. Likelihood, I feel like it's low.
Yeah.
And the reason I think it's low is because like, so what I mean by likelihood of it's like low likelihood we would ever find them. I think there's a good possibility that other laws, basically of the laws, like the laws of logic, do exist. But the problem is we'll never be able to fully understand the essence of God. So dig Aristotle up and see if he can find a few more.
We need more laws.
Well, it
switch,
depends
but
on
I
the,
don't use it
based
as
on the bones. Based on the bones. If you look at the bones, based on the bones. You ever seen that clip that Jim Bob plays of that Southern guy? Every time I talk about evolution, it's like the Southern guy's like, based on the bones. If you look at the bones, based on the bones.
Is it?
And I just
was
did it in
he?
Jordan Peterson's voice for fun.
Okay, was he commenting on a creationist, or was he commenting on an evolution proponent?
It's just a little clip that Jim Bob will play whenever he's like commenting on evolution.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Of my life worldview.
But
philosophy.
do you consider logic to be, I guess, immaterial, universal, and unchanging?
Yeah, it's a descriptive language in such the same way math is kind of.
But
I
it's
have a
descriptive
problem
of
with
something.
that. I have a problem. Fucking who else was T Jump was saying that it's just a language. It's just a language. No. Languages presuppose the laws of logic.
Yeah, well, so that would just say, well, then it's a double language. You know, you got the law of logic, language layer,
So when
and
I
then on top.
language, it's language squared.
Yes, yes. So, but the problem is, are we talking about, as you might say, a real referent or not? When we use a word, regardless of the word we're using, regardless of the mouth noise we are producing, it is pointing to a thing in reality that cannot be questioned. Whereas the sorts of mouth noise you use to refer to it can be questioned and
Yeah.
can differ.
Yeah, the referent is a universal.
Correct. That exists even if we use a language that's not the same thing as the thing itself, right?
Yeah, it's a concept that we use to describe our surroundings.
But it's binding. You would say the laws of logic are binding, as in you cannot make new ones, you cannot change the ones that exist, you cannot subtract from them.
That would be a step too far for me to like jump on, because there's no reason I would believe that we won't discover a new law of logic down the road. And so we might think that we're on top of it now, but then we'd have to readjust what we think logic is. At that
Well,
point, right?
there's different.
I was gonna jump in here and say, it would be. I didn't talk about discovering a new law of logic. I talked about adding and subtracting. Right? We might discover new places where matter is, but the first law of thermodynamics still exists, where matter cannot be created nor destroyed. So that's how I would understand that. Because when I
I'm
say
not sure
when
that I would say that would be a law of logic, though. Like, yeah, I wouldn't even put it in the same category, and the reason is
I didn't say no, I didn't say the first law of thermodynamics is a law of logic. What I'm saying is I'm analogizing how I said we can't add to the laws of logic, right? We cannot invent new ones, like go in the lab, go in our garage.
We can't invent new ones. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right. And so whether or not we're ignorant of other ones that do exist, we cannot add to the existing laws of logic. That's what I'm getting at. And so same thing with, I was trying to use that law of thermodynamics as an analogy where it's like you cannot create matter in your garage or just with your thoughts.
Right. I mean, it feels like philosophically, there's different frameworks of logic, but generally when we're talking about logic, we're talking about the classic, like 3 classical laws of logic.
Yeah.
So
but
would you agree those
the existence of the other different types of logic is kind of showing us that we shouldn't be so
well, there's an argument to be
uncertain.
made that they still rely on the in a large part the traditional laws of logic anyway. So
Right. I'm still the
there's
same
arguments
height.
to be made about that.
Even if you have imperial and then metric system, and then I add a third system of measurement, I am still objectively the same height. If you want to accept height in the scenario,
Which is the objective standard there?
I'm not saying there's an objective standard of again, that goes back to what is a chair, what is a sandwich. Those are conventions of contingent minds. I'm talking about the concept of height in general. And Steelborn, on one of the streams, I think it was on this stream, Chapingra was saying that the law of excluded middle is not universal. Chapingra, am I misquoting you on that? There was one law that you said was not universal, and I think
Excluded middle.
yeah. You have a good microphone there. Anyway, I got it. Not universal. Okay, so he said the law of excluded middle is not universal. What does he mean by that?
Okay, so I thought about this, right, and he gave a statement to a proposition too, because the law of excluded middle states that a proposition or its negation is true. They can't both be true at the same time. So I was
Give me an
thinking about
example.
this. Your microphone is made of llamas.
Okay.
Either that proposition or the opposite of it is true. So
Oh, okay. Yeah.
it's one or the other. The law of excluded middle says it has to be one or the other. So what he said what the statement he said was like, it will rain or it is raining. And so I thought about this, right? The law of excluded middle, people try and say, well, this is why the law of excluded middle is not universal. No. The LEM is not P or not P. It's, that's more so the law of non-contradiction. Law of excluded middle is different than the law of non-contradiction.
Oh, we get into P or not P later, me and BS Lewis, on something very interesting. So I'm looking forward to that part. But go ahead.
But so, if I give you the proposition, okay, so now that you understand the law of excluded middle, how would you handle this question or this proposition? It's raining.
I guess I don't know. I don't know how I would handle that proposition. I'm trying to figure out what the problem is.
Well, according to the law of excluded middle,
It's either
gotta be
raining
true
or not
false,
raining.
right?
Right. It can't be true and false in the same way at the same time.
Yeah. So I was thinking about this. These are the types of statements that people will make based on the law of excluded middle, and they'll say like, so if you say that, then the law of excluded middle here, it doesn't apply. But the problem is, the actual problem with the law of excluded middle is there's not the problem with the law, it's the problem with the proposition. The proposition's malformed. It's not specific enough. You get very specific. I agree with you the law of excluded middle is disjunctive. I do agree with that. Yeah, and I agree with the law of non-contradiction is conjunctive. So I do agree that it is disjunctive. So it's a true disjunct. It's either one or the other. But the problem with all the arguments of like the law of excluded middle doesn't work because it can't make sense of like, it's raining or it is raining or it will rain. You can't actually falsify the statement. Well, that's because you're not giving me enough information. But if I request
Right.
more
They serve
information-
different functions.
Well, no, it's not even about serving different functions. It's like the statement is so vague. It's basically a tautology.
I think if not for me wanting to accomplish so many things, I mean, part of me wants to open a tab in reality where Chipingro is talking to Steelborn, and part of me wants to continue the debate so I get Steelborn's review of the debate. Boolean Wojaks. I don't know. I know what a Wojak is. I know Boolean has to do with mathematics or logical calculations or something along those lines, but yeah, I'm the Luddite here, I suppose.
I looked this up once. I don't remember it. I'm gonna look it up again just to address Chipingro. But you can hit play.
Please like and subscribe while you're waiting.
Differences between height that are very real, despite the fact that we use conventions in order to illustrate them. That's not the same thing.
Okay, so that's where we would difference. I think logic is more along the lines of the standards we use for measurement, not the actual brute fact that you're 6 feet tall or whatever.
So height, would you say height doesn't exist then?
No, because that's what we're describing as 6 feet tall, but somebody else might describe it in different types of logic, right? They'll use the modal
Right.
logic, or they use
Well,
other.
let's just say instead of saying 6 feet, so it sounds like you're talking about units. We'll just refer to 6 feet as X. You would say that X still exists.
Yeah, it's either X or not X. That's
Yeah.
the
So
law,
if I'm
it's not
6 feet
substitution.
and we just say if I'm 6 feet or however many in the metric system, and we just take out the unit language and we just call it X, you would say that X still exists regardless of the existence of contingent minds, right?
Sure. Yeah, if there was no minds plus God, like nobody alive to think any thoughts, then a tree would still be the same height as if there was a mind on the planet.
Okay. So I would say height would be, I mean, in the reality we live in, I would say height would be a concept.
I remember what hating is now. It comes from a mathematician named Aaron Hating. Right? This guy thought he was so smart. Well, he wasn't fucking smart. All he demonstrated was that we don't have access to universal truth. That's true. But I'll just read the summary real quick of what he said. His core idea was that truth equals provability. In classical logic, a statement is either true or false. In intuitionist logic, which was the system of logic that he came up with, a statement is true only if you can construct a proof of it. But not true does not equal false unless you can prove false. This leads to rejecting some classical principles. He rejected the law of excluded middle. So instead of either God exists or does not exist, you need a proof of existence or a proof of the impossibility. The problem is, standard of proof would be arbitrary and inconsistent amongst different people. And not only that, do you not believe in actual disjuncts? Are there real disjuncts, Chapingro?
Tell the audience about disjuncts and conjunctive and all that stuff.
Well, so a disjunct is just, it's either one or the other. So like an easy example of a disjunct. I hand you a piece of meat.
So is a disjunct like a fork in the road? Basically, you can't have both.
It's a fork in the road. That's a really good way to think about it.
And then conjunct would look like what?
I'm honestly not even sure how you would just
Illustrate that?
Yeah, how you would illustrate that.
Well, give me a definition in words then.
Here, I'll look up. I'll look it up real quick, just so I can just so I don't fuck it up.
I don't want to talk out of turn.
So a conjunct is one of the individual statements joined together as a conjunction. So conjunction is a compound statement of the form of P and Q.
P therefore Q.
Yeah. So,
something like that.
Yeah. So God is omniscient and God is omnipotent. That would be a conjunct.
That sounds like a statement.
Yeah.
Rather than an equation.
Yeah. So a conjunction is only true if both conjuncts are true.
You know what? You people.
Rev's got it. Disjunct in philosophy is a logical operator or symbol. That forms a compound statement.
You know, Chapingo is going to break out in hives, so I'm gonna drop. Gosh.
You gonna drop the link?
I'll drop the link because otherwise it's just going to be you guys in the chat anyway, and then my review is kind of off the rails. All right, let's do this. Un momento, Chapingo.
Un momento, por favor.
Por favor, vi favore. All right. Chapingo, I'm going to suspect that you are picking fights so you can get on panels and argue about disjunctive, conjunctive, junction. What's your
It doesn't have to be a
function?
fight, Chapingo. It doesn't have to be a fight. We could just discuss.
Oh, it's going to be a fight. It's going to be a mega bloodbath. Mega bloodbath. An immaterial thing. Height is not made of matter, for example. That's an immaterial but valid concept.
It's a descriptor. We use it as minds to describe.
Here's a problem. Descriptions have to do with usually an accumulation of features. If I want to make animal taxonomy, I am referring to things that exist on the animal as defining features. Like a bird has talons, a bird has a certain kind of wingspan, a bird has certain
wings.
kind of posture. Right. They have a certain kind of feathers. So,
Hold on a sec.
look, well, let me finish the thought,
go
though.
ahead.
Descriptors, all he's doing is he is outsourcing the ontos of the ontology of the individual thing we're talking about to a collection of features that are included with the thing. And so when he outsources that, he's like, well, I don't have to explain that a thing is a thing or what a thing is, but I still have to hold on to the thing itself. So I'm going to call about its descriptors. Well, the problem is now all you're telling me is you objectively know what the descriptors of a thing are, even if you're avoiding telling me what the thing is.
Well, not only that, but all a descriptor is just a truth statement about a thing. Like that's the easiest way to define what a descriptor is. It's just a truth statement about a thing.
We went down from 4 to 2 because now we're going into full nerd mode, everybody. Let's get ready to nerd.
We're looking at what we're.
But you already agreed that absent of minds, it would still be as tall as it is.
Yeah, and in that way, the language of logic wouldn't exist because there'd be no minds to do it, but the tree would still be 6 feet tall. Or whatever.
But even to say tree would be to use the law of identity
Fuck
because
that,
you're
I'm going full
differentiating.
mongoloid.
The hybrid of the two will rule the world from everything else.
That's true. If there was nobody to describe a tree on the planet, then it would just be another thing next to another thing for sure.
Even the term thing, I mean, there's the identity of a thing versus lack thereof, or distinction of objects.
I get your point though. Like you're getting hung up on that. You need to describe things and categorize things. Like what does this have to do with God?
That goes back. Well, that goes back to the law of identity. And so we're saying, well, identity is just a descriptor. Well, are those descriptors valid? And if you say that they're not valid, then a thing being what it is just doesn't make any sense.
Have you seen?
All right, gentlemen, take your corners.
We got the Chipingro in here.
We
Hello,
do.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sounds fine to me.
All right. I was really low last time on StreamYards. Is there some way backstage to change volume settings?
We did that by design so that Steelborn would have the obvious advantage over you.
No. We can turn them up.
Okay. No worries, no worries. All right. Let's get ready to number. All right, let's go.
So I'm looking at your mic volume is all the way up as far as my settings. I can do echo cancellation, reduce mic background noise, and automatically adjust mic volume. But I don't think that's going to help because it's already
turn on
maxed.
the automatic adjust.
I'm going to speak directly in the mic. I'm like at 9.5 on my side, so this is about what I can give you.
Can you turn
Well,
the
it's
gain
not
up
very.
all?
Yeah, it's not very gainy, so you can afford to crank that.
Oh goodness, we're doing boomer tech stuff, and I'm not good at this.
Okay. While you're looking at the gain,
Does your mic have like actual like knob dials on it?
I have a box M audio, and yes, the dial I was talking about, that's at like 9.5 out of 10, is my signal.
Yeah, you should be able to just turn that one up, and I think that
cranked.
would.
We are now maxed out, totally cranked.
We're volume
All right,
maxing.
get out the hammers. All right. Chipingro, your opening statement begins now.
Okay, my opening statement is that if we're looking for logic systems that are consistent, that hiding logic is a superset of Boolean logic, which is classical logic, which is what you're associated to. So all Aristotelian logics are hiding, but not all hiding logics are Aristotelian, although both remain internally consistent.
Well, I wouldn't argue against the internal consistency of hiding logic. That wasn't my criticism of what it was. My criticism is that, well, for one, it's actually appealing to principles that it's denying. The main criticism that I had of it was, where was it? I'm trying to pull it back up.
You're claiming inconsistency on a thing that 50 years of logicians and mathematicians have all agreed.
Well, that's just an appeal to authority.
You're right, it is an appeal to authority because I assume that none of us here are necessarily the wisest on this, so we're going on based on what we can.
That's true, but just because logicians agree doesn't make it so. There's been thousands of different logicians throughout history, and they don't all agree. So
I'm gonna take a break. You guys have fun.
All right, well, real quick. All that aside, whether you agree with hiding logics or not, I just want to clarify a few things. And maybe this was just a product of like the space and the description, but your description of OR was the description of exclusive OR. These are two different disjunctives.
I would agree that I think so. If you're saying, just elaborate on what you mean, the difference between a regular OR versus an exclusive OR. I think I understand, but I want to make sure.
Okay, a regular OR is I'm wearing pants and I'm wearing shoes. Sorry, let me restate it since I said and. I'm wearing pants or I'm wearing shoes. It happens to be that right now I'm both wearing pants and wearing shoes. Nothing refutes the or-ness of this statement. Both internal propositions are true. So we have true or true, which in the non-exclusive version is still true as the return. That's the truth statement, or the truth table output value. But for exclusive OR, you only get true when A or exclusive or B are true. So
That's why. Yeah, that's also why I would clarify what like I would call some like certain things like if this like I think I actually kind of intuit the way you're talking about it. And I understand. I usually say it's like an explicit or a true disjunct, as in like it's an exclusive either or when I make claims or like certain types of claims about disjunctive statements, like this ice cream is either chocolate ice cream or it's not chocolate ice cream. That would be an exclusive or, I think.
unless it's Neapolitan.
Well, then it would be chocolate ice cream. It would just be chocolate ice cream with other shit, but it would still be chocolate ice cream.
I'm sorry, you're right. I misthought that through. You were correct. Yeah.
So that's like I would claim that would be like a true disjunct, right? It's either steak or it's not steak. Like it's either beef, a cow product, or it's not that.
Well, this is where hiding comes into play, in that we have a bunch of situations which don't neatly fall into the binary paradigm, and unlike there's a group of people which I think you're probably currently associating me with, which I am not them.
I'm associating you with nobody other than you.
The truth is the binary is the best tool we have at hand to do most analysis in most situations. I'm not outright rejecting the binary. I'm just pointing out that you can remain consistent and include a number of more situations from a propositional setting if you expand to this superset, which is hiding, and it still gives you, it's not called the law of excluded middle. And this is a mouthful, so bear with me. In classical logic, we would say P or not P. You follow me with that?
Yeah.
That's the law of excluded middle. All right. In hiding logic, what we have to say is not P or not P.
So from what I understood, it was like you can't make a truth claim, or you can't claim something like so. Like in classical logic, if I make the claim, it's raining cows. I'm saying it's raining cows, and if I say that's the case, and that's like you could demonstrate that it's not raining cows, that doesn't necessarily prove it. Like that doesn't necessarily prove it false. It just proves that it's not true, which doesn't
Correct.
entail false. Yeah, I
Correct.
So,
in a hiding logic, you can't say that not true is true.
yeah. So for example, if let's say somebody makes a really bad argument for God's existence, according to hiding logic, even according to classical logic, that wouldn't disprove God's existence. But let's assume that it did, right? Based on classical logic, the way they argued, they tried to argue for God, but based on their argument, it would actually demonstrate that God didn't exist. Hiding logic would say, well, it doesn't actually prove that God doesn't exist, just because it doesn't prove God exists.
Correct. There are cases, and there's overlap with this. There's such a thing as a constructive proof in mathematics, and there are non-constructive proofs. And generally, non-constructive proofs are linked more to proof by way of contradiction. So, in a
What the fuck?
Oh, did I lose you? I'm sorry.
What just popped up on the screen there?
Who knows?
Oh, was that not visible?
No, it totally
was.
was visible. Why was it visible?
Pull it back up. I didn't see what it was.
It's the profile picture that I made for my dad. He's Mr. Steelborn's my father.
It's a pretty base logo.
That's how that works. There's Mr. Steelborn Jr.
He literally said that if I did that, people were gonna start calling me that.
All right, here's my question for you, Steelborn. How do you feel about Occam, like Occam's razor? Given two
Occam's razor is
general.
I know Occam's razor. It's generally I understand the idea behind it, and I could say that it's generally true, but I wouldn't say it's an always true. Which I don't
That's
think Occam's razor
probabilistic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's basically just saying that so there's a lot of people who misinterpret Occam's razor, and they say, the simplest answer is usually the correct one. That's not what Occam's razor actually says. The actual razor says the explanation with the least amount of assumptions is most likely correct.
Correct, because it requires the least amount of work to get you to this possible place.
If my keys go missing, it's either A, I dropped my keys, or I misplaced them, or the key fairy flew in under my door, took my keys, flew them back out, and threw them down the storm drain. Well, I have to assume that key fairies exist. I have to assume that they can fit under my door. I have to assume all kinds of things. Or the other explanation of, well, I just forgot where I put them, makes the least amount of assumptions. So that's probably the correct answer.
All right, so let me use that Occam's, like you already have that down, so I'm just going to use that intuition that you already have built up there and provide some verbiage which at first glance can be slightly confusing. In mathematics, we have the notion of a setting being a weak or a strong setting, and then we have the result being relative to the strength of the setting complementary. So like if I'm in a weak setting, I have less assumptions going into it, but because I have less assumptions, the result I conclude is actually stronger. It says something about more things due to the fact that there were fewer assumptions required for the entailment. On the other hand, if I have a strong setting, I have a much more restricted space that I can say more about those fewer things, but less about other things in general. So my result is a weaker result. All right? Hiding is a weaker setting. Therefore, the results can ultimately be stronger. But it's a very dangerous place because we don't have the surety of a strong setting where we can't say as much about all of the possible results.
So I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the main distinction between, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm trying to follow what you're saying, and I think I'm getting a little lost, but I don't need you. I'm not gonna ask you to sit here and re-explain it to my dumb ass 100 times. I have to read through it and think through it multiple times before I can really understand what you're saying. But from what I've been able to like understand about hiding in his philosophy, it was basically just, I think he seemed to have a problem with people being bad at doing deductive reasoning. Like, that's really what it seems like, is he really didn't like that people sucked at it. A lot of people do suck at, like, so, like, the transcendental argument for God is supposed to be deductive reasoning. A lot of people who argue it, they more so do it inductively, because the problem is they don't demonstrate the impossibility of the contrary part of the argument.
Well, if you rely on that for your argument, then obviously you are forced into a classical setting, because a hiding setting doesn't allow you that double negation like we talked about. You can't just say because it's not A, therefore it's A.
Oh, I get what you're saying. So I get what hiding was saying was, just because I didn't prove A doesn't entail B. That makes sense.
So the question is, given that both are consistent, and hiding requires fewer assumptions,
I wouldn't say that that's necessarily, that wouldn't make it correct still, just because, like, I understand the Occam's razor thing, but I could see the ground to you if you were to ask me, like, is it maybe more useful?
No. As a matter of fact, I would argue it's less useful. It's harder to do work in a hiding logic. You have less surety because you have less assumptions going into it. When you have the law of excluded middle, you can do a ton of work, because if you can show that it's not A, then it must be A.
Well, so I think that's a misunderstanding too, because I think what the law of excluded middle is really saying is, like, it's more like,
Law of excluded middle is synonymous with double negation. These two things come hand in hand.
yeah. So the way I would understand, basically the way I would explain it is, like, I think the most basic definition is, like, basically a proposition or its negation is true.
And again, standard setting is not exclusive or. But because you have the law of non-contradiction, you kind of get the exclusive or for free.
Yeah. Because you couldn't have, like, God exists and God doesn't exist equally.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's also true in a hiding logic.
Well, yeah, I know.
Can't
Hiding
have
still has a law of non-contradiction, yeah. Well, look, at least you're not T-Jump telling me the contradictions are cool.
Oh, no. I seek a universalist truth, and I think that there's an artistic lens in which the path we choose to take to explore it and this is where maybe just based on verbiage we'll disagree, but I would consider that somewhat in a creationary sense. But ultimately, whether or not the thing that we're exploring works in the way we think it does is kind of outside of our hands. As a mathematician, I can want a theorem, or well, a conjecture to be true all I want.
I get what you're
But-
saying. Yeah, basically, it's irrelevant to our will whether or not like the thing we're talking about is true, or it's like, or what you're saying is, even we might both be seeking the same thing, but ultimately we'll probably never understand it anyways.
All right. Well, I appreciate the side discourse on logic. I enjoyed it. How do you feel about it, Rex?
Well, I feel like I was able to nuke a potato and put some salmon in the oven while you guys were talking about who knows what.
How did you feel about it, Steelborn?
I don't have any problems with it. I had fun.
All right. Well, I appreciate you, gentlemen. Did you have anything else for me?
Yeah, you're a piece of shit, Shapingro.
Follow the logos.
Follow the logos. It's like, did you even make your lobster this morning?
You guys are great. Have fun.
There we go, man.
Bye.
See you, Spingro. The yellow brick road represents the logo set.
I'm gonna get a fucking mini anvil and hammer and just start fucking striking it every time something happens.
You should. You should. Bring a ding ding.
Dude, mini anvils are expensive
people
as hell,
are-
though.
I wouldn't know. I've never been in the market for mini anvils.
Well, like,
you
so,
know.
like they actually make miniature anvils for like jewelers and stuff.
Okay, what costs more, a miniature anvil or a new guitar?
Oh, well, it depends on the guitar.
Yeah.
Do you mean like an
let's say
actual
you're.
guitar, or are you talking about like just a shitty Walmart
Yeah.
guitar?
Well, I mean, there's my Les Paul, there's my PRS. Which one's it closer to?
I need more information about the Les Paul and the PRS. It's
PRS
it's in
was
the
a-
realm of like $100 to $200.
Yeah, so it's less than the average new guitar.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean that's what I was saying. Cause like, are we including things like Jackson?
I'm thinking electric. I'm thinking electric.
I was saying, are we talking about like Jackson's, Leperphone, or Epiphone, Squires?
Leprechaun is that what Teriak plays?
He plays a Leprechaun. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, Leprechaun, yeah.
Leprechaun
All
plays Leprechauns.
Are you over what a table is?
Again, we're going back to conventions of so here's what he does. It's kind of like how the what is a woman thing, where he's like, well, what a table is, what a chair is. Obviously, a beanbag chair can be a chair, a gamer chair can be a chair. We go over this.
Minds rather than
And then so he tries to use that as a way to dislodge from the law of identity.
Real quick, put the speed on the playback speed on this video at like 1.25.
1.5, 2.5, sure. He's calling me a slow boy.
Slow boy.
Things that exist prior to and apart from the work of Contingent Minds. So that doesn't fit the bill.
But a rock could be a table. Now it'd be before Contingent Minds.
No, a rock couldn't be a
But
table.
we're not discussing what.
A rock can't be a table.
I would argue that a rock could be a table in a different sense. It could be. It could. I'll here. Discussing rockness, then we're discussing tableness, which is
Tableness.
convention. Which is not the same thing as rockness because we
We're
didn't
talking
invent.
about
We didn't invent
Telios.
rock. We didn't invent rockness. We invented tableness though.
Yeah, but you're talking about Telios. And if I
Well,
want
hold
to
on,
purpose
hold on.
a rock for it,
Here, pause for a second. No. So, I'm not so. Could a rock function as what we would normally use a table for? Yes, that's true.
Yes.
But a rock can't be a table in the same sense at the same time. It violates the law of identity.
What about the stone table from Narnia?
That wouldn't be a rock at that point. That would be something made of rock.
So it'd be
I think
okay.
so.
So it'd be a carbon. Okay, yeah. So I could say that I'm arguing from function because I think table and chair and all those sorts of things can take many different shapes. So I wasn't gonna parse on that. I was just gonna parse on how what the convention that we have would be to make a table would be describing a function and what we use it for. The chair is what you sit in. You know, when does a chair become a couch? All that kind of stuff. It just what is a gyro, a sandwich, all that kind of stuff. That doesn't matter to me so much as the things that we didn't create that either pre-exist us or exist outside of our ability to invent it, and yet the ontology remains all the same, like a rock.
table, I can do so because I have a mind.
Yeah, but again, you're not drawing the lines. It's
I don't know what
they're-
you mean there.
You're right. That's why I'm going to keep talking. So the rock can be a table because of our convention, but it doesn't change its rockness. and nothing is going to change its rockness in terms of rocks being what they are.
It's not going to violate the law
But
of
tables are
identity.
just convention.
Right.
It's missing mod is
Well,
that's what we're debating over right now is the law of identity and what is it and how does it function in the real world. Laughing, I don't, but she's always laughing.
Okay,
No,
what do you mean by
Marty, you got to
convention?
get up here. I gave you the link. Didn't you say you want to come? Go ahead.
When you
Yes.
mean convention, what do you mean convention? Maybe I'm missing.
Yeah,
there.
yeah. So, for example, one person's dressed as their man's kilt. No offense to the Scottish in the audience. Convention.
Oh, I was
I don't know
very
who said
wrong.
that,
Apparently, mini
but,
animals are like $20.
Convention would be like doesn't necessarily have to be the case. It's based on contingent mind. So, for example, if I say that I am a human, that was not up to me. That is an objective, immovable identity. Whereas a sandwich or a table, those are just those are things that we make up that are not found in and of themselves as a solid identity in nature. So you can use a rock as a table, but that does not change the nature of its rockness.
But isn't the only thing that's non-conventional in your worldview God?
Hold up.
No,
Hold the
I already-
fuck up.
Everything else is
Hold on, hit
contingent
pause.
on.
Did Rev just say he's a fucking programmer?
He's a full stack
What does that mean?
programmer.
What? I don't know what the fuck that means. I just
I
the
don't know.
fucking dude
I
who
just- I
sounds
thought
like he
you would.
belongs in Red Dead Redemption 2, who talks like a fucking cowboy. You're telling me that this man is also a computer programmer?
Yes,
What the
and
fuck?
gunslinger. And, no kidding.
Yeah, like seriously, like Rev
made
sounds
that
like
up.
he's like Rev's gonna be like, your code doesn't work. Meet me at town square at high noon.
Rev, he's saying you're overpowered. He doesn't believe in you anymore.
Rev doesn't exist. He's fake.
Yeah, it's a psyop. Rev is. I need my aviator glasses. I could be like, Reverend Russ is a psyop made by Israel and Mossad. And they want us to.
God.
Look,
A rock is
we're reading
contingent,
all
right?
the globalist text, right? Like,
Yeah.
look, this is dumb. All right, I've been calling this out.
You're dumb.
for 11 years, bro. I called this out, right?
You're dumb.
This is dumb,
Unmu-
right? Like, I'm a true BIPOC Quandis.
That doesn't make it okay. That makes it objective, not conventional. That's why I use a human as an example. So if I use a human as a table, that doesn't mean it's it's not a human anymore. The identity still exists.
I'm
But when
making
you,
it my
hold on,
God
here,
now,
hit pause, there we go.
because it's still a
yeah,
Table is a social construction.
yes, that's what I mean by convention.
Yeah, so table is a social construction. Rock is a universal category.
mind.
You're making what your God?
No, I'm saying I'm making it. The example is to use God because we're just talking about minds here. It doesn't
Well,
matter
again-
whose mind. A rock,
No, it does matter who's mine. That's the difference. That's
Not
that's
really.
you can say that, but it does. See, this is what I was talking about. He takes what is contingent and applies the same thing to what is transcendent. Well, God has a mind. You have a mind. God has a mind. Therefore, the rule applies to both.
Yeah,
That's
you're
how
like,
we-
hold on. You have fingers and I have fingers. Therefore, we're the same thing. We're the same exact thing. Do you wear shoes?
Right.
I also wear shoes. I have ears. What about you? That doesn't
Right.
fucking follow.
Well, he would say that. Well, if I was
Alright,
to
hold
steel
on, what
man it,
the fuck?
he would say he would say inherent to the nature of minds is the thing that we're not talking about who is the same thing, but we're talking about intrinsic to the nature of the thing in question is this limitation, or this encumbrance, or this impossibility. So that wouldn't be the same thing as like saying that you and I are the same person, but it would be saying that as far as minds go, these are the limitations or these are the impossibilities of a mind. That's what he's trying to do, but he's trying to use the same rule for what's contingent and what's transcendent, and that doesn't fit.
Well, not only that, but he's not doing a true internal critique, because if you were to do a true internal critique, you would have to assume my definition of mind and what I consider minds, and are all minds in the same category. Well, in that they are all minds, that's true, but that doesn't make all minds equal. My mind is not equal to the mind of God, right? From our view, demons have minds and angels have minds, and God has a mind and we have minds. There's different categories of minds.
Yeah, but he'll just say that's all fake.
Well, but then he's not actually arguing against my position. He's arguing against the straw man.
What's the straw man?
Well, he's assuming the straw man is him assuming that it's either straw man or equivocation. He's assuming that when I say mind and he says mind, we're referring to the same thing, and we're not.
It's a false equivalence.
It's equivocation. That's like actual equivocation at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, because if the mind is the transcendent foundation of reality, then it's going to be necessarily objective. It doesn't have opinions, doesn't have hot takes and beliefs and things like that. It is the truth. That's the only way to make sense of the laws of identity, is if the identity itself, again, the rock is not the same thing as the identity of the rock, right?
Okay, why do you think identity makes sense?
Well, you agree with that though, right? Before you move forward, or no?
No, I don't know, because I'm still looking at it from your God's point of view. Like,
No, you're not.
I'm not going to accept that you're. See how it just feels so unserious. I'm going to be accepting things from my God's point of view, especially if you're.
well,
not gonna-
you're saying this is the difference between a theist and an atheist worldview, and I'm saying, well, if your God is a mind, like he made the rock to be rockness, right?
He invented the rock, but the concept of the rock is not the same thing as the rock itself, right?
Did he make the concept of the rock too?
Yes,
So it is
on
the
two
same
different
thing.
planes.
It doesn't. You don't need to separate it to two different planes, though. He made
You don't need to separate the identity from the physical object.
I didn't know. This is wild.
Doesn't that make him the idealist?
the concept and the
If
rock.
you're not going
Okay,
to
but
make
that's-
a distinction between the reference and the referentier,
An idealist?
I don't see a way around it.
It doesn't need, you don't need to separate it to two different planes. He made the concept and the rock.
Okay, but that's two separate planes. You just laid that out very nicely for us.
Okay, so where's the gotcha though?
The gotcha is the laws of logic make no sense without identity, because identity is immaterial. It's conceptual. Conceptual comes from mind. If the laws of logic are binding and are objective, then that comes from the mind of God necessarily, because it doesn't come from a mindless universe that doesn't have the ability to make abstractions, doesn't have the ability to confer purpose or differentiate.
Okay, I get your argument. So you're arguing that there was identity before there were human or beings, right? Before the minds think about it.
Outside contingent minds, there is identity.
Conceptual identity. I would disagree with that. I don't think concepts are strictly of a mind, and I don't think there was a big G mind in the beginning. So
I know you disagree with that, and that's why you're here. Mo, do you have any questions?
well, how are you going to settle the argument? You're just going to
Well,
argue it into eternity.
Well, of course I argue into eternity, because it just comes back down to I am not convinced. That's what it usually comes down to. Is
Yeah,
I am not
because
convinced.
that's philosophy. I get it. It's philosophy. That's why we look for
Well,
empirical stuff to prove.
I guess just another clarifying. So you said that the laws of identity is just a descriptor. Is that correct?
Yeah, what it's describing is objectively true, but the descriptors
Right.
Are.
But wouldn't that also presuppose truth and consistency? Like the statement can be true or false. I mean,
Yeah, I believe.
would you say that's correct?
I believe in.
Okay. So, but then so essentially you're using logic to describe logic.
What do you mean?
You're using the presupposition of identity to give a descriptor for it. You're using.
What do you think of Mo's approach here?
I think I see the trap. I think I see what he's setting up, but I want to hear a little more of it.
Laws of logic to
Well,
describe.
anytime you
laws of
use the
logic.
word "I," you're using the logic of identity. Like that's kind of silly, right?
Well, no, I'm saying in the
You
case
say
of
I
a rock,
believe this, I
right?
don't believe that. I'm using.
You're saying
identity.
but you're just saying that the laws of logic are just descriptors, but you're presupposing a truth statement and identity of the thing
Yeah.
you're referencing.
Are we going into
So-
like solipsism? Is this where we're going towards?
No, I'm just asking. I'm just trying to clarify like your understanding of this. that's
Yeah.
all.
Whenever I say I, I'm using the law of identity.
No, what he's getting at is like if somebody says I'm an empiricist, and I ask you how did you become an empiricist, and then they'll say I used empiricism to find out that empiricism is true. When the empiricism you're using comes from a limited and infallible, rather contingent mind or something like that, then that's what he's getting at. Is
It's circular.
or-
Yes, I understand.
yeah. So if you say I used math to figure out math was real, something like that, I think that's what he's getting at, both from the logic angle.
Right.
You're
Yeah,
not gonna
you're
escape
using
out.
identity to you're using identity in this basically the law of identity to
I
justify.
get
it.
what you're saying. You're never going to escape circularity in total in any argument because all language is circular. So as long as you're using words to argue, you're going to end up in some kind of circularity.
So one of my teachers used the dictionary as an illustration because every word in the dictionary refers to another word in the dictionary.
Well, I
And
mean,
therefore-
ultimately, yeah, you have to be circular. You have to presuppose words have meaning in order to actually, argue that words have meaning.
Yeah, but Matt Dillahunty says words don't have meanings; they have uses. What's your take on that statement?
In order to have,
It's an interesting
in order to have
thought.
a function, it would have to convey meaning. Like that, it would have to convey meaning in order for it to be useful.
Yeah. So if I said someone is green, like that, the word is green. Now that could mean an experienced novice, or it could mean they are literally the color that you see on most leaves on trees. You know, so that would probably be some kind of nuance he would try and draw from. It's like there's a word, but we're just using it differently. It's the same word, but the usage is different because
But
it's not
to say that
necessarily
words
tied
have-
to one thing.
Well, so okay, to say words don't have meaning, they have use. I would just ask him, does that statement mean anything?
I know. One of the things I thought of sarcastically saying if he said that to me was, "What do you use by that?" You know, because
What do you use by that? That's funny.
yeah. What do you think gives the law of identity any power in terms of
Atheist,
like there's a
chime in here.
correct way to think and identify a thing? So if well, he was here and then he's gone and he's in the chat and he's on the panel. I don't know. I'll just let him do whatever he wants to
What
do.
do you think of Matt Dillahunty's words don't have meaning, they have use?
I think I would bet he's going to agree with it. There he is.
Is he talking in the chat?
He's in the chat. I thought I heard echoes of feet walking around. I don't know. It just sounds like what's that game? Outlast. It sounds like the soundtrack to that Outlast right now. I can hear the creaking of floorboards. For example, if I identify a rock as a parrot, am I wrong? And have I violated the law of logic to identify a rock as a parrot?
According to its objective parrot and rockness, I guess, but you can also make up
Objective? There's an
identities too,
objective
right?
meaning? There's objective standards?
You got me. I'm just glad to agree with him on something. I'm going to back that up and hear that again.
According to its objective parrot and rockness, I guess, but you can also make up identities too, right?
Make up what?
You can make up identities.
In conventions, yes, but the parrot nest was not an invention of humans. Neither was rock nest.
Yeah, so if my child is playing with a rock and it's now her pet rock and it's a turtle, like she just made up that identity, right?
Well,
And
first of all,
in a certain way, it's still going to be applying logic to it because
it does that just not. Here's why that's not very helpful because number
Not
one,
an
the
actual
rock still
turtle,
maintains
the
its
turtle is a
rockness. There's
social
no,
construct. The turtleness would be a social construction.
is that why I identify as a turtle? Nothing ontologically that has changed about the rock. The existence of turtles is real, so it's not. So it is make believe in the sense that she is applying, but she's not. What she hasn't done is actually change the ontology of the rock. Just doing make believe doesn't change the laws of logic.
yeah, but the descriptions of what the essence of rockness is completely arbitrary too, right?
The descriptions of rockness are arbitrary.
Mm-hmm. Is crystal a rock?
So, let's just say a crystal is not a rock, even though it has all the same properties of everything else we would call a rock. Does that mean that rocks don't exist?
No, we just describe what a rock is.
So a rock does exist regardless of whatever taxonomy we would decide to use.
Yeah, but I don't think it has
Okay.
a supernatural essence that you're trying to attribute it when you say rockness or.
I would
turtleness or whatever.
I would say I'm not saying that rocks that, on an individual level have a supernatural essence, but what I'm saying is that there needs to be a personal source for the law of identity because there has to be a mind to give objective meaning to what identity is as a thing itself, and therefore giving identity to other things.
Fucking
That,
tech bros.
And that's what I'm missing. Why does that have to be?
yeah, me either. I'm just posting it for posterity.
Look, I'm
and,
just I'm just a simple welder, okay?
yeah, and I'm just a simple nothing. Identity to other things that streamer.
Get in the
And that's
crystal
what I'm
rock.
missing. Why does
Somebody in
that
my
have to
chat
be?
said, "Get in the crystal rock." Get in the rock. What's your favorite color rock?
Okay.
I don't understand. If the
Because-
thing was the rock and we just didn't know it was a rock, it was whatever. But the first mind shows up on the scene through evolution or whatnot, and it just
Wait, what?
If it didn't know it was a okay, here's a part of the scenario. He's inserting rockness if we didn't know it was a rock. So that means
The rock
something is
evolved?
still. No, what he's saying, what he's
what he just said. The rock evolved.
Well, hold on. What he's seeming to say is that independent of minds, it is still a rock, which is interesting for him to say, because he's attributing rockness to it, despite the ignorance of the minds that exist in the universe.
know it was a rock. It was whatever. But the first mind shows up on the scene through evolution or whatnot, and it decides I'm going to name this thing rock. Didn't it just give it the identity?
Yeah, I can suspend a few things and agree that in an atheistic evolutionary world, yeah, you can't have the laws of logic. You can't make sense of anything. I would agree to that.
But he's still using the laws of logic because he's going to say that rock isn't that tree.
How is he using the laws of logic if he's
Because-
completely under the influence of however his mind was clattered together?
Because he has no choice. It's the impossibility of the contrary.
So it's impossible for evolution to have made you think wrong.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
Because,
So it's okay. Let's back that up.
Yeah, I want to hear that
because he
again.
has no choice. It's impossible.
So you would agree to that. And
But he's
the
still using
scriptures-
the laws of logic because he's going to say that rock isn't that tree.
how is he using the laws of logic if he's
Because-
completely under the influence of however his mind was plattered together?
Because he has no choice. It's the impossibility of the contrary.
So it's impossible for evolution to have made you think wrong.
No, I didn't say that.
So how is it the impossibility of the contrary? If evolution produced humans, humans looked at a thing called thing rock, and then now he says it's impossibility of the contrary. When I say if it's what, but how is it? It's a thing. Based if he's completely subject to however evolution put his mind together. How is that impossibility of the contrary? And then when I ask him, so you're saying it's impossible for a mind to have gotten things wrong if evolution made it, he's like, well, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Do you think he's just trying to be funny? I think he's just trying to be funny.
I don't even know what the fuck he's trying to say. Like, it doesn't even make any sense. It's literally incoherent.
Okay.
Because
So it's not an
exist.
impossibility of the contrary.
Yeah, and that's the problem between the one and the many, or the whatever the three body problem, whatever the thing is. I forget which one it is, but it's
Hold on,
you-
hold on a second,
this
hold
is
on
why
a
I was saying,
second.
are we going?
What is the three body problem, Stillborn?
I think what he was trying to do is just do another two quote quave, going, well, that's the problem, the one and the many and the Trinity. Three persons,
Yeah.
one God, and it's like it's such a stupid argument.
I know.
Where
But, I
does
mean-
God entail that that it has to be one person?
No, yeah. Obviously that's not true. But I mean
By the way,
that's
the
why
Trinity
he
is the only way you can give an accounting for the one and the many.
right, where you have distinction instead of total unequivocal
You have
uniformity.
distinction and unity in one.
Right. Because otherwise, if it was the Unitarian God, there's no basis by which the universe wouldn't be just all the same flat
Mhm.
thing, down to the nth degree. Does leaving the convent StreamYard without closing the tab not end the connection? I don't know. We had Ghost Shapingro for a second there.
Towards solipsism, because basically even your God doesn't escape solipsism. He can't verify that he's not a brain in a vat. So
If you're the foundation of objective truth, and you know that you're the foundation of objective truth, then yeah.
no, he doesn't know that though, and there's no way he could possibly verify that because it's an unfalsifiable statement.
Hold on,
Unfalsifiable statements.
pause.
But
No, it's not unfalsifiable. It's only unfalsifiable if the standard that you hold is empiricism. Cracker in the pantry fallacy.
Tell the audience what cracker in the pantry fallacy is. That's from the Gordonstein Greg
It's the-
Bonson
yeah,
debate.
So yeah, the cracker in the pantry fallacy is a fallacy that was basically first named and described by Greg Bonson. He was basically one of the main proponents of the transcendental argument for God. Probably 20 years ago, like 20, 30.
He died 90. He died in 95. So we're looking at the
No, that's what I'm saying. Like that's when he. I know that's when he died. It was in the mid 90s, but probably I don't remember how far back his arguments go, but
80s for sure.
yeah. But so basically, the argument is like you don't. It's basically saying the fallacy is assuming that you would use the same type of evidence to prove a complex mathematical equation to prove that you have crackers in the pantry. One you would just use basic empirical evidence for, whereas the other you would actually have to demonstrate the mathematical theorem. So it's the fallacy is when you demand basically the wrong type of evidence for the claim being asserted. So if Rex here made the claim it's raining, or let's say he made the claim like cows are bigger than chickens, right? He would, and then I go, oh well, can you mathematically demonstrate that? Well, it's not the same type of claim.
Right.
So that's a bad example. It's like I'm trying to think.
Right.
I'm trying to think of a better
What?
example.
Right.
Okay. He
yeah.
says. Okay.
Two-
Rex says.
like, if I-
hold on. He says my neighbor is Bruce Willis. He goes, Bruce Willis is my next door neighbor. Right. That's his claim. And I go, okay, I want you to demonstrate that in a syllogism. Or I
Right.
want you
No-
to I want you to mathematically demonstrate that Bruce Willis is your neighbor.
Right. It's not the modality you would use to prove the claim.
You just use it's assuming it's basically demanding the wrong kind of evidence for the claim being made.
Right. Now I forgot what we were applying that to.
by logic, are unfalsifiable across the board.
Oh yeah, God being in a solipsistic brain Nevat situation. That's what he was talking about. So I think part of that is if solipsism is true, that means that there is truth. But if there's truth is, that's the why. Therefore, God. Therefore, if God's the foundation of truth and God corresponds to, I would argue, His word, the Bible, then we know that God's not in a solipsistic brain Nevat situation.
And so even if he is a brain in a jar, there's no way for him to figure that out. That's why the super duper natural is important. When I brought that up to you, because you positing the supernatural has now laid the foundation for an infinite regress of realms, and with those realms, different gods.
Well, no, because the here's the thing about infinite regress. If there were infinite realms, then that would be true. There'd be infinite realms, which would mean there would be an undergirding for all those infinite realms to share within the same reality. Because if there are infinite, again, they would ultimately have to share the same reality at some point, which means they have a basis and undergirding, and that undergirding would entail being God for all those realms. Anyway, obviously, infinite regress. You're describing a line going in the same
your chat at this
direction.
point because it's so fucking complicated. I can't even follow what they're saying. They're speaking
Nerds. Let's
fucking
get ready
nerds.
passing by, shall we say, checkpoints of measure for forever and ever. Whereas with circularity, if we're talking about virtuous circularity, then necessarily the foundation of truth is going to be circular. And even again, back to T-Jump, even T-Jump acknowledged, or at least didn't challenge that fact, that the basis of truth has to be self-sustaining. I mean, that's why we have, again, that's why we have the laws of logic in the first place, because the identity is what they are predicated on. And again, I feel like I'm repeating myself over and over again, because identity is not made of matter. We agreed on that. We talked about the difference between what is contingent and not contingent as far as minds. We talked about whether there are some things that are conventional that we can change the things of, and that we can change the meanings of, like, again, the skirt to kilt thing, or we can recognize things that are not dependent upon our minds. For example, like argon. The element argon is I don't know my periodic table like I should, but I believe that's a gas. And of course, I can't spell when I Google things. But I'm not going to be satisfied until I find the atomic number of argon. Number 18. So, yeah, atomic number 18. I think that's the...
So what's your point with argon?
Yeah, so
it always existed and it must always exist.
It has an objective definition.
Yeah. Do you know that we make a bunch of those molecules on the table?
We make
Americonium and like some of the lower.
Of course, that's not relevant to whether or not we make something. We don't make the protons. We might have protons or something like that, and we crash them together with a particle collider. But that's not relevant
to whether or not helium existed before we knew about it.
Right.
Basically, here's the
like Einstein.
Are the laws of logic discovered or are they invented?
Yeah, he already answered that with invented, because he directly tied that to like the metric system as a 1-to-1. Laws of logic are just the way we do things. Like the metric system can be done over here, or the imperial system can be done over there. Laws of logic, same thing.
Can you change them?
That's what. I mean, he agreed that you. Well, he didn't even agree that you couldn't add or subtract from them, but the reasoning he used was, what if you discovered other ones, which is not the same question as if you could make them. So, yeah. So he goes, both, yes, see modal logic. Well, I think that's what I was talking about when I said there was a referent in some sense. There's a referent to whatever metric we use, but he is not fond or familiar with modal systems, by the way. Well, neither am I. Where do you think you left us, Chapingro?
Yeah. And
yeah,
so,
I agree, but do we make atoms?
No.
Okay, so we can engineer what already exists.
Yeah, and I believe in eternal energy. That's where my buck stops for a brute fact.
What's an eternal energy?
The first law of thermodynamics is you can't create or destroy energy.
Okay.
And so that's what sustains my virtual circularity, or whatever you call it.
Okay, yeah. So it would be, again,
Big crunch.
But you'd be materialistic in that. That would be the eternal. Would you believe in oscillating universe?
It's a possibility. I don't want to throw out stuff I don't have evidence for, but I don't think it's an impossibility, so I don't rule it out.
Okay. What do you think of William Lane Craig's objection from what I told you about the orbits of Jupiter and the orbits of
Hold on, real
Saturn
quick.
going? Yeah.
What the hell is orbiting universe?
Oscillating universe. So it's a
Oscillating.
universe oscillating universe is, you got a big bang and then the matter just disperses and then eventually just collides back together and then disperses and then just does that in perpetuity.
Yeah, this is a basic question that I have. That I have problems with the Big Bang. Like, what caused it? Like, even if I just grant it as being true, what caused it?
Well, that's one of the things we question these days. If you're an atheist, is does everything need a cause? Does the universe need a cause in order to exist? Why do things that begin to exist have a cause?
Well, can they think of anything that exists that doesn't have a cause?
Just they would do the ultimate skepticism with I am not aware of it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. They can always use that move, and neither are you. They can do something like that, or at least I don't know that you are. They'll do something like that. They can always jump into the void, is what I call it. When it's like, if you can posit that if you can be ignorant of something, that is the best move. Ignorance is an atheist's best friend, because as long as they're ignorant, they can feel blameless and humble in the situation. Where it's like, well, I don't know. It sounds so noble and virtuous to be open and things like that, but really, what it is, it's a way of closing out what is obvious. You see what I'm saying? I mean, Alex O'Connor will do that a lot, where they'll just claim that ignorance is a very good shield when it comes to these arguments. Even though Saturn passes around the sun half as much as Jupiter that they would have in an infinite universe passed an equal amount of times.
I think infinites are fucking crazy. Sorry with cussing, with mathematical things. I think that they can lead to a lot of paradoxes for dumb people who don't understand the math behind them. And so I know just enough to know that I don't posit a lot of for sure answers when it comes to mathematical infinities. But I do know the paradox of the infinite is that if you put the whole numbers 1 and 2, and I ask you how many divisions you can make between the two, you'll say infinite, right?
As far as my knowledge goes, yeah. As far as
that would,
I can
be a paradox
be
because now we have an infinite that is bookended by 2 and in the beginning. So we've actually just made a paradox by doing that.
Yeah, there's a guy I know named the Chapingro, and he moderates over on Ryan Mullally's channel. Hey, I know that guy. And we talk about things like that.
He's an asshole. No, I'm just kidding.
But I can't fathom it because I'm not that deep into the math. But so like if you're gonna say like this really smart infinite equation shuts down my argument, yeah, if I learn more about math and I actually was able to know like that for sure shut down my argument. But I would also think it shuts down any infinite arguments. So I can also apply that to God arguments because he's supposed to be time.
Steelborn, do you want me to change the debate and go to the Brandon one, or are you just exhausted?
I'm just tired. I've been up since like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, sorry to hear that. You got work. You're
infinite, so.
Yeah, he is timeless. Yeah, and you would you think that the law of identity is timeless as well?
Yeah, I think. Well, this is where you get in the subject thing. If I'm not there to look at whatever that matter is in the Big Bang, the singularity, if I'm not looking at that and saying what it is, I can't describe what it is. But whatever that is does exist.
The fuck language are you guys
what's
talking
happening
in the
that
chat?
moment
What
doesn't
is
even
this?
Thanks for the Klingon, Chapingro.
Since logically, scientifically, because it breaks down into infinites and it breaks down into a lot of stuff that we just don't understand. That's why the scientists don't posit to go before, in quotes, the Big Bang.
And that doesn't break the laws of logic to say all of what you said, right?
It probably does. But it's just, what are you going to do about it? Like, it's the stuff that is posited by theism breaks logic too. So it's, you're going to have it.
So then there's no reason to really
Quoque.
object
Another
against anybody else.
Quoque.
I know. Beliefs at the end of the day. Right?
I do this for fun a lot of the time, yeah.
Okay, so back that up because I kind of make an allusion to the infinite regress of value in terms of why he does what he does as opposed to the contrary of what he does.
It's the stuff that is posited by theism breaks logic too. So it's, you're going to have it.
So then there's no reason to really object against anybody else's beliefs at the end of the day. Right?
I do this for fun a lot of the.
Did you catch that?
No, repeat it.
He hasn't. So to say all of what
to go breaks down into infinites and it breaks down into a lot of stuff that we just don't understand. That's why the scientists don't posit to go before, in quotes, the Big Bang.
And that doesn't break the laws of logic to say all of what you said, right?
It probably does. But it's just, what are you going to do about it? Like, it's the stuff that is posited by theism breaks logic too. So it's, you're going to have it.
So then there's no reason to really object against anybody else's beliefs at the end of the day, right?
I do this for fun. A lot of
See, it's all for fun.
There's no argument.
not
That's the definition of sophistry.
Yep. Like when you call it out with the infinite regressive value, at the end of the day, when if you're going to posit nothing matters, that means that your deconversion, your deconstruction, your atheism, your literature, your arguments, everything that you've built up is ultimately nothing because of your worldview. Oh, here we go. Dueling wingdings. Great, you guys.
tongue out.
Okay, so it's just mischief. It's not about beliefs or convictions or right or wrong,
I enjoy
true or false.
philosophy.
True or false. It's it's
I thought the brain the vat thing was a pretty interesting point.
Yeah, I get a lot of these.
Oh, here we go. Zeno's paradox. Is
All
that
right.
is that the
What's Zeno's paradox?
Chipingo? Is this the paradox that B.S. Lewis was talking about, where you have like an infinite distance between 1 and 2 because you can always parse by half for each step?
Thoughts going on. Is this a lot of the philosophy?
Is it
The problem is
so
the brain in
the
the vat,
brain
of
in
course,
the vat-
it would have to have been
Okay.
true. It would have to be true. Therefore, that God's a brain in the vat. And if it was true that God would be a brain in the vat, then that would break the brain in the vat because it would be appealing to an ultimate reality in the first place. Which
I would take it down
which
to
the person would either not be God and God would still exist,
Yeah.
or that God would be God, and then the objection's incoherent.
No, that was my
Well,
point.
yeah,
because there could be a
I
God
would just take it
outside
down
of
to I would take it outside of the God just to kind of like dissect it at that point, like just in a person, right? Like
Hold on, one
a
second.
brain of vat.
So yeah, that was Zeno's
I
paradox.
don't fucking care about your stupid math problems, you fucking nerds. I'm gonna shove your heads in toilets and give you fucking swirlies.
He's gonna take his big metal hammer and he's gonna ram it right down your throat.
Wouldn't have a reference to or reference to what a vat or
Don't ever
world
say
or
that
brain
again. That
is.
sounds so bad.
Well, anyway. There's I guess there's not a whole lot of places.
Look,
that-
I was
anyway.
questioning the
So,
straws
it
before, and
become-
now I'm questioning them harder.
It becomes like a trivial skepticism, because if you accept that, right, then and you accept that fully, the whole brain the vat thing, then all evidence could be fake, all reasoning could be manipulated. You've essentially destroyed knowledge itself.
Yeah, you've pretty much erased the environment. You're the only thing that's real in the situation. But that would be the same from God's position. Because in a creation worldview, you guys aren't technically real. He's the only real thing. You're all created artificial beings.
You see the false equivalence there? Because God created us, we're not real. Because God is the necessary, like, precedent for all of reality. Therefore, if He creates us, we're not real.
Yeah, that's not even an entailment.
Right. So what he's trying to do again is make a comparison between contingent and non-contingent minds. So in a contingent mind, we can imagine something in our make-believe, and that's not real. So he's trying to make a comparison between, if God thinks up something, like He creates the world, He thinks of the world that we live in, and then He goes on to create it. Therefore, it's not real. Because for the same reason that when we do make-believe, it's not real.
By that standard, then you would have to say, well, then angels aren't real, or demons are. Well, he would say that, but I'm saying, like,
Oh, he would say that, of course.
but like, to make the distinction that created things don't exist. See, the problem is
It's true. It's true. We're not fundamental. Like we don't necessarily have to
we don't
exist in
have
order
to
for truth.
exist, but
Right.
we do.
If God recognizes us as existing, we necessarily exist.
Yeah. But not only that, like, he's trying to do an internal critique. Except
I know.
he's really fucking bad at adopting your position and demonstrating how it's incoherent or inconsistent.
Yeah. That's one of the things is he would need to have, like, the thing is he says he's an apostate. He says he grew up in the church and he says he's a Bible thumper and all this kind of stuff, but he's not really good at parsing this out.
Not
What do you mean
good
by
at
artificial?
He is conflating. He's
created. You're not
conflating.
genuine. You're created.
He is conflating. He's
Your artificial eye.
Yeah, he is conflating the human scale with the God scale and saying it's necessarily the same
There's no
thing because there's a
difference.
gradation. That's your assertion. Yeah, no.
Philosophically, there's no difference.
So you'd say
Yeah,
that? Do you believe in
philosophically,
human
it's a
value?
difference.
An infinite difference, if you will.
Yeah, it's infinite.
Like there's something about us that is prescriptive about how we ought to treat each other.
An objective morality? No, I'm not. I'm a subjective moralist.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So subjective. So,
This is where Mo gets really thirsty into this. I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
take a
Mo's
little wrong
Doing
word.
ethics.
Yeah.
so-
Bathroom
so-
break.
All
yeah,
right.
yeah. So all
Get
your
me,
morals
Mo.
are
Get me.
based on your subjective reason of what morality is.
Yeah,
Would be a correct statement.
Do you want me to give you the serious or the fun answer?
No, we could do whatever. But I mean, but you do understand the entailment of that, right? Because that means that if another group comes up and they have their own subjective reasoning, you have no ground to stand on for them doing horrible things to you. What they could be
Well,
is just
you
as
can
moral as
still
yours.
not like it, but have you ever?
Right, but it wouldn't
disagreed
matter.
with- Have you ever disagreed with a governing authority? Then you're in
Yeah,
the
it
same
wouldn't
situation.
matter. They're just
Well, it matters
justified
to
to
me.
you. Yeah,
matters to me,
but
but
I
I'm
mean,
still
as
gonna
far
do
as
it.
like
No
morality,
you would
you
have no
have to
philosophical
admit that they're moral
justification
doing
for
what they're
they're
doing.
wrong.
No, he would just say that I have mine, they have theirs. That's
Well,
all
I
he
just
can
don't
do.
prefer that. I just don't prefer that. Have I told you what my latest argument is for that? For the preferences, where the morality equals preference?
Curb stomping toddlers.
Yeah.
After asking what
It's
ice
just like
cream
chocolate
flavor
ice
they
cream,
like.
right?
Yeah. What ice cream do you like? You this is your argument. You would say, "What ice cream do you like?" And they'll say, "Oh, chocolate." And then you'd be like, "Well, I like curb stomping babies." And then of course the natural human conscience will be like, "That's not even close to the same thing." Just because of liking something, those are two different realms of understanding. And then you're like, "Exactly."
But they're preferences.
But they are preferences.
No, because they don't agree with my subjective morality.
Well, no. Well, they have their own subjective morality.
That's why when they go to the ice cream shop, I stomp on the. Well, I'm going to sleep.
And I understand that, but it doesn't agree with mine, so I don't have to say that they're moral. by
Rex
my
is
standard.
broke. Rex got hit
By
a
your
meteor.
standard, but by their standard, they would be moral, correct?
Yeah, and that happens. That's the gray areas of morality, right? There's a lot of times where people think they're doing something right, and the other person thinks that it's not right, and it happens, and people get pissed off about it.
Yeah, so it's just a my preference argument.
But I don't see what the problem with that is, because even in a theistic world, it's just God's preference, right?
Well, the problem with that is if you take that on a societal level, then we really have anything that the ad populum decides is true or right or correct in morality, they can just do and just go with it.
The problem, of course, with if it's just God's preference, the problem is God's the foundation of reality. Therefore, his preferences are objectively right and true, and there's no other way around it.
Well,
But you
the
still
problem
have
is
your
that that's
case
divine
in
command
point.
theory. Just you'd be like, I'm not a divine command theorist.
Which I've always said, I'm not a divine command theory guy.
Case in point, the Aztecs.
Yeah, you still have your subjective morality to object to it, though, right?
Well, no, I'm saying
Now, I think this is the part of that where I come in with this. This is the part that I was really gearing up for, because it has to do with moral argument versus problem of evil.
that if you apply that at scale to, I mean, it's fun to talk about on the individual level, but if
But
you
we've-
apply that at scale to a
You've now been
society, then
demoted
you
to
can get
this
all kind
kind
of
of
horrific
Rex.
things.
Do what?
You'll see.
Yeah,
That's the problem with it.
We've done horrible things as societies in the past, and they
By
all
what
thought it was
standard?
right?
By what standard
But-
was it horrible?
By my standard,
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but
if
they
you
don't
didn't
care about
exist,
your
had that
standard.
standard, it's not horrible, right?
I can still reflect back on the past.
No, I'm saying if you never existed to reflect on the past, would it still be horrible?
If I never
He
existed,
did it
we
with the
wouldn't
holy
be having
hand
this
grenade.
That's beside the point. I don't understand what's going on.
This is somebody in my
the whole-
chat.
Oh, I'd stop. If you never existed to make the assessment of a horrible past, would it still be horrible?
talk. I would be there to judge it. I don't know what your point is. Like, I couldn't make a judgment on it if I didn't exist.
Okay, we're not talking again. Not sorry. That's again beside the point of whether or not you did. Okay,
What's the point?
The point.
What's
the
the
point.
point?
The point is, what does your judgment have to do with whether something's horrible or not?
Because I'm a subjective moralist.
That's
That's what I just. That's the explanation. It's just that easy.
So,
I
so
own
you,
my
okay,
reality.
okay,
You
okay,
guys-
great.
You
You're
guys
subject-
lease
great,
your
you're a subjective
morality out to a
moralist.
book. I
You're a
own my
subjective
reality.
moralist. Okay, so do you use reason to come to your non-theistic subjective morality? Let's just say for sake of argument, the book is dumb and then blah 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 blah. Do you use reason to come to your conclusions about your subjective morality?
Do you want me to tell you how I come to my subjective morality?
Yes.
Or you just
Do
want-
you have
you
do you
want-
have reasons? Do you have reasons?
So my subjective morality would be basically my reasoning through a process combined with my personal experiences up to this point.
I have no idea what you just said.
I would make moral judgments today through a process of combination of my reasoning and thought patterns on the problem, plus my personal experiences leading up to today, plus my genetics too.
Okay, that tells me nothing. Do you use reasons that are
I told you
compelling?
that's one step of it. Yeah, it's part of it.
I
Okay,
use
so, I'm
reasons
sorry,
to
if you didn't give a
determine I
complete
don't
answer,
think
please
things
give
are
it a-
reasonable. Right, great job.
Right. It's like
How do you
That goes
determine
back-
this thing bad? Well, I reason it.
Right. And that's why it's
Really?
like I think that's where the subjective morality thing falls apart. Like one of the many ways. But if I ask, do you have reasons? If they say no, they have no reasons for it. Then they admitted they're unthinking in the matter of their subjective worldview. If they say they do have reasons for it, that means it's objective. Because if you're using reasoning, that means that your reasoning necessarily leads you to conclusions if you believe that your reasoning is good. That's the answer.
Is my mic working?
Okay, that was your complete answer. You still
no,
told
I'm
me
saying-
nothing. I have reasons, and I have feelings, and I have genetics, and therefore that's how I came to the conclusions about how I make value judgments. That's
And
all
you
I
too.
heard.
And that's how you come
That's
to
your
them, too.
that's your assertion. That's your assertion. So, for
Yes.
example, right now in this conversation, part of debate is honesty. Would you agree that honesty is an objectively moral enterprise?
No.
No.
As if it's always good, or as
So
if
for
it's just
so
in
then
the realm
so
of-
then why do you hold people's feet to the fire to be honest in debates? Should they be honest?
Why?
Is it objectively true that they should be honest?
I like it when people are honest to me, but sometimes
Okay.
I like when people lie to me too.
This is just okay. These are like escape hatch
If-
jokes.
if
I
you- if
appreciate
you're-
the humor, but
If your
it-
girlfriend, look, you're not even taking my answer seriously. I'm being serious.
they're jokes.
No, because you're trying to make very complex topics into very simple gotcha clips, and it's not that easy.
I asked you if you have reasons, and you say I have reasons and genetics and feelings, and then I'm like, okay,
And
but
personal
how
experience.
okay,
Yeah,
but
my
your personal
morality
experience, how is that
based on my
supposed to be like?
fifis. Literally just said my morality is based on my fifis.
Yeah, and his genetics. Don't forget those.
Yeah,
It's
and it's
compelling.
genetics.
If you
So
made a moral,
by this standard, by the way, just one of my favorite arguments to do with this is just go, okay, so based on genetics, we can determine morality. Based on my experience, personal feelings, and genetics is how I determine morality. Hitler wasn't wrong.
I'm not gonna hit the bell for that one.
I'm saying that's the entailment of that position.
Right. I
Mao
know.
Zedong
I know.
wasn't wrong.
It's the
Stalin wasn't
it's-
wrong.
It's the classic thing. And of course, but it just goes back to the Dawkinsism. What did Dawkins say? There is a good and evil.
Christmas carols. I missed the little singing and the Christmas, the lights and the bells.
And now everybody's just getting acid thrown in their face.
Now people are getting acid thrown in their face and they're saying, Allah Akbar. I don't quite
Yeah.
like it. I can't see the women's ankles anymore.
But his classic quote I was getting at was, "There is no good and evil. God is evil." Yes, he really said that. Argument. Everybody has feelings and experiences and their own reasonings and genetics, and so. But why? But that just means that you disagree with people with no better basis than the same people who have the exact contrary opinion to yours. So why is yours better?
Because it's mine.
Because it's mine.
And we are at the impasse.
Yeah, why is yours better?
Because
I
I have
think
an
so.
objective reference. I can recognize
no.
human
Oh,
Why
yeah,
is
stop,
biology.
subjective
stop,
better than
stop.
subjective?
Yeah.
Why is mine better? Because I just think so. We're now on equal footing.
Right. Well, that's what he wants. He wants to be on equal footing. I'm not going to give him that. I'm gonna get right to the actual argument. Chapinger asks, does an object come to its rest in its natural place, or does it maintain its velocity unless acted upon by an unbalanced force?
What do you mean I
my
said
prep-
it? The fuck did I say?
You said somebody wasn't wrong, and so now he's just asking questions. A certain historical figure wasn't wrong. You said it, but he's just asking
I'm
questions.
just asking questions.
Well, because for the same reason that you're trying to hold
I
my
did
feet to
say,
the fire,
by
to
the
be
way, I
honest.
did preface and say, by that standard.
Right. It's just that won't make an appearance in the clip.
That won't be part of the clip.
No, I'm asking a question.
You're asking a question with the objective of trying to get to the truth because you believe that humans ought to be honest and that they ought to follow the reason and they ought to value what they say and they ought to be held accountable for what they say.
Well, I don't think
Right.
that,
Right.
value
That's the
judgment
object.
is
That's the objective morality that we both overlap at, and that's the objective morality that I want to draw you towards. And it's really sad that you've rejected Christ, but at the same time, here it's like we're kind of playing this game here where you're trying to say that morality is subjective, and then if I make any claim, you're going to try and hold me accountable to an objective standard by which you want me to be honest.
You're just virtue signaling to Mo at this point. I get it, dude. Like you're not even interested in what I
Not
have
an
to say in
argument.
response.
Yeah,
Not
I'm
an
just
argument.
listening here. Why are you bringing me into
No,
this?
because
Don't try to bring me into
brother in
this.
Christ. You have to like thump his
Mo,
chest.
you do realize that Mo Rebuttal thinks that I'm a heretic, right?
Well, you're not as bad as an atheist.
No.
According to
Heresy? Heresy?
Anyway, I think you get the point. There's an objective standard that we hold each other to be honest, that's a portion of objective morality. So I think we share that. I think that's been
respond?
yes.
When your wife asks how she looks in those jeans, you tell her the truth every time, or what?
Steele, you're the married man here.
Yeah, but that's just because my wife's hot.
There you go. I would either have a clever dodge like you are apt to do,
It's-
or
she says don't
I would say the truth.
You say, honey, your ass looks too fat. Get on the fucking treadmill. You tell her that?
I would put
Hold on a
some
second.
tact in
No,
it, but I
you're
would
just
avoid
saying
lying.
something
He's assuming that if I don't lie, then I have to just be a dick.
Yes.
Like that's not an entailment where it's like if if the wife comes up, she's like, "This dress made me look fat." You could, in a very kind way, say, "Honey, maybe let's find a different outfit to go out in." That
One that you're
outfit
not-
is, you don't even have to be rude about it. Like you don't have to say like you don't have to say like your fucking
Yeah.
your rolls are sticking out of this dress. You could just be like,
Right.
that dress does not seem to be very flattering.
Right. You don't have to be like, honey, that dress, you are erupting out of that dress like Mount Vesuvius. But I just got a call from Neil deGrasse Tyson. He said, actually, there are 9 planets. No, anyway, no, we're not going to go there. No, but what he's trying to dig at is, oops, re-examination got me that I want to hold his feet to the fire for an objective standard, for a standard of honesty. I will criticize him for honesty. I will criticize him for not being logical. He is bound to those things. And so I'm going to go to the wife in the dress scenario to try and wiggle out of this. That's all it comes down to. Okay, here we go. Back to the subtle
Back to
mathematics.
Back to the Hastings logic.
The Hastings dress.
would
Maybe
avoid lying.
you're beautiful to me.
Under classical
All right.
logic here, Shapingro. Under classical, right? Under the law of excluded middle. I would agree, you would agree that the proposition is either true or its negation is true. That your wife is too fat for that dress. But there's
How is that not subjective?
but hold on. Even if she is, it doesn't entail that you can be truthful and not be you can be truthful and not be a dick. See,
That is the question. I would put some tact in it, but I would avoid lying. I would avoid
Baby,
lying.
you're beautiful to me. You're beautiful to me.
That's too subjective, though. We're talking about objectiveness here. There's
Yeah, but
either
she's not gonna
big
question
fat
that. She's
bitch
just gonna go,
She's not,
"Aw."
she's not surveying
Yeah,
the
she's
world.
not, she's not a Phil bro. She's not like a Phil bro. Like, what do you mean by that?
She's not going. She's not going to the
All
Aldi
right.
checkout and saying, "Does this dress make her look fat?" She's not calling every guy up on Omegle and saying, "Does this dress make her look fat?" She's talking to her husband, which is
I
the
wouldn't
one
let
that
my wife
matters.
on Omegle. Don't let your wife on Omegle.
that's true.
You
I
never
would
know
let
who's
myself on
gonna pop
Omegle. What are you talking about? That
up.
place is
You
a
never know who's gonna
cesspool.
pop up.
Mom always said life was like Omegle. You never know what you're gonna get.
It's true.
Mama
Yeah.
always said.
And then
Well, hold on, what? Fuck, me and my dad used to have this joke about fucking Forrest Gump. What the fuck did we say? We would like it was a joke on the life is always like a box of chocolates thing.
I don't know. I watched. I don't know. There was one movie I watched said life is like a box of grenades, blows you to bits. But I don't know. I don't have that movie anymore. I asked Mama, "Why are you on Omegle?"
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
why are
so
you on that?
if all right, you're trying to nail me on moral oughts and objectiveness and blah 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 blah. Why ought I follow God?
Because it's objectively true that we are made in His image, we're His property, and we ought to do what He says. He loves us. He has given us purpose. We owe everything to Him.
That's not a good enough reason.
So, being created by Him, being His property, owing everything to Him, necessarily being made in His image, being made to obey Him is not a good enough reason to obey Him. I think Steelborn's on Angry Birds.
No,
Meanwhile-
sorry, I was texting my dad.
I'm trying to find the Forrest Gump joke.
Yes, I'm just trying to remember the joke. It's fucking hilarious.
So, Chapinger asks, question, is incomplete honesty still honesty? I would say it depends on a lot of factors, which is a very T-jump kind of answer.
Yeah.
Yes or no, Steel? Oh, he's using the peace cry emoji for this. If you're not aware, it's peace go crying. because Ryan Mullally beat him in what? How many debates? 2 debates, Chipingro, so far?
Okay,
Yeah,
question
it is.
is
No, it
incomplete
isn't.
honesty
That's not an
still
odd.
honesty? Hold on a second. Incomplete honesty. See, the problem is, your question is too vague. I need more details. Like, does incomplete honesty just? I need definitions. I'm gonna go full fill, bro. I need definitions, right? Is
Yeah, if I'm
incomplete
the White House,
honesty, like ignorance.
apply
or is
that
it
to the White House
omission?
press secretary or the CIA, or whether or not you want to say what you're, yeah. There's necessity and propriety to be taken into account. Looks like Steelborn has to evaluate his wife's dress size. No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm still
Oh.
here. I just had to turn the cam off for a sec.
That's fine. All right. Now I wanted Steelborn's reaction, so I'm not going to. Oh, wrong individual.
I'm still here though.
That's your old logo. Anyway.
Yeah, I know. I gotta update it.
All right. Let's see. I wonder, is it the order I put him in that makes the focus what it is? Yeah, it's the order I put him in. So it has to be on the left side of the screen for that certain button to centralize. How are you guys in the chat? All 4 of you. I see you here. Incomplete, meaning not saying anything that is false, but proactively withholding information that you otherwise know to be true. Well, yeah. So I think it can still be honest, because that might have to do with whether or not it's somebody's business to know all of everything of what you were up to. Let's say, what did you guys do last week or whatever? And then you don't want to, if you're a married couple, you don't need to tell every neighbor everything that you guys did last week, for example. Oh, well, it's the missing mod. Missing mod. Raise them up for the missing mod, everybody. Okay, missing mod, how much did you enjoy that B.S. Lewis clip? I played that earlier. He really contorts my face into some kind of monster. I think he's been scarred by my laughter and Mo's laughter. But welcome to the chat. So, Chipingo, what? It cracked me up. Yeah, I'm sure it did. We accept that the law of the excluded middle in general, then it must be either honesty or not in general. I just don't. I guess I just don't see it as that simple. Because I think things can be withheld that are not lying by omission. So I just don't think it's quite that complicated. All the same. I wonder if I can shift what side. Oh, never mind. I wonder if I can shift what side the video is on. Oh, full video. There's me, and now I'm gone. There's me besides the video. Oh, that's weird. Hold on a second.
That's not a good enough reason.
I'm gonna back that up so when Steelborn comes back, I gave Rev the link to come on the stream not too long ago. I don't know where that man is. He must be eating an entire cow. Where is that guy? Steelborn.
Give me a sec. I'm sorry for this interruption, ladies and gentlemen.
That's okay. That's okay. Family happens. We should have a disclaimer from NBC and the government. Family happens. Oh, and we got Darth. You should watch Mr. Kai. He does superb breakdowns of these types of debates. I've seen Mr. Kai. I saw him talk about a debate where there was a 20-year-old economy bro, and he was in a debate with Andrew, and the rumor was that he totally demolished Andrew. And I watched some of it, and some of it was kind of over my head. So, Missing Mod, the hat you have on today is way better than the one in the video, by the way. Yeah, I agree. I have a number of hats. But also, yeah, this one is from Pittsburgh. I went to the National Aviary, and I don't know why the National Aviary is in Pittsburgh, but it was pretty cool. If I ever get to have any interactions with Rob, oh, still here, still eating. Yeah, cool. What did I do? There you are.
Yeah. Something that you had just said. What the fuck did you just say? Oh, hold on. So what's this rumor that Andrew lost this debate?
To some 20-year-old economy bro. I think they were talking about economics or something like that. And oh, that's Bubblegum Gun. Okay, I didn't know.
Somebody send me the fucking link. I want to watch.
Okay, hold on. Gosh. So he was referring to Mr. Kai's channel. Are you familiar with Mr. Kai?
No, but I'll look him up real quick.
Okay. We could set up another debate. Yeah.
There's actually a lot of Mr. Kai's.
Okay. So this is the one that he was talking about. So this was, I think, on TikTok. We can. Oh, I really wanted to go to the moral argument part, but I'll just
I
send this to
can't
your
believe it
Discord.
happened. Divinity finally confronted.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is
You
the
can-
one he
you
was
can go-
talking
you can go
about.
back to the
You know what?
original
I'll throw it in the main chat with the dudes.
You don't have to watch this right now. I was just trying to find it.
Yeah, I got it. So yeah, this is the exact one people were referring me to. So, yeah.
Omegle, what are you talking about? That place is a
Doesn't know
cesspool.
who's gonna pop up.
Mom always said life was like Omegle. You never know what you're gonna get.
It's true. Yeah.
And then I asked Mama, "Why are you on Omegle?"
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
why are
so
you on that?
if all right, you're
Because it's object everything to him. Property, and we
why ought I follow God?
there it is. Because it's objectively true that we are made in his image, we're his property, and we ought to do what he says. He loves us. He has given us purpose. We owe everything to him.
That's not a good enough reason.
Can you think of a good enough reason that would satisfy an atheist?
If the atheist position is to be truth tracking, then you ought to follow the standard. Honestly, so I usually use one of two arguments. First one is a question: if a God existed, would you follow him? All right, that's what I'll ask them. If
Yeah.
a God existed, would you follow him? Because this God would be the standard of goodness and truth. So,
Right.
therefore,
Shiva has publicly said that if the God of the Bible did exist, then he would divert everybody he could away from following that God. Chapingro, what you just said right here has to do with the argument that's coming up with when we were talking about binaries later in this argument. B.S. Lewis refers to good and evil as a binary, and I think that's clumsy because for the same thing you say, if we look at the truth table for implication,
that
false
is
implies
stance-dependent?
true.
No. Okay, how would you objectively?
If you, I would say that if there is evil, that implies there is a good, because evil is a violation of good, but good is not a violation of evil. There has to be good is the undergirding. Good is the ought, and the ought is foundational. Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't. That's not an ought. That's just like your preference, bro.
What
Property
would
rights
you
aren't
consider
preference.
a
They're
good
objectively
reason?
real.
Property rights aren't real. They're abstracts, right? You can steal your property back, steal your life back from God.
So if I steal your channel, nothing wrong happened. If I just take your channel and all your money, nothing objectively wrong happened.
No, if you steal my channel, you're the one who's going to get probably
I'm-
hurt for that. Have you seen my channel?
That's again, that is different than whether something objectively wrong happened. The consequence is different than what happened in the act.
I don't see why
You just
he
keep.
Why would he give
just
you
keep
free
slipping
will
out of
if
this
he wanted
stuff.
you to be? Why didn't he just make you a robot slave? If he gave you free will, like
Why
and
why
you're
didn't
supposed
things
to
happen
surrender that free
differently? It's
will-
not an argument.
No, because it shows the absurdity. It's like if your goal, if your humanness, so to say, your essence was to follow and obey God, why isn't that in your programming?
Well, we have the fall, obviously, and also
That's-
on top of here's the thing.
Arbitrary nonsense, guy.
Everything,
had
everything we just went
No,
over
no, no.
that everything is
Because
arbitrary nonsense.
now
so
you're saying that
now
they
you're making
had-
a difference between arbitrary nonsense and
If-
keeping to a consistent worldview. So,
If
again,
it was programmed, they couldn't have had the fall in the first place.
that's
So
okay.
they never had the
That's-
programming.
Again, this is why you're so choppy and sloppy with the Bible. It goes back to Revelation 13:8, where it talks about
Let's
Christ
go back
who
to
is
the end of the book.
where it talks about actually, ironically, you're wrong about that too. It goes about Christ being slain before the foundation of the world, and And so the whole point is not just us being in and of itself. Once again, and it's amazing. Most atheists do this. They take a singular strand and zoom it out as if that's the only thing that we should pay attention to, as opposed to the Bible as a whole. And when so you understand that the purpose of us is for Christ and for God and for his glory, it's not just us being an end to himself or trying to give a function to some need that God has. God just made us because he wanted to, for his pleasure. And we are his property. We are owned by him. We are made in his image. We ought to do what he says. And if we do otherwise, our condemnation is just. And you can say that that doesn't make any sense. I frankly don't care, because you're not very compelling. And these arguments are, you're not even using them to scale.
Get one over. You're here to like virtue signal. But
what is virtue?
It's that your identity politics. You want to show off to your tribalistic crew.
Oh. You're gonna say something?
Yeah, so I was just looking at this guy's channel. He's fucking all over the place. Half of his videos are like fucking pumping Andrew up. Half of his videos are pumping up Destiny. Like fucking Destiny or Andrew Wilson destroys Jubilee Superstar. Tim Pool doesn't understand God. Christian doesn't know why abortion is wrong. Andrew Wilson flops on marriage. Destiny exposes why morality is fake.
Wait, Andrew Wilson flops on marriage? When was this?
This was some verse. I think this guy's like some kind of fucking communist red pillar.
Hold up. Andrew Wilson flops on marriage. Huh. Okay. I didn't hear about that one.
That was Rachel Wilson exposes fake conservative feminists. I'm so confused as to what the fuck's going on with this guy's videos.
Might be content farming. Might just be an opportunist.
That could be it.
Okay, well, you can go after my motive or you can go after my arguments. Pick.
Yeah, okay, so the argument falls flat because they already had free will to choose from any tree in the garden. And if they were made for that purpose,
covers that.
You gotta let me finish before you keep cutting me off.
My bad. Go ahead.
If there was some sort of internal oughtness to them, they would have never been able to do the fall in the first place.
Does it follow?
No, that does not logically follow. That there is no entailment there whatsoever.
That's wild. That he treats a law of morality with moral agents as the same if it was like a law of physics. That it was like a fait accompli, an inevitability based on the construction of the universe. Revelation 13:8 covers that.
Why ought they not eat from the tree of knowledge and good and evil?
Because he commanded them not to.
Okay. Why ought they obey the commands of God?
Because it's objectively right. Because he's the foundation of reality. And his mind is truth.
But that's not any reason why they want to go
doesn't understand heterodoxy.
Just having fun. They shouldn't want it would be a sin to want to go to hell. Nah. They should want to repent and be in communion with God.
They should. You're saying they ought to, but like,
yep.
Why ought they? Why if they want to go away from God?
Because that's what God made them for, and God knows that's best because He's the foundation of reality.
Okay, I see.
What's the problem with that
He
argument?
would have just made them so they wouldn't be able to.
Like, what was where was the flaw? I didn't see the flaw in that argument there. Of
the flaw is it didn't conclude atheism. That's the flaw. That's why it's laughable.
It wasn't anything but God. That's really like seriously. That's the art, dude.
Right.
If you listen to the fucking things that atheists will just like the Ortho Bros will descend here in the thousands.
Are they going to wear those flying squirrel suits that people jump off of mountains with when they come down?
No, we'll fucking come in like fucking paratroopers. We'll be like the stormtroopers of World War II.
Yeah, well, not a whole lot of space around here to paratroop into, but you know, you can do what you want.
I'll fucking SWAT team rappel into your window.
My bookshelf.
My poor bookshelf.
The rebel, like a rock can't not be a rock, right?
How about Revelation 13:8, where it's all in God's plan beforehand, including the fall?
But you don't believe that either, because what was the year Jesus?
Oh, you don't believe that? Okay, well, you're psychic now. Apparently, you have supernatural powers now.
Wait.
What year was Jesus?
Hold on. You believe the fall is predetermined?
Yeah, it's inevitability and entailment of Revelation 13:8.
Hold on a sec. Inevitability.
Yeah.
Different than like predestined.
Explain.
Like, okay. It's not predetermined or predestined. You're not predestined to die if you don't eat food, but it is an inevitability. As in, It wasn't predetermined that you would starve to death. But it is the entailment of not eating. So, like, in order to say predetermined, you'd have to say that God forced Adam and Eve to partake of the fruit.
No, I wouldn't say force. I'd say and Jay Dyer also recognizes this. There are primary and secondary causes. Let me read
Well, I
Revelation
understand. I know
13:8
the
to
primary
give.
and secondary cause distinction, but like,
Yeah.
the problem that I have with any no, that doesn't count as ortho, bro. Not even close. Look, the Orthodox. Here's how you.
What if I'm Orthodox Jew? Does that count?
Definitely not. Look, here's how you know the ortho bro, right? Where the ortho bro comes from is because the Orthodox Christians, more than any other denomination, from my view, the second somebody says some shit they disagree with, they're like, "You want to debate? Come on, bro, let's debate. Debate me, bro."
Yeah, but that's just that was atheists like 10 years ago too. They literally had shirts that said, "I'm atheist, debate me." Like now, it's just now the Ortho Bros have taken a hold of Reformed apologetics, and then they're going after the atheists now. No joke. I first heard the term Ortho Bros, immediately thought in reference to a group of orthodontists.
I'm gonna fix your fucking teeth. Come on,
Get some braces, bro.
get some
Yeah,
braces.
But what I was referring to was Revelation 13:8, and all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. So we know that the greatest crime ever committed was the murder of the Lord Jesus Christ. He's the only actually truly innocent man to ever live. And that was predetermined by God. And even looking at people's actions, the classic one, of course, is Genesis 50:20. Where it says, but as for you, and this is Joseph talking to his brothers who betrayed him and pretended he was killed and then sold him off into slavery. It says, but as for you, ye thought evil against me, but God meant it unto good to bring it to pass as it is this day to save much people alive. So the very same action, not just him going to Egypt, but the mode of him going to Egypt was also put in place. By God, what you meant for evil, God meant for good, as other translations have.
Yeah. Well, so from our view, I just looked this up because I was like, I'm just curious. I'm like, what does the church say about this? No, the church does not teach the fall was predetermined, but it also teaches that God eternally knew that it would happen, and He did technically permit it within His providence.
But that's not what it says. When it says it's slain, that's an active verb. But hold on. Back to Revelation 13:8. And all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. So there's two things there. We got a book of life that was either written post hoc or was written beforehand. I tend to think it was the point of the book of life is being written beforehand. And whose names are not written in the book of life, the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. That means God had actively determined that was going to happen. It was not only was it true, as good as manifest in the mind of God, so as that all the saints throughout all time would be saved by the blood of Jesus Christ, not by their works, but also the fact that the slaying itself would have to happen physically within time and space, because that is the bridging of the gap between fully holy God and man, who needed both a savior who is fully God and fully man.
Yes, but if the view is God's all-knowing, right, and Christ is eternal, which means that He'd be at the foundations.
Yep.
Then and that would mean that Christ eternally knew that He would be crucified.
Yes.
So
right.
So real quick, read the first part of that passage again.
13:8.
Yeah.
And all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world.
Yeah, the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world.
Yep.
I think that what that's actually saying is that's just an argument for Christ being eternal.
But we're talking about the Lamb slain, right? So, I mean, that's talking about the crucifixion. That has to do with the propitiation of God's wrath.
Well, yeah, hold on. Well, if we're talking about the lamb slain, right, and Christ is eternal, if Christ, Christ is God and Christ is all knowing, then it would still follow. The argument could still work that what is meant by that is it's an argument for Christ being, eternally God and him having foreknowledge of the crucifixion.
I would think that the causation, I would argue, in fact, the causation, the foreknowledge is God's decree of bringing things forward. I mean, same thing,
I
which
wouldn't
why,
say decree, though. I wouldn't say decree. Well, I guess you could say decree because Christ is God, so any action that he takes is, it's an act of God, literally. But I wouldn't say it's the same. Like, the problem that I have is that I feel like people are going to take this and, like, turn it into, basically just entirely predeterminism.
Yeah, Proto-Evangelion is a great argument.
I'm actually not sure.
So the Proto-Evangelion has to do with Genesis 3 when God declares not only the curses, but also talking about the seed, which is Christ, which Paul talks about in Romans, that how she'll be saved in childbirth, all that kind of stuff. Basically, saying that Christ will bruise his head, meaning Satan the serpent, and Satan will bruise his heel, meaning there will be an injury, but it won't be unto death. Whereas Christ's victory, of course, crushing his head, would be the death, burial, resurrection, satisfaction for sins, all that kind of stuff. But I think there's a lot of passages referring to whatever word you do or don't want to use, predetermined outcomes by God. For example, Jude 1:4, for there are certain men crept in unawares who were before of old ordained to this condemnation, ungodly men, turning the grace of our God into lasciviousness and denying the only Lord God and our Lord Jesus Christ. So as ugly as that,
you, by the way.
Yeah.
Something that you had said, Mr. Resell It in my chat was asking, you said that Christ was the only innocent person.
In terms of the longevity of his life, obviously there was innocence before the fall.
Okay, that's just
yeah, but obviously Christ never lost his innocence, his perfection, his moral perfection.
Okay, that's what I was curious about. Was perfection the word that you meant?
Right. So when Adam died, he had sin. Right. Adam could not have paid for our sins, not only because he wasn't God, but all that stuff. Anyway, I don't want to. Yeah, anyway, there's obviously Jesus has to be God to pay for our sins on the cross. But yeah, as far as only innocent man, that's what I was getting at in terms of the fact that Adam fell.
No, I know that, but Mr. Resell in my chat was asking, he's like, so can children in the womb or can a child in the womb have committed a sin?
Well, a child in the womb, I would argue, would have original sin, as it talks about in Romans 5.
No, don't say you believe in original sin.
We still have original sin from otherwise than.
Okay, hold on. Is this the same as the Catholic view of original sin from Augustine?
I don't know, because I've never been Catholic, despite allegations due to some of my views on divorce and remarriage.
Okay, so what happens if a baby dies before it's baptized?
I don't claim to know that.
What do you think?
I hope that they go to heaven. It's up to God. I could see arguments, especially from David's statement of he cannot come to me, but I will go to him, when he talks about Bathsheba's child who died as a result of David's sin. So there are arguments there, but they're not very clear passages on that. But that would have to do still with God's grace.
I know
it wouldn't have.
I know you're better at knowing what book and what verse and stuff like that than I am, because I'm not a Protestant. I don't prioritize that information, but you guys do, so you'll know this information. Where
Possible.
at
Maybe,
because I know it says it in there, where you're not to punish the son for the sins of the father, or vice versa.
Yeah, but there's a difference between punishing for the sins of the son and being a federal head. Like, being in Christ means that Christ's righteousness is imputed to us, right? So that's why we're out of being under Adam and then in Christ. But Adam was a type of Christ in that he was the firstborn of sorts. And he is the federal head over all those who are lost, all those who are not
my question is,
regenerate.
if a child's aborted, does it go to heaven?
I don't claim to know that. There's no clear verse on that. Like I said, there are arguments, but I don't have a clear argument on that of whether it goes to
Christ
heaven or
says
hell.
the least that, or what you do to the least of these, you do to me.
Okay, well, that again, you're going to Matthew 25, which, if you remember my debate with Eli Nix, that was about Christians. That's not about the least of people.
See, I've honestly always understood it as he was talking about children.
Let's go. All right, let's go to Matthew 25, because you remember that we had that huge after panel debate after a Swords of Reason, and we went over Matthew 25. Hold on. About that, whatever you do in least of these, my brethren, and so here's, yeah. So I can read the whole section if you want for context. So this is Matthew.
How do you know when he says, what you do to the least of these, my brethren, is not like him addressing them?
Because he differentiates in the exact same parable about those who are not his brethren. Because they didn't do, yeah. Well, I'm obviously. Okay, I'll read the whole thing, just so there's no ambiguity. Matthew 25, 31 through 46. When the Son of Man shall come in his glory and all the holy angels with him, then he shall sit upon the throne of his glory, and before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another, as shepherd divideth his sheep from the goats. So this is a final judgment. There's believers and unbelievers. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on his left. Then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, Come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me in. Naked, ye clothed me. I was sick, and ye visited me. I was in prison, and ye came unto me. Then shall the righteous answer him, saying, Lord, when have we seen thee hungered and fed thee, or thirsty and gave thee drink? When saw we as a stranger and took thee in, or naked and clothed thee? Or when saw we sick or in prison and came unto me? And the king shall answer unto them, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me. Then shall he say also unto the left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was an hungered, and ye gave me no meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me no drink. I was a stranger, and ye took me not in. Naked, and ye clothed me not. Sick and in prison, and ye visited me not. Then shall they also answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we thee hungered, or athirst, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister unto thee? And then shall he answer them, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not unto me. And these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into life eternal. Now, we're not going to say that leftists don't visit prisons and they don't go out and help with charities and things like that. It's not a statement on all mankind. It's a statement about believers who are changed, and therefore they live righteous lives because the Holy Spirit is sanctifying them, and they give to the brethren, they give to the poor, and it is credited unto Christ, right? But sorry, let me back that up. It says, least of these my brethren. That's the qualifier. So he's talking about two different people groups, the saved and the unsaved in that case. But he's not talking about the pedophile who's in prison and the minister unto me in prison.
Well, no, I get that. But so the arguments that I've always made against original sin, that they've never made sense to me, as in the reason the argument for original sin has never made sense to me is I don't see how I don't think that God is the cosmic bean counter, right? Oh, well, you're baptized, so you're not, so that's out of it. That's you're SOL, I guess. And it's like,
I agree.
So if we don't think God's the cosmic bean counter, could you think of a more innocent person than a baby?
I mean, if you're talking about Adam, I mean, pre-fall. If you're not talking about Christ, you're talking about Adam pre-fall.
I'm talking about post-fall. Obviously
Post-fall,
excluding Christ, because nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect, but God, other than God. But I'm saying, more innocent, as in cannot enact their own will.
And you would preclude from like somebody in a coma from that because they had past acts, for let's say, for argument, that were sinful, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. As far as more innocent, I think I could, for sake of argument, latch onto that. But I wouldn't use innocent in an absolute sense. I would use innocent in a comparative sense.
I fail to see the argument for how a baby has any kind of sin. Right? Like, I actually fail to see how you could so, like, let me give you at least the Orthodox perspective on this concept. So we have what's called ancestral sin, not original sin. Our view,
Explain.
We don't inherit the sin of Adam when he well, from our view, nobody went to heaven prior to Christ, but that's what the harrowing of Hades was about. But what was I just saying?
You were talking about ancestral sin.
Oh yeah, so ancestral sin. We don't believe we inherited the sins of Adam from the fall. We inherited the fallen nature. We inherited the effects of the fall, but not the direct sin of Adam. Like, we don't hold you accountable for my sins. Right?
Yeah.
And so if Adam was man as well, why would we hold you accountable for Adam's sin? That doesn't make sense. Now we would say you would feel the effects of Adam's sin. You inherit the fallen nature. That's that. We don't know if to argue that, but that's the distinction between ancestral sin versus original sin.
Do you feel the effects of Christ's righteousness, or is Christ's righteousness given to you?
I would think it's actually a both and.
But within the both and is Christ's righteousness is given to you, credited to you, right? Even though you're completely undeserving of that.
Okay, hold on. Is Christ's righteousness given to me? I need to understand what you're saying about this. Are you saying?
Okay, so you have a sinful account before God, or a sinful nature before God, right? God does. There is a judgment throne where your sins are enumerated. You are both a sinful being in of your fallen nature, and you also have a record of actual sins that are given account, and sins are enumerated in the scripture. It's not trivial. So you would agree that if you are from the Protestant point of view, when someone is saved, their sins are placed upon Christ on the cross, and Christ's righteousness is placed upon them repenting and believing. So we don't deserve Christ's righteousness either, right?
Okay.
Right. So, and we didn't earn it with our works. God has to give us mercy. In both of our worldviews, it's completely up to God's mercy to save people, or to provide a way of salvation, right?
Yeah, that's why we don't make salvific claims either.
And we don't have to do that. We cannot satisfy God, and God did not have to save any of us. He just does it freely because God is love, right? God draws people to repentance by his mercy. It's God's kindness that brings us to repentance. So in the same way, if we can get something we don't deserve necessarily by direct action of ours, it's not entirely inconceivable that we would also inherit the sin of Adam. If we could inherit the righteousness that doesn't belong to us, it's not inconceivable for us to inherit sin.
That happens through deliberate action from your view.
How does that happen from deliberate action?
Do I have to
being born?
Do I have to have faith in Christ in order to receive the righteousness?
Yes, on a secondary level,
but does that actually take my? Do I have to will that? As in, do I have to make a conscious effort and decision to do that? It doesn't just happen if I'm just sitting here over here oh yeah, so I got to take this pizza over here to 113 Adams Street. That I don't get Christ's righteousness from just delivering the pizzas. I have to actually do something specific, right?
Yeah, God gives you command. You must repent and you must believe. But here's the thing. Your repentance and belief are not a production of God's righteousness, right? They may be a condition by which God gives you a command in order to receive that, but those don't produce the righteousness of Almighty God in and of themselves. And in fact, they're a gift from God. Faith is a gift, Ephesians 2:8-9. Repentance is also a gift. If you look at the book of Acts, where the Jews are in wonder that God is granting even the Gentiles the gift of repentance, is what the scriptures say. So there's a multidimensional thing going on here. Like, for example, when Christ says to the man with the withered hand, stretch out your hand, could the man with the withered hand stretch out his hand?
I don't.
Or even let's make it easier. When Jesus bids Peter to come walk on water, is it possible for Peter to walk on water in and of himself?
In and of himself, no.
Is it possible when he says Lazarus come forth? Is Lazarus able to rise himself up from the dead?
No.
But he followed that command. But the only reason he could follow that command is that command was not only given by God, but the power to fulfill the command was also given by God, whereas the person themselves did not have the power to do the command that God gave them. That power also came from God. And that's what we as Reformed Protestants believe, is that because we are entirely depraved, we are totally depraved. It's not that we're depraved to the sense that we're as bad as we could possibly be, but total depravity means that we in and of ourselves don't have what it takes in our fallen nature to come to God. God himself has to provide that on an individual basis to people in order for them to even obey his commands. We are still responsible. Every bit is responsible because we have the faculties, we have the conscience, we have the knowledge given to us to do what is right. But because we are fallen, we refuse to do so until God intervenes. That's what the whole new birth thing is about in John 3.
Okay,
When
even if
we
I
don't
grant
shoot-
all of this, though, still,
Yeah.
does God place sins upon you?
What do you mean by that?
Like, does there's really no other way to ask. Does God place a sin upon you that you did not commit?
Before I answer that, I'm going to read Romans 5. I don't want to answer out of turn, right? I don't want to give a false answer or just give an answer just because somebody asked a question. So if I read Romans 5, I'm going to start at verse 12, go through verse 21. Wherefore, as by one man sin entered the world, and death by sin, and so death passed upon all men, for that all have sinned. For until the law, sin was in the world, but sin is not imputed when there is no law. Nevertheless, death reigned from Adam to Moses, even over them that had not
Stop
sinned.
doing the prop shit and just fucking reading scripture and answer the damn question.
I want to understand. Okay, what if I don't know for sure how to parse that right now, in terms of, because I want to give.
That'd be a fair answer. Just be
I
like,
want to
I'm
give.
not sure.
I want to give a sharp answer, right? And this is the relevant passage that goes back to original sin. But to call reading the Bible a Protestant thing, I mean, that's I'll let you say that if you want.
No, it's not just
but-
reading the Bible. It's like you know what I'm saying. Like every time you ask the Protestant a question, they're
well-
like, "Hold on, let me read scripture first." It's like just answer the question.
Well, I think Scripture answers questions. So, nevertheless, death reigned from Adam to Moses, even over them that had not sinned, after the similitude of Adam's transgression, who is the figure of him who was to come. But not as the offense, so also is the free gift. For if through the offense of one man many be dead, much more the grace of God and the gift of grace, which is by one man, Jesus Christ, hath abounded to many. I think 2 Corinthians also says we are in Adam. So if we don't have original sin, the phrase "in Adam" doesn't seem to have a whole lot of relevance. And not
it
as
does
it
to me
was.
If you were to say
but-
we are in the fallen nature, we're in the fallen state.
Yeah, but to be in Adam as opposed to like being in Christ, like if we inherit Christ's righteousness, the implication would be we also inherit Adam's sin. Let's see. And not as it was by one that sinned, so as a gift for the judgment was by one to condemnation, but the free gift is of many offenses unto justification. For if by one man's offense death reigned by one, much more they which receive abundance of grace and of the gift of righteousness shall reign in life by one, Jesus Christ. Therefore, as by the offense of one judgment came upon all men to condemnation, even so by the righteousness of one the free gift came upon all men unto justification of life. For as by one man's disobedience many were made sinners, so as by the obedience of one shall many be made righteous. Moreover, the law entered, and the offense might abound, but where sin abounded, grace did much more abound. That as sin hath reigned unto death, even so might grace reign through righteousness unto eternal life by Jesus Christ our Lord. Okay, so that does not specifically say what I'm getting at. So I think I would have to study to give a better answer to as that. But my understanding is that we are in Adam, meaning that we inherit Adam's sinfulness and also his sin because he is. Otherwise, I mean, that part of that is why there is a virgin birth in the first place, because Christ is not in the line of Adam. Christ is a new line. That's why there's a new birth, a spiritual birth. Christ is born, conceived of the Holy Spirit.
Do you believe in the Immaculate Conception of Mary?
No,
Okay, I was just curious.
no, that's a Catholic thing.
I know it's a Catholic. I was just curious because look, okay, you can't always be sure with what the Protestants believe. Okay, like it's not even
I've never
universal like,
met-
among Baptists what Baptists believe. So it's like
I've not yet met a Protestant. I'm not saying they don't exist, but I've not yet met a Protestant who falls into the infinite regress of Immaculate Conception.
yeah, I think I'm with you right there. It's just an immaculate. It's just an infinite regress. It's an immaculate infinite regress.
Yeah. So
the reason
I mean
was
that
asking this question though is because if does God place sin on you that you did not do like yourself? Like, okay, is it possible to
God
sin
doesn't
without
blame you for
intent?
something you didn't do.
Right. So hold on. So why would God blame you for the sins of Adam?
Well, he's got okay. It's okay. Here's the
Do
thing.
you see the problem here?
No. Here's the difference. Because for the same reason, God doesn't credit you for. If you receive Christ's righteousness, you also receive the credit for the works of Christ and who Christ is, right? Even though you don't deserve it. So that it falls to our account. Like if Christ's righteousness can't be apart from what he does, right? What he does is part of his righteousness, right?
Christ's actions are, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, his actions are identical to him as well.
Yeah. Okay, I found the passage I think I'm looking for. 1 Corinthians 15:22. I'm sure Rev is spitting stuff at me, but I'm trying to engage with you directly, not
He's actually
just the
spitting
chat.
scripture for the most part. I've been kind of reading a little bit.
Okay.
We need to get some more Ortho Bros in your chat.
Yeah. I've tangled with Ortho Bros in comment sections here or there. For as in Adam all die, even so in Christ shall all be made alive, but every man is his own order. Christ the first fruits. Yeah. Let's see. Rev, you have a link. You can come up if you want, but what I'm not finding is the verse that says exactly what I'm saying. And I'm willing to admit that. But I just want that's my position as far as our original sin goes, is that we inherit the guilt from Adam. We have our own guilt, we have our own fallenness, and then we also have inherited the sin from Adam. Just as if we are born again in Christ, we inherit the righteousness of Christ that does not belong to us and that we actually didn't perform.
Yeah, so I tend to think, right, that sin requires intent.
Does righteousness require intent?
What do you mean?
The mere opposite of what you were saying. So if sin requires intent, does righteousness also require intent?
When you say righteousness, are you saying like in order for me to do something righteous, does that require my intent to do something righteous?
It does. If you have intent to do something wrong, it means you have sinful intent, right?
Yes.
If you intend to do something righteous, that would be righteous intent, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, do you agree that at any moment I could stop working with Christ, essentially?
What do you mean by working with Christ?
As in, like, I could just reject him at any point. Like, I could do that, and just stop trying to follow Christ and live a life. You know, trying to.
You mean finally apostatize?
Yeah, like, could I apostatize?
So there is a sort of falling away. So there's different Protestant understandings of that. There are those who don't believe in perseverance of the saints and those who do. Perseverance of the saints is not only the idea that perseverance of the saints is not just the idea that you will persevere to the end. Here, let me say this. There's two parts of perseverance of the saints. The crappy idea is called once saved, always saved, which means you do whatever you want as long as you get your ticket punched. That's just heresy. But perseverance of the saints means
you don't
that
believe
if
in once saved, always saved, right?
if you characterize once saved, always saved, if you want the rest of your life, I don't believe that at all.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking.
What
Okay,
I
didn't
do
think
believe
you
is,
did that.
yeah, right. But I do believe is if God has saved you, if you're changed, if you're born again, as it talks about in John 3, you're a changed person. You're a new creature in Christ. And therefore, even if you fall into sin, even grievous sin, Hebrews 12 says God's our Father and will discipline us out of it. And if he doesn't discipline you out of it, then it says ye are bastards, meaning that you're not a
You're no
true
longer-
son.
yeah, you're no longer part of the body.
Well, you might have been a fake person of the body, but it's been exposed later on that you were none. I mean, most of the parables have to do
Like the
with
person
false
who
converts.
like the person who like claims to be a Christian, but they're actually a Satanist.
Correct. And 1 Corinthians, I quote these all the time. 1 Corinthians 6:9, 1 through 11. All the lifestyles that will tell you you will not inherit the kingdom of heaven unless you repent of these things before you die. That is 100% clear. But at the same time, what I will say is those who persevere at the end will be saved. Well, the perseverance looks like a denial of sin, a taking of your cross, and obedience of Christ. Well, why does it look it that way? Because it's a consequence of you being born again that those lifestyles happen. It's not I generate my righteousness by my works, and therefore that gets the motor going, and that keeps me good with God so long as I do that. That's not what's going on. What's going on is God is granting a new birth
God
to
is
people.
working through you, basically. Like the works is not like I'm trying to do the bean counter to get to heaven. It's like it's just by the nature of becoming a Christian. Like you'll want to do good things. You'll want to do good works. Like it's not like I got to do this or else I'm not going to get saved. I've never understood that argument because it makes no sense. But it's like no.
So-
it's like you're just by the nature of what's going on. You're going to want to do good things.
Correct. That when the Holy Spirit is in you, the Holy Spirit will govern you and govern your conscience and govern your ways. It's not that you can't quench the Holy Spirit or have bad effects through sin and neglect on that. You absolutely can. But what's going to happen is God's going to discipline you, and if he never does, that's proof that you're actually not one of his. And now let me quote another verse while we're annoying people with verses. 1 John 2:19. It's just one verse this time. They went out from us, but they were not of us. For if they had been of us, they would no doubt have continued with us, but they went out that they may be manifest that they were not all of us.
Yeah.
So the idea there is that if they left, they weren't one of us in the first place. It's not that they had it and they lost it. They never had it, but they were counterfeit.
Well, do you think it's possible to have it and then lose it?
No. I think there are a lot, because think about it. Look at all the parables: the sheep, the good fish and the bad fish, the good fruit and the bad fruit, the sheep and the goats. It wasn't a division of where you had some sheep and they transformed into goats, or you had goats and they transformed to sheep and then back into goats. And it wasn't bad fish that turned to good fish and then back into bad fish again. There are bad fish and there are good fish. I mean, we have the book of life. We have John 6:44.
So I
we
want to make sure I get this. So hold on. So Judas never truly followed Christ?
No. Here, let me.
See, I think that actually takes away from why what Judas did was so wrong.
Here, let me give you an example. We'll go to the Sermon on the Mount. We'll go Matthew 7:21 through 23. Not everyone that saith to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven. I mean, don't you remember the part where he said, "Isn't one of you a devil?" Hold on. Let me get back to this. Matthew 7:21. Not everyone that saith to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven. Many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name, and in thy name have cast out devils, and in thy name have done many wonderful works? And I will profess to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. That's a definite qualifier. Never. I never knew you. Even though they, let's just grant it, as we like to say on the internet. Let's just grant it that they prophesied and they cast out devils, did mighty wonderful works. Christ never knew them. They were workers of iniquity. It's not, if you are not in Christ, if you are not saved, your sins will still reign over you, and righteousness does not reign over you. So that's one example. And I'm going to look up the passage where Jesus says, "Of Judas is not one of you a devil."
I know the verse that you're referencing, but I find it hard to believe that somebody couldn't truly have been a follower and like still fallen away. Like, okay, let me ask you.
There are
Hold on,
Protestants
you
who
agree
believe
that Christ
that.
is God, right?
Yep.
And you agree that the angels are creatures, right? They're created.
Yep.
Do they exist inside of time and space? They're not eternal.
As far as I know, they do not exist in time and space.
They do.
They
They're
can-
not eternal.
Okay, so this is an Orthodox Protestant difference. I see the spiritual realm as superseding, if you will. Like if I say supernatural, that means that
Well, the
something
reason they
that
would
is
have
not
to
part of the
exist-
natural world.
Well, it would have to exist inside of time, at least inside of time. Do you agree they exist inside of time?
I agree that they are not eternal in terms of like having an infinite past, infinite future.
Yeah.
But I don't agree that that necessarily means they. The way I think of time has to do with the physical material world. So, for example, if we die and we leave our bodies, do we still exist in time? Like our spirits?
I would say yes, we would still exist in time. The reason we would exist in time is because we wouldn't be. We're still not eternal.
I think
Like,
of
we don't. We don't. We're not. We're not the beginning and the end, right? We at the very least we. Okay, could you just grant that they're not eternal?
meaning having infinite past, infinite end. Yeah.
Okay, so they're created and they're creatures.
Every creature. Yeah. Only God has that.
Right. Okay. So only God exists. Outside,
Eternality.
Yeah. Only God exists eternally. So when Satan rebelled, before he rebelled, because remember he was a creature created by God, and he did, or as far as if I remember correctly, he did actually serve as an angel and worked as an angel, but he became jealous and he became envious.
Yeah.
So then by this standard, I would have to say that the angels have the faith. If anybody's got the faith, it's the angels. But then he lost it.
Number one, I don't claim to know angelic nature. I don't claim to know what it's like in the spiritual realm. I don't claim to know what it's like in eternity. I don't claim there are so many things. You know how the Orthodox and Catholics are known specifically for like having reverence for mysteries?
Yeah.
This is one of those areas I regard as a mystery. Not out of just convenience for an argument. I've always held this position.
No,
I don't know.
That's a totally fair answer, and like I'm not gonna be like, well, that's bullshit. No, I
My philosophy wins again.
like no, dude. Like, look, I get it. If you're just like, look, I don't fucking know. Like, that's a fair enough answer to me.
Yeah.
I don't think
we have.
I
I
feel
don't
like
think I have
it's hard for me
information.
to hold the position that somebody couldn't once, like, see, from my view, if you were to say that Judas never was, he never really was an apostle. Like he never really did follow Christ. The problem that I have with that is that I feel like it would take away from the gravity of what he did. And what I mean by that is, if he never really was a follower of Christ, then from his view, he didn't betray God. He just betrayed some guy.
No, he did betray God because
I'm saying from
he,
his view.
the devil entered into him after. Okay, so do you remember the unpardonable? Do you believe in the unpardonable sin?
The unforgivable sin. So I think you and I might disagree about what blaspheming the Holy Spirit actually is.
We might, yeah.
So from my view, what blaspheming the Holy Spirit actually is it's the active rejection of Christ's forgiveness.
Yeah, I think I mean, if you phrase it simply like that, and if there's no more detail to give, then if you're like you have as clear knowledge as a person could have of Christ's forgiveness, and you've determined that you will never receive it, that is the unpardonable sin.
Well, the reason I think that it's unforgivable is because it's actually just Christ respecting your free will. Of, well, if you don't want my forgiveness, then I won't forgive you. Like, I'm gonna respect your free will here. That's the only way that that's the way that I've always understood it.
I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
Yeah, that's the way I've always understood the unforgivable.
Yeah, I don't. So any sin that it brings you to the degree that you have determined you will never turn to Christ, no matter what the circumstances. There is nothing like the Puritans called it final obduracy. Like if you have an obdurate or a hard heart, that's what That's why there's Hebrews says, "Harden not your hearts," as some did in the provocation, meaning in Israel, before God laid their carcasses out in the wilderness. So yeah, there are warnings against hardness of heart.
Yeah.
Yeah. John 6. Let me go to John 6 actually. So I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I just think the verses on perseverance are very clear. I think 1 John 2:19 is extremely clear. If we go to John, I mean, there's so many verses on that, but if we go to like John 6:44 is the verse that's often gone to. No man can come to me. This is Jesus speaking. No man can come to me except the Father, which has sent me, draw him, and I will raise him up at the last day. So first, no man can come to me except the Father. So that's even if you're Arminian, that's prevenient grace, at least. That God acts to bring you to Christ before you even think to act to bring to Christ. Except the Father, which has sent me, draw him, and I will raise him up the last day. So those who God draws, Jesus receives. Those who Jesus receives, Jesus will bring up with him on the last day. And then it goes down to verse 70, where, then Simon, I'll go to John 6:68. Then Simon Peter answered him, Lord, to whom shall we go? Thou hast the words of eternal life. And we believe and are sure that thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. Jesus answered them, have I not chosen you 12, and one of you is a devil? He spake of Judas Iscariot, the son of Simon, for it was him that should betray him, being one of the 12. So it's one of you is a devil, not one of you will be a devil.
Okay. So real quick, somebody in my Seahawk Daddy's in my chat. He made a great analogy. I really liked it. I want to hear what your thoughts.
Here's Eli.
What do you say? What up, goobers?
What up, goobers?
Shut up, Eli. Fucking working man's Jay Dyer.
Take that as an insult now.
Well, like, no, you got to understand the ontology of the law of identity.
Also, cocaine and cocaine accessories. No, I'm kidding.
But no, so Seahawk Daddy made a great analogy, right? Being saved and losing it is like being saved from a sinking ship and then jumping back in the water and swimming down to get back on the ship. Is it possible? Yeah, but it's really unlikely. I've always agreed that it's really unlikely for somebody to like actually, actually partake in Christ and then leave that. Right? The question is like, I don't see the contradiction of somebody having the faith and then through their will choosing to abandon it.
Yeah, well, that depends on what you believe about faith in the first place. I don't know exactly. I mean, I could bring out the Orthodox Study Bible and see what it says about 1 John 2:19. I don't know if it's going to say anything. But I mean, you might not see some kind of logical contradiction if all we do is zoom out from what Scripture says and then look at what your framework of understanding is. But this is why if I'm doing any precept, I have the Bible in hand. So when people try and use, like B.S. Lewis is going to try and use the problem of evil on me, I'm going to say, Revelation 13:8, this is all part of God's plan. He's in control. He wills it. He brings it to pass. Romans 9, all this kind of stuff. So this is, what God meant for, what you meant for evil, God meant for good. It's all baked in. These are all part of God's will. I mean, even I'm trying to think of that verse where Jesus talks about how basically, hold on. Starting to run out of gas because not a whole lot of my potato that I nuked is still on the table. I haven't eaten it yet. And then my salmon is
What
still
time is
in
it
the
for you where you're
oven.
at?
Oh, it's 10:32.
Oh, it's 11:32 for me. I thought you were out on the West Coast.
No, dude, I'm a Midwestern boy.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm over here in
Central
fucking-
Time.
I'm in Michigan.
I know Michigander, but we did meet in the middle. Apparently, I still
did.
don't remember you. Okay, were you the guy with the red hood on your car?
Yes, the little fucking
Okay.
red Dodge Dakota.
Okay, then that was you. Okay, then we just ran into it. Were you did I park right next to you? And then we
Maybe,
saw
I don't
each
know.
other. I think. Dang,
You and I
okay.
talked in like the after party in the dinner, like sitting there eating the fucking pizza. that
Re-exam:
James
Can a
got us.
person perform miracles in Christ's name without being saved? Yes. Matthew 7:21-23 explicitly says that. We went right over that.
Yeah. So like, no, you and I actually sat there and talked for a minute. You and I and Andrew actually sat there and talked when you were asking about orthodoxy.
Yeah. And remember that passage, Jesus says, I never knew you. Very important. Okay, Rev, are you going to come up? Because I got to check my food. This is not me dodging. I'm coming right back. But Rev, hit that link.
Yeah, get up here,
Eli-
get up here, Rev. I can't do your
Yeah.
impression, but
And then Eli has a link too, so of course he can dogpile
yeah,
if he
Eli,
wants. But
get up
I'm-
here, bro. Come on, we have 2 orthos, 2 prots. It's only fair. At
Do you,
this point.
do you need faith to hold on? Do you need faith to perform miracles in Christ's name? If Christ does not know you, you do not have saving faith. You might have knowledge of his existence, but so does Satan. I mean, if you read 1 Corinthians 13, you can talk about those. I mean, even Saul prophesied. Was Saul?
Look, I'm just a
I have
catechumen.
no
Get an
evidence.
actual confirmed Orthodox up here. Come on, Eli. Get the fuck up here, man. You're better at this
Shower,
shit than
then
I
I'm
am.
coming up. You think I'm gonna stay up all night?
Fuck the shower. Get up here first,
Doesn't
then
answer
shower.
the question. Of course it does.
He says, "Okay, I'll come up."
Okay, I'll come up. All right. Where the
All right,
heck?
so we're gonna talk about the ontology of the law of identity. Does sky have to equal sky?
Reality is reality.
That's gonna be my answer.
Reality
going
is
forward.
reality, bro.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yes,
right,
Mr.
seriously.
Resell it. That truck is still a massive POS.
All right. I still have to check my. I still have to check my food.
Oh God, you left me up here by myself with a chat full of prots. What is going on here? This ain't fair. Well, a chat full of prots and an atheist. At least one atheist in there that I know of. Eli, you don't get to finish shitting. Just fucking just from the bathroom. Yes, you are chopped liver, Eli. You are chopped liver. Big bad mama coming here to be an idiot, just like you were in Jumbob's chat. Make a bunch of stuff that's incoherent. I mean, that'd be really funny, Eli, if you did it if you did it from the toilet. But by the way, Big Bad Mama, that's not an argument. And you can't tell if you reject Christianity, you actually can't tell me how to treat people, what's wrong, why it's wrong to treat people a certain way. You couldn't tell me why it'd be wrong to segregate people by race and just no more. You know what? All the Asians they don't get to they don't get to go to college. That's just a standard I'm gonna hold. But the real question is, Big Bad Mama, is George Floyd an ape? Is George Floyd an ape? That's the important question. Just because I'm a nerd doesn't mean I'm an atheist, lol. But maybe I am since I live that way. Look, Shapingro, the reason I assume that you're an atheist is because... You know, I'm not gonna lie. I actually don't have a good reason to assume that. I don't know why I assume that. I swear I thought you told me. Or you said something like that.
All the rest of you people who are supposed to be panelists, they're lazy bums sticking around. By the way, the salmon survived, thankfully. I mean, not the slaughtering process, but at least in the oven. The salmon did not survive the slaughtering process. Big Bad Mama just wants ape rights.
Yes, Seahawk and Mr. Fuller. I was reading the other chat, and I was trying to read my chat as well. But his chat's moving faster with 10 people in there.
I assume everybody that's not me is an atheist. Dude,
Look,
me
I
too.
assume that everybody
Me
that's
too.
not me is an atheist, right? Because they don't understand the ontology of the law of identity. How do you have universal, invariant, immaterial laws without a universal, immaterial, invariant mind?
Grandma, what's your normative authority? You're not me. That's what I'm reading. Okay. BBM just want slobbering. Oh my gosh. I'm so behind. Where is everybody? Yeah, you know what? I gotta check out.
Look, Mr. Fuller. The
Steele's
problem
channel.
here is that there's 4 of you in chat and there's 1 like on the stream. Okay, this is why I'm not. You guys aren't been very fun to engage with. You're not even liking the stream. That doesn't seem like much to ask.
You know. While we're waiting.
And you're a mod. You're a mod. You didn't even like the stream.
The cross.
I don't care, dude.
No, what year was
Oh my
Christ
God,
slain
I
on the
forgot
cross?
Oh my gosh.
Was
Okay,
it before all the creation of everything?
This
No,
is
it
so
was at
bad.
30-something
This
AD.
is so bad.
This is
BS,
where you
I am
want words not to
embarrassed
mean
for you.
words.
BS, I am so embarrassed for you. I you know,
Because you want to have your cake and
Oh,
eat it too.
never mind.
I know
was
what
wrong.
that
You
was.
I
want to
just
die
didn't
both
refresh my
before
own
the foundation of
stream.
the world and at 30 AD.
when you're talking
There's
about
5
people being
likes.
chosen before the foundation. What's up, Steele?
I didn't refresh my stream, and there's 5 likes on here, and I have 4 people watching. So
All right.
120%
The
like
world, I
rate,
know what
let's
that-
go.
Nice. That means it was in the mind of God before it was manifest in the physical world. You're
Yeah, what he
again,
said.
you do the same thing where you just what's up?
So yeah, it was manifest in the mind of God before.
There you go. Take one
Good,
strand.
good,
It's
good.
like we focus only on one strand of reality. We don't put anything together. We just rip things out of context and try and pass it off. Seal, promote your channel. Missing Mod is asking about your channel.
I will post it in the chat. But it's Steelborn on YouTube. It's got the blue hammer and the anvil. Okay, like it should be pretty easy.
Fine.
No, I'm
President.
using the tool of logic that you like.
No,
so much.
no, you're not, because you're not even using the source
Yeah.
material to be
So-
doing an internal critique
How did if Jesus was slain before the end of the world? That means God had
before
evil
the
in his
foundation of the
mind.
world, not before
Yeah,
the end. Also before the end of the world.
Whatever,
Yeah, sir.
whatever. But it means God had evil in his mind before the foundation of the world.
What do you mean?
Because
What do you think of that, Steelborn?
Repeat it. Sorry, I was trying to share the link.
Redo. Pass it off on
No, I'm
Inspector
I'm
President.
using the tool of logic that you like.
No,
so much.
no, you're not, because you're not even using the source
Yeah.
material to be
So-
doing an internal critique
How did if Jesus was slain before the end of the world? That means God had
before
evil
the
in his
foundation of the
mind.
world, not before
Yeah,
the end. Also before the end of the world.
Whatever,
Yes, sir.
whatever. But it means God had evil in his mind before the foundation of the world.
What do you mean
Because he
had
had-
evil? What do you mean had evil in his mind?
Because he had to purpose that slaying of Jesus for a purpose, right?
There you go. So he predestined the fall. Thank
So
you.
how does an all good God have any evil in his mind?
What do you mean have any evil in his mind? Characterize that for me.
He knew that the creating would end up in evil.
He knew that creating would have a fall and there would be a redemption. Yes, and that many
Yeah.
would go.
What
to
is
hell.
your
Yes.
definition of evil, though? Let's
And-
get that down.
Anything that's contrary to God's will or nature. So
That's his personal definition, by the way. He goes
Yeah,
around
yeah,
town.
yeah.
You know.
Well, what?
because it's true, if he's omnibenevolent, he's the standard of goodness. So anything contrary to that is evil, right?
And also Genesis 50:20, what you meant for evil, God meant for good. And here we are. The ortho dog pile begins.
Now Rev's got to get in here in order to balance it out. That's just the way that. That's the way
Testing 1, 2, 3.
You're on the wrong mic.
The back of your room sounds great.
Fuck. Cocksucker. Let's see. This microphone. Can you guys
think
still hear me?
We hear you, but it sounds like you're using your cam microphone and not your
Yeah.
mic microphone.
No, that's weird. I have this turned down 1 second. I got it hit.
Pingro
How is
says
it-
orthopile.
How is it that the later it gets at night, the more views?
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Well, you gotta
we
remember
can hear you.
We can hear you, but you're on the wrong mic.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to make it where. Hold on. Oh, this is lame. This is so lame.
Go to your settings in StreamYard.
Okay.
Go to
Yeah.
the microphone setting, and then select your mic as the audio input.
Okay. What about this? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna back out and come right back in.
Okay.
Okay.
Now we're on an even playing field.
So there are primary and
Well, no,
secondary causes. Yeah,
I would say, yeah. I mean, in my view, evil doesn't have an ontology. It's the absence of what
Even if
God
it's
is.
conceptual, it still exists, correct?
I'm just saying that the way you were phrasing it, I wouldn't necessarily agree with the definition of evil.
As far as being a privationist, I think I understand the argument from privation, but I remember one time I presented that to Teriak, and he was like, "So you're saying evil doesn't exist?" And I'm like, "Well, no. The thing is, it's the privation of good. If we're going to use a privationist model of explaining evil, but how do you defend that from what kind of BS is saying and what Teriak is saying to say, well, if it doesn't have an ontology, how does it exist
It is a
in
negative
any sense of the
ontology.
word? Okay,
Do
so
shadows
but
exist?
yeah, no, I understand that, but how do you convey that to somebody when they hear negative ontology, they think not real?
Do shadows exist?
Yeah, I would say yes. I said the same thing with Cole, but the problem is
It looked like he was getting right back into it, and then it just disappeared.
that was my trap door. I have a booby trap. I just pull the lever and it just
Every time an
right-
Orthodox shows
right.
up, you're just like,
right.
You don't think doing heinous acts to children is evil?
That's not what he said. He's
Oh, no,
talking
you
about-
don't think that exists?
oh, also, I
Yes,
haven't
come
answered your
on,
question.
come on.
I'm saying
No, he's changing it
evil.
down.
When you asked why is it now that it's getting later that
Now I
everybody's
can't hear
showing
you
up-
at all.
Hello.
Whoa. Turn the
Whoa.
gain down.
Yeah.
Two down. You turned it down too much. Turn it up like a quarter turn.
Okay, how's this?
That's way better.
Okay, can you hear me clear? Was I doing
Yes.
the thing from the Gnostic informant debate? Was it blowing everyone?
No, it was just like really loud.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, it would help if my microphone was actually plugged in with the wire. I was sitting here with it just not even plugged in.
Mr.
So,
Reseller
all right.
says that you're it's way fucking worse. It's terrible. Sounds like shit now
Oh.
that we can hear you.
Oh, what's
but-
up, Mo?
But
Oh, that's the clip. Never mind. I'm tired. This is why I don't do this shit after
get
work,
mode.
dude. I'm
Get
not
fucking
ready.
mode. But Rex, real
Yeah, I
quick,
put- yeah.
The answer to your question is why is everybody piling in now that the stream or now that this is getting late. Rachel did a live
vampires.
debate today
Ah.
at 8 p.m. Eastern, and I think Easy had a Source of Reason going. I don't know if it's still going.
Oh. It usually is at this time.
Yeah.
It was Emmett
Avers-
versus some other guy over the Rowdy Gowdy.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know Rowdy. Oh, this is first one then, isn't it?
Mhm.
Oh, interesting.
Avarice
I know
told me we are forged in the dark. That's what Avarice says.
What?
What we as in the Crucible, or who are you talking about?
Yeah, well, yeah, because like in the Foundry, Andrew was debating this guy in one of the voice channels till like 6 in the morning, and I like fell asleep listening, and I was like, dude, that was awesome, and I was like, I can't stay up for that. He goes, we are forged in the dark. This is where the best. He was saying all the best debates happen between like midnight and 5 in the morning.
Did he say what Tripoli said? This is where the best come to bang, because that's just awkward. They're still going. You know, I'm surprised Teriak got into that not modern day debate, word war debate. Yeah, and I was like, I didn't even know they were having a thing. I didn't even know that was going on.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
didn't either. Like Teriak and them told me literally like yesterday. I was like, oh fuck. I mean, Teriak's in there, Marte's in there, Wi-Fi Gospel, Kung Fu Joe.
Yeah, I was like, where were the flyers for this? This would have been,
Well,
at
so
least
apparently they're
interesting.
gonna do it like every season. So they're gonna do a summer season one or whatever. Terriac said he expects to see us all in there.
Heck
Yeah. But for busy guys like Eli and guys like me with a couple jobs, it's probably going to be hard to show up on a regular basis.
Well, here's the thing. Since I'm self-employed, I can create my own schedule. I just need a lot of notice because I fill up next week, this week. So I need like kind of over a week's notice. I can go, okay, this day, not doing shit. But when people are like, hey, in like the next 2 days, can you do this? It's like, no, I'm booked the next 7 days. So.
Yeah, that makes sense. But good on you in this economy for finding, good employment. It's a good industry. It's not going away.
Heck yeah,
I mean, you're basically on the surface of the sun or Venus or Mercury or whatever.
Oh yeah. Sometimes I feel like I'm with
agree,
the
Seahawk,
mafia.
it
I'm
totally
like,
does.
you want to live to see tomorrow, and you're gonna fucking pay up and get this AC installed.
It's like the Roman firefighters who would negotiate with their customers before they, actually put out the fire.
No, my favorite thing is I don't put up. I've done this long enough where I've earned the right to not put up with homeowners' bullshit, and especially like the rich ones, they'll pull that. My favorite thing to say is, "Ma'am, my AC works fine at home." I'm not pulling that one out. The look on their face goes, "Oh, I should probably listen to this guy."
Right. If you want to have those
yeah.
If you want those fancy dogs over there to keep living, you're gonna listen to me.
Exactly, man. My AC works fine at home. I'll pack this shit up and leave right now. I don't care. Let's figure something out, okay?
Yeah. Missing Mod says men need to work outside too. Well, if you knew where Eli was from, you probably wouldn't work outside yourself, even if you were a man. Missing Mod.
It's 115 degrees, not now, but in the peak of the summer. 115 degrees, and I'm on the roof, totally painted white, so it's beaming back up at you. The thing you're working on is burning you as you touch it. Oh yeah, dude, it's crazy.
Mr. Resell says it looks great for my house.
Yeah.
It's an old joke in the trades when like you're doing something and it's like, fuck, that looks like shit. Well, looks great for my house.
Yeah, that's right. I call it the old GE stamp of approval. Good enough.
Yep.
Oh, she wants to do a Florida versus Arizona showdown.
No.
I mean,
Fuck Arizona. Hold on. So my pops grew up out west, and he even says this day he'd take 120 degrees in California over 80 in Michigan because of how fucking humid it gets here.
That's
trying
true.
to breathe underwater.
It's true in two different ways. So I'm from the Ozarks, where it's super humid. So I know both of them. I'm from Arkansas originally. You'll see Missouri, Arkansas area, but I came here 5 years ago. Yeah, if you're just doing regular day-to-day stuff, the humidity sucks. You're like sweating by the time you get to your car. But again, if you're doing things like roof work, if you actually work outdoors most of the time, you'll think you're good in this heat. And the next thing you know, you feel like you slammed a bottle of vodka and you're wondering why everything's spinning. And then you stop sweating and you're like, oh, I'm about to have a heat stroke, and you have to stop. And you won't even know until it's hit you. It's that bad.
Remind me never to live there. I mean, I that's why at some point I would, Tennessee is probably the sweet spot because you got the economy, you got the neighborhoods, you don't have the hurricanes, you don't have the earthquakes, you don't have the wildfires, you don't have the polar vortex. It's pretty much sweet spot.
No. The problem with Tennessee is there's no ocean.
The great thing about Tennessee is there's no ocean. Where's my hurricane?
Yeah. Well, no, the trade-off is it's only like this for half the year. Then the other half of the year, it's literally perfect weather. I've just got a motorcycle for it, and it's like mid-70s for 6 months or more.
Yeah, 2021, I was in Arizona during February, and I'm like, I timed it for February because max cold in Chicagoland, and then max decent in Phoenix area. Now, I did drive up to the Grand Canyon though. I saw an elk. They just stand there like whatever,
There's elks in the Grand Canyon area?
Oh hell yeah!
I did not know that.
They were at the edge. They were eating off of trees, and then they just looked at me like I was nothing and nobody. They're so used to people there, is my guess. All
Dude,
right.
Michigan has one venomous snake. right? Like we have like literally like one predator. Okay, we have black bears. It's not even really a predator. There's very very few mountain lion sightings, and then we have one venomous snake, the Massasauga rattlesnake. Most people in Michigan have never seen one their entire life. They're that rare, and they hide from people like a motherfucker.
I was told the #1 natural predator of Michigan was Kid Rock.
No. The natural #1 predator of Michigan is Detroit.
Oh, okay.
Dude, it's crazy. If you live on the eastern half of the state, your auto insurance is the highest in the country.
Oh, Jesus.
We have the highest insurance rates because of Detroit alone. That's like a joke in Michigan. Like, if your car's falling apart, people are like, just go leave it in Detroit with the keys in it.
Yeah. Report is stolen.
Yeah.
Motor City. At least it used to be.
Just leave it running at a Sunoco. Somebody will get it. Won't take them long either.
Damn, Rev, I didn't know you was all about that life. Look at this man. He looks like he sits in the corner of a saloon. Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, but between him and Abe, I need to adopt some kind of vampire hunter persona, but nobody would ever believe it. So I'm not going to even try.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Hold on, we gotta fix this, okay? We can't be diagonal. We gotta have like the 2 orthos and 2 prots on one side.
No, it's going to be like a chessboard where all the likes are diagonal of each other.
We're playing Foursquare, gentlemen.
Exactly. We got the 2 white frames and the 2 beige frames, juxtaposed there.
Do I need to put on a background now? Hold up.
Just do what I did. Put together some hackneyed, bookshelf.
Well,
and then there you go.
I have right there. I have got that, but I put it up too high.
Oh, wow. Let me stand in
I've
awe.
got,
of witness the
hey,
whiteness.
hold on, that's iconography, sir.
Witness the whiteness.
Hold on.
I'm looking at your wall, dude.
I know. I'm talking about this though.
That's
This actually
that's
has,
white. That's whiter than the White Album.
This has got sands from Jerusalem, sands from the Sea of Galilee.
Wow. That's really cool.
Sands from the garden in Jerusalem.
And
And
I was gonna say you don't.
dirt from the garden.
Rev, what are you doing? You got your own soil there.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you still profile?
Holy dirt.
Holy dirt. You're a Catholic now?
Nope. It was a gift. I don't mind sitting it on the shelf.
No, I think the coolest part about Rev is he's dressed like a Southern Baptist, but he's a Presbyterian. That's pretty wild.
He's dressed like he's gonna go fucking wrangle some horses.
I know.
Hold on, do you know? I just found out what Rev does today. Do you know what Rev fucking does?
What?
Tell him, Rev.
I'm a full stack developer.
He's a fucking computer programmer.
I'm fluent in 14 programming, markup, and scripting languages,
Heck yeah.
including MySQL. And I'm a Linux nerd.
I literally heard all this shit. I'm like, hold on.
Oh.
This dude fucking talks he talks and dresses like a cowboy. He's a Protestant debater.
No, high church Protestant. That's the crazy
high church Protestant. Talks like he's gonna go fucking wrangle some cattle. And he
Well, I
fucking
ain't here
programs
for
some
cattle. I'm here for sheep.
That's a total
I'm
Baptist joke.
And by the way, and I'm
Hold
a
on,
Linux
hold on a
nerd
second,
too, but I'm talking about the AC air conditioning Linux, not the computer program. Yeah. I prefer Riemann Rude.
I weld metal together.
So what we were originally looking at was my exchange and Mo's exchange with B.S. Lewis, and we were getting to a point where he was trying to say that there was quote unquote evil in God's mind because me and Rev would differ with yourself and Steelborn on how God employs and interacts with providence in terms of that. We would believe in predestination and that God decrees all these things, and then you would say that God merely foreknows all these things. But take it as you will. His structure is that good and evil are a binary, and not that. But he tried to use the evil God kind of dilemma on me. And this is let me see if we're up at that point.
Doesn't have an ontology.
No. Oh yeah, we're doing the privation thing.
That's what I wanted to ask. Do you and Rev like have any problem with saying that evil has a negative ontology in that aspect?
I'm not aware of any problem. I'm just not used to it because it's never been said. But that was Aquinas, right, who came up with the privation, or at least popularized it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just know that that's generally the view that we take. So
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I don't know who I'm sure it's got a lot of patristic backing. I know that I forget who it was. I think it was Saint Sophrony who talked about, hell being the experience of hell is the experience of God to someone who was a non-believer whose heart wasn't aligned with Christ, and that all kind of blends in with this understanding of what it means to be evil and what it means to be good. All of it is just degrees of closeness to God, essentially.
Okay. I think there's something to that where there is an overlap. I mean, it might be communicated a little bit differently from my understanding, but it checks out because there are degrees of hell, there are degrees of sin, and there are also degrees of rewards in heaven from God for your life.
And certainly, evil's not created. So if it's
Correct.
not creation and it's not a part of God, God being the only uncreated, then you're only left with it being a privation.
Well, that's what I was thinking, because when God creates things, he calls it good. He called all of it good. The only thing that he had said that was not good is not good for man to be alone. That's it. But that was not an evil that man was alone.
Right.
Everything those were the days of creation, and therefore it happening on the second, evil occurring and originating on the secondary cause level is the only thing that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
No, he's talking about the study of a thing versus like, well, what about an example of this action? Is that evil? That's such a skip and a dodge, dude.
Verbs don't have ontology at all.
Okay, you're just jumping around now. You're just jumping around now.
You have to know how to use language if you're going to have these debates, though, right? Because if you're going to say,
I thought I was pretty. So you went to a hypothetical, and I was just talking about the nature of evil, basically. Like it doesn't have an ontology, right? It doesn't a descriptor of evil. Like what is evil? I would say it's the absence of it's the negative, if you want, of the good, which God is good.
Yeah, so it's purely abstract, is what you're saying. Like where does it fit into the existing? How does it exist?
Well, okay, I'll even play with your hypothetical. Like someone causing harm to someone else, that would be opposite of what God would consider moral and just. So yes, that would be evil. And it fits in the descriptor that I gave.
Yeah, and did that thing that happened exist?
The act exist?
You never answered my question, Big Bad Mama. Is George Floyd an ape?
Okay, so evil exists.
And also, I want to chime into what's being said here. I believe Steelborn, this might have been when we were doing those PNR sessions, but there's a big difference between saying something has negative ontology and no ontology. No ontology would mean it doesn't exist, period. Negative ontology is it exists as a privation.
Yep.
I guess you could say abstract, but the analogy is a shadow. Like you wouldn't say a shadow doesn't exist, but what is the composition of a shadow? It doesn't actually have composition. It is what its composition is the deprivation of light.
Right.
So it's still a type of ontology. He's trying to go this way, like you guys are saying it doesn't exist wholesale, like Jesse Lee Peterson, like racism. It don't exist.
Racism don't exist, Brian.
Yeah. You think racism exists? Amazing. Like
That's
it's not
amazing.
Like we're saying that. We're saying that it has a type of existence, but its composition is actually the negation of something else.
Right. And I've heard Jim Bob say like cold is the privation of heat and things like that.
Exactly. That's another great analogy.
All right.
Yeah,
So I would agree that evil is a privation of good.
I'm actually not aware of any other ontology given to evil. This was just the first kind of explanation and of one explanation of the problem of evil or the so-called problem of evil that I've heard.
Well, and it's an action. Like an action doesn't have composition. You do a thing, and evil is a movement away from God. Like we would say the demons and Satan are inherently evil because they don't exist in our realm of temporal where we can be redeemed. They made a decision that was permanent, so every action henceforth is a movement away from God, permanently evil. But its existence, you could say, is an action, a deprivation, and a movement. Those would be the three words I would use to describe.
I would describe evil more so as like a parasitic ontology, right? It doesn't exist on its own, and it only exists in good things as its corruption. So it wasn't something that was created or exists by itself independent of created nature, right?
Yeah, and that fits with, it's dependent on the movement, privation, and action of those with the capability to move toward or away from God. So, yeah,
I have a question, though, real quick.
It's a privation of good.
Yeah.
What would your thoughts be on if somebody were to make the claim, death is a negative ontology, it's the privation of life?
Okay, there's different kinds of death. So, for example, there is spiritual death, because God says, "On the day which you eat of it, you shall surely die." So there's physical death, which is we understand that the soul being separated from the body. But not every kind of death is a kind of separation. We want to be very careful with that, because some, as I've heard on the Protestant side, they lazily say like, well, death means separation. Not necessarily. Because if I'm dying to myself, as Paul says, I die daily, he's not separating from himself daily. So there are a lot of ways die can be used, and you want to be careful with that.
Yeah, I think that's fine. It depends what you're talking, what's dying exactly. Like, is the will dying? Is the body dying? It would be what is the subject that we're saying is dying here.
Right.
Because, like you're saying, we can have a positive death towards, the saying in the Orthodox sphere is if you die before you die, you won't die, right? And so that's the death of your individual will, the old Adam, that's your old will, and now that's being replaced with God's will. So there's a death of your will. There's a death of the old way. Yeah, it totally depends what you're picking out.
Well, that's a lie, Marilyn. Ross does not condone death. He recommends everybody to life, true life in Christ. So that's a falsehood.
Essentially,
I
you're
come
agreeing
to
with me because
preach
I say it's
Christ
the
and Him crucified, and He gives life and that more abundantly. If you
Right.
continue in your sins, then your ways will lead to death. I'm here to save you from that.
He died so that we may live. That's the truth.
Okay, so evil exists. Because essentially you're agreeing with me because I say it's the opposite of what God wants anyway. That's the
I'm not
almost
even
the
getting.
same thing.
I'm not even getting into myself. I'm not getting into the ontology of evil and how that all goes about. I'm just going by what.
Well, I
is
wanted to
revealed.
clarify what his definition was and then what yours, because I think that he was asking you, he was making a claim that God was doing evil acts, and it's like, well, what do you consider evil? That's why I was
Exactly. But
going down this-
probably evil is my jam. That's why if you want to talk about that, I'll talk about it. But my main point was actually, you're talking about evil existing in the mind of God before the foundation of the world, because Jesus had to be slain before the foundation of the world.
Mhm.
And I'm saying it doesn't make any logical sense for evil to exist in the mind of an omnibenevolent God, especially in light
Well,
of
you're saying
maybe,
it does,
maybe in a
you haven't
cartoonish
proven-
version. But
Let
yeah.
me finish. Especially in light of your guys' own standard of judging sin and evil, is that if you look at a
I don't know what just happened there.
Go to bed. Oh wait.
My
Steel
bad.
returns.
pretty guilty
Well, I
of
wanted
doing
this
the evil.
dude. It's so funny to be based I thought he was BS Lewis, but I guess he's based.
It
Lewis
is BS Lewis, but he changed his name in StreamYard to Bates Lewis because
But
you know.
he says the problem of evil is his jam, and it's just like honestly one of the most low tier objections that exists. It's just so easy.
Yeah.
He says this thing about, when Christ says, if we look at a woman lustfully, we've committed this in our mind. And then he's equating that there's a one-to-one similarity between how we as temporal, finite, fallen man operate and how the literal ontological source of good operates. Like, no, it's not the same, because we are not like good incarnate, like the soul. They always miss this. They always I always tell them, you're trying to do an internal critique, but you're not taking our position. You're
No,
smuggling
exactly.
Yeah, you're doing a modification of our position with your presuppositions of how things ought to work, and not recognizing that we have stated this is the ultimate epistemic foundation for good. It can never be not good. And you can't just go, well, you can't do that. It's like, yeah, tell me the contradiction, and within the worldview that includes this piece. And they can't do it. They have to modify it like we're all bound, us and God are bound equally by logic.
Exactly.
In a way.
That's what he did the whole time. Like, for example, he said ultimately all theists are idealists because they believe it comes from the mind of God, and that's a false equivalence because we're contingent. God is necessarily the foundation of reality because he's transcendent, and so so you trying to say because we have I have a mind, God has a mind, therefore even if God thinks a thing, well, that's just his opinion, bro, or something like that. It's like that again. You're not, like you said, they're not actually engaging with our position because they're thinking if it's a mind, it is therefore not transcendent, or if it has a mind, it's therefore stands dependent, and that's not true.
Yeah, and that's partially why I had to start modifying my arguments towards atheists, because I still hold to the immaterial universal concepts come from an immaterial universal mind. But even in that, that's only one step above nature, which is ontology. So when I'm making this argument, I'm referring to the Logos Logi doctrine, that the Logi is the divine ideas that God had when he began to create the universe. Okay, but everything in his mind is informed by his nature. So the nature, the ontology, the what is first, and then the mind is informed by that. But that's the fount, that's the source part. So no, it's not just a mind with nothing slightly more fundamental. What's slightly more fundamental is God's nature, which is ultimate good, ultimate logic.
True. No, he's not. That doesn't make any sense. He's the foundation of truth, so he would know what he would have such a.
That's an assertion. You're just
yours is an assertion, dude.
No, I'm showing you how the
Hold
assertion's
on. Wait.
No.
If God is the good, and the I guess the distortion of good, the opposite, the negative would be evil under what the definition I just gave. What exactly, if you accept that as true, then how does God have evil in him?
Because how did evil begin to exist?
Free will.
And how did free will begin to exist?
God created free will, but the actions of the free agent took is not what God chose for them to do.
I'm going to be using the same argument that Aquinas makes when it comes to a first mover. I'm just going to be applying it to morality instead of cosmology. And so if you want to say, secondary causation or anything like that, I'm just going to say first dominant.
If you want to say the thing that refutes me, yeah, I'm going to say secondary causation.
Right.
Like what? What?
If you have a moral agent, that moral agent is not going to act the same as a transcendent being who is the standard person in person.
Right. Well, again, like here's what they don't understand is that the fall didn't necessarily have to happen. That's.
Sorry, I had to give a big dramatic ring ding for missing Moss comment.
Oh, is he here?
No. Yeah.
Well, that'd be fun. But no, I mean they have this like idea that this had to happen. To some degree, obviously there's providence, but ultimately it was a choice by Adam and Eve that they absolutely could have made a different choice and did not. That's something that's unique to them. It's not something that God forced them to do. It's not something that God pre-programmed them to do. And this just makes their mind short circuit for some reason.
Yeah. Coming from a Reformed perspective, I agree with everything you said, except that I would say that what does happen comes ultimately from God's decree. That's my and Rev Russ's understanding of things, and part of that has to do with what I was talking about earlier with Revelation 13:8, which says talks about the Lamb crucified before the foundation of the world. But at the same time, Matthew Henry, who is a Reformed Bible commentator on Proverbs 21:1, where it says the heart of the king is a stream of river in the hands of the Lord, he directs it wherever he wills. If you read that commentary, what it says is God works like an irrigator. He does not violate the nature of the thing nor force upon the thing, but what he does is he carves the path for the thing, and the nature follows the path that God had brought forth, where God gets the result without violating the will of the individual.
You know, I'm almost there too. I would just say it a different way. I would say that ultimately God allows for evil, and even the fall, God allowed for it. Nothing happens that is outside of his control. Ultimately, it's all permissed by him because he's the sovereignty says he has the final say at the end. Evil is not equal.
Sovereignty.
Yeah, like the evil action and our capability to do evil is not equal to God. There is none equal to God. So even the acts of evil is all happening within this bubble of sovereignty. So it's permissed by him. This also comes up with, the really cringe Justin deconstruction zone, the people who like to really get into these supposed Bible contradictions that are just like translation errors, basically, where they're like, oh, look, like this says that God
repented.
Or not the ones where they say like God put a misled, or what's the one where he
Eli, you're telling me that the people who try and disingenuously argue with Christians are gonna disingenuously try to point out problems with Scripture.
Exactly.
This is inconceivable.
But it's that God is permitting Satan to do a thing. That doesn't mean God's doing the thing. He's letting Satan off of his leash, which God ultimately has the control over, and he does for a reason, usually for the edification of his people. But like that, I would ask you guys though, do you ultimately think that Adam and Eve could have possibly made the right choice, like in the garden?
I believe they had the faculties to make the right choice, but I believe it was decreed that they would make the wrong choice.
Yeah,
For
I guess, yeah.
Again, I was talking to Steelborn about how, it's usually the Catholics and the Orthodox that are more known for having reverence for mysteries. But this is one example. There are a few examples of it, but this is one example for me where I don't pretend to have the knowledge to tell you how it works. But I do know that if Christ is the Lamb slain before the foundation of the world, then everything that entails from it is God's plan, including the fall, including sin, including redemption, the crucifixion, the resurrection, and the crucifixion, of course, being, the greatest crime ever committed because it was the murder of our God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I would also give respect to the mystery of, I just don't know if I'm comfortable saying God planned the fall. But I think God had a plan for any potential secondary cause. I do think it was a test, though, that was failed by Adam and Eve, which would indicate that they absolutely could have chosen the other way. They didn't. And there is this also the doctrine of like the grand plan, even before the creation, that all of this would eventually happen. And you're right. It is a highly technical mystery on like, does God's foreknowledge also equate to the plan per se, or does he just have foreknowledge of the secondary cause? But the reason I'm so particular about it is for people just like B.S. Lewis, because if we say that God planned the fall,
speak of the devil.
There he is. We called him up.
So one thing that points me to Reformed theology the most is that it's centered around God. Everything is centered around the doctrine and theology of God. Everything we have is built from that. God is sovereign, ultimate, supreme. There's nothing that is above him, nothing beyond him, nothing outside of his control. For example, you've heard the example, right? Can God build a boulder that he himself cannot move?
Can God create a burrito so big he couldn't finish eating it?
Exactly.
Oh, God can eat every burrito? Oh, so defeated.
when we pose that question, now we have to apply that to human free will, as you would. Is human free will greater than the sovereignty of God? Did God actually create something that he himself could not move? Something that his own ontology has to bend to? Keep in mind, who is God? Right?
Yeah.
So God is Father, Son, Holy Spirit. We know that the Christology, right? Christ has two persons, two natures, human nature, divine nature, right? Can't separate them. Eternally cannot be separated because the Son is eternally begotten from the Father. Mm-hmm. So how does that happen if Adam and Eve had a choice? They could have chose otherwise.
Well,
Now man
becau-
controls God.
No, I don't think that follows necessarily. I think that where are you saying that you're getting from Adam and Eve having a choice in the garden means man controls God? Can you break that down a little bit?
Yeah. So if Adam and Eve would have chose not to partake of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, Christ would have not come into the world. Therefore, Christ would not have received his human nature.
Well, he wouldn't have. So Christ came with a specific mission to undo the effects of the
But
fall.
he
Hold on.
is a person of God, right? He is one third of the Godhead. And he is
Sure.
eternally begotten, eternally slain from the foundation of the world.
Well, now wait a minute. Eternally slain, I think that's where I'm wondering where that's coming from. I don't
Revelation
see
13.
contradiction.
Slain from the foundation of the world.
But eternally slain. Don't let's not make it sound Catholic, because Catholics seem to think that the crucifixion happens over and over and over at each Eucharist, which we don't believe.
No, we don't.
Well, again,
That was
I'm
a
not.
one-time thing. But
Right,
slain
once
from
for
the
all.
foundation of the world, which means from before, right?
Right.
Right, but I'm still not seeing the contradiction with Christ incarnating into paradise. Like, why is that problematic?
Because sin enters the world by one man, and by the others, sin is removed, right? We're given
Yeah, I agree that
grace,
Christ is doing the
faith.
removal, but I'm saying that if sin had never entered the world, why could Christ not incarnate into a sinless world?
Oh,
What
he's
would
not
be the
saying Christ.
purpose?
He's not saying. Well, let's put it this way. I would not say that Christ could not incarnate unless there was sin.
I wouldn't.
Obviously, God could do whatever He wants in that sense. But what's going on here is, if for Revelation 13:8 to make any sense, the fall would have had to have been part of God's plan, because the slaying does not happen without sin. You don't have death
wait a
without
minute.
sin. You
The
don't.
Revelation is taking place after all this has already happened. Okay.
But
so-
Revelation 13:8 is describing the lamb slain before the foundation of the world. I agree that the time scale of the entire book of Revelation is taking place in the future in the eschaton. But what I'm saying is, it's making a statement about what has happened before the foundation of the world, and that's the crucifixion.
Okay.
That satisfies the wrath of God.
I guess this is where I was getting into with, I still hold that it was a choice. However, God has foreknowledge of this choice, and therefore has a plan of action for this choice. So from I agree with you, it's very complicated. But if God has foreknowledge of a choice that Adam and Eve will make, then he's also going to have a plan for what's going to happen, and he knows that's going to happen, so he has a plan for his son to redeem the world. But that can all be true, and it still be ultimately the secondary cause of Adam and Eve doing what they did, and had that, like you said, the faculties and the capability to do otherwise.
They did. Yes, they had the faculty. So I think what's happening here is a difference between the way that people besides Reformed people would phrase it. It sounds more like a contingency from like acting. I hate to say the word passively, but it sounds more passive. Like this is like reality is a freight train that's coming at God, and He's got a plan for how He's going to, make sure everything goes in the right place. Whereas from the Calvinist or Reformed worldview, it would be more like God has decreed these things. They are all in His plan. That's how you can make sense of Romans 9, how you can make sense of John 6, Ephesians 1:1-14 about predestination, the book of life. No one can come to me unless the Father draws him, and I will raise him up at the last day, and things like that, where it's very deterministic, particular language about individuals, and also even about Jude 1:4, talking about individuals who are foreordained for this condemnation. So that's a pretty tough double predestination verse. I didn't grow up even like being in a Calvinist church or Calvinistic at all. I just kept seeing what I kept seeing as far as like definite terms of the things having been beforehand. But here's the thing. Even if you don't share those beliefs with us, it doesn't mean that alone doesn't mean that you're not a Christian, because there's also plenty of Protestants that don't believe in Calvinistic stuff. They don't believe in predestination. They believe more in prevenient grace, like A.W. Tozer, Leonard Ravenhill, John Wesley. There are good men who in the past who are Protestant who would more side with you guys on this kind of stuff.
Yeah, and that's where I think it's just a theological difference. It almost feels to me kind of like Murphy's Law. Like, is that the one that's like, whatever bad can happen will happen? And there's probably some degree of God giving free will to his creation. He's like, if I do this, eventually they're going to use it, which means eventually they're going to use it to disobey me. You know what I mean? Like, but that's part of the loving aspect of, to not give them free will would violate the nature of God being a dictator and not a loving father. So
I mean, well, don't we have free will in heaven?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm just like thought experimenting about, you know, the parameters around the fall and God's foreknowledge of it. It's like, well, you know, he knew that was kind of a package deal with, but again, what's interesting is I don't think God had a choice in giving free will because of his nature. Like,
well,
that's what
because
the devil
we're made
does.
in the image. We're the only things made in the image of God, and if we're made in the image of God, and God has a free will.
Yeah, that's what's kind of interesting is only we're made in
good.
the image of God, but it's interesting because it makes me wonder, well, what are angels made in the image of? Because there's nowhere that says that angels are made in the image of God, just man. I've always wondered that.
But I mean, I wonder, I guess that would be like, it doesn't say that, well, does it say that we're the only creatures? I mean, I guess they could.
It doesn't give that definite, but we are the only ones in the Bible who are said to be made in the image of God. I if I could find that for angels, I mean, you look at the 4 living creatures, they're not looking like us, you know, that's for sure. And we don't have wings. You know, we don't cover our feet, we don't cover our eyes, you know, we don't
as far
fly.
as you know.
There's also different classifications of angels. You got the cherubim, the seraphim, and what have you. But then also in the Old Testament, at times when it mentions the angel of the Lord, it is the pre-incarnate Christ. So we have to pay attention to the context of Scripture and what it's telling us to determine what angels it's talking about.
Okay, that was one of the first things, like Steelborn and I keep running these things where Steelborn thinks I'm going to disagree with him, and we just keep agreeing with each other. And the first thing was theophanies. He thought that it's for some reason that I didn't believe in theophanies in the Bible.
Well,
I definitely do. Christophanies.
Well, okay,
all
so
that stuff.
I didn't assume that you were like you didn't believe in them. My thought was maybe he doesn't like understand doesn't understand them as we understand them, or understand like what I mean by the term. Because like when I was a Protestant, nobody had ever used the term theophany.
Well, when you was a Protestant, what church or denomination were you a part of?
I was a non-denominational.
You were not a Protestant. Sorry, that's not Protestant.
Were you? Were you okay? Stillborn,
That's
was
such
it
a high church?
Hold on a sec. How is he going to tell me that I wasn't a Protestant, but I can't tell Protestants they're not Christians if they're not Orthodox?
Hold on,
because one's a salvific claim, the other's a doctrinal claim.
No, it's not a salvific claim. And here's why it's not a salvific claim. I don't claim that you have to be. I don't claim that non-Christians go to hell.
Well, now Russ is saying you non-denoms did no protesting, but historically my group protested the shit out of everything and died.
Now, hold
for
on,
it.
watch. I can demonstrate this. Eli, do we make salvific claims about anybody even outside the church?
No.
But also the thing about denominational churches. So I've got this here. I love my books, guys.
Here we go.
Just saying.
So I've got this right here. See this one right here. This is the Westminster
the Book of
Confession
Mormon
Faith and Catechism. Oh no, you won't find that on my shelf. But this right here is our doctrinal guardrails. So your non-denominational churches, they really don't have the.
Hold on, how is Rev's mic in front of him? He's facing the wrong direction, and it's still just as loud as when he's like literally next to it.
Because I got a really, really good condenser mic, gentlemen. Like,
I'm speaking into your
mind. You
mind.
should have seen my old mic. It was this little cheap thing off of Amazon, like literally this big. I had to hold it up like this when I was on Verbal Combat. That's why I was so low. So I ended up investing in one of these fancy retro-looking microphones, and it's heavy too. And if it's heavy, it's expensive.
It's heavy on the ears too.
But yeah, non-denominational
Hold on, I want Rex to address
churches.
that position because he just found out that wasn't my position.
Yes. So non-denominational churches, they typically don't have doctrinal guardrails like Reformed Baptist or Presbyterians or Lutherans even, or even Methodists. And Methodists, they're a little more on the spiritual side, right? So like how you ended up with like the evangelicals and the Pentecostals was you had some laymen from the Methodist church kind of try to offshoot. They weren't even ordained clergy, right? So you got these guys not ordained clergy. They go off and start their own Pentecostal movements. So
Yeah,
that's
well,
where
the
you get the
Pentecostals
Pentecostal,
came from
non-denominational,
Azusa Street.
evangelical.
Right. The Azusa Street revivals.
Demons.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Where
I
was
did find out
But I want
recently.
to
my
hear
mother-
Rex's response to what I just said.
Oh,
Well,
really
my
quick.
question is, aren't I a heretic according to you guys?
No, I'd say you're hetero. Well, I would more so say heterodox.
See, Eli says I'm a heretic. You just got debunked.
No, I mean,
Eli, aren't you the real
solas are
Orthodox here?
No, absolutely. Do not look to me for spiritual advice. I just try to argue what I believe is the truth of the matter.
I'm not
the
an Ortho. I just
solas
play
are
one
a
on
heresy.
TV.
Yeah, exactly. Do as I say, not as I do. No, the solas are a heresy.
So am I a heretic? If I died right now, would I go to hell?
You know, well, again, I can't make that claim. But another thing that's interesting about heresy is it also, the official term is given to someone who is in like stubborn obstinance to the truth.
Oh, I
And
know who
I
this
can't,
guy
and
is.
that's something that has to do with the heart. And I don't know your heart. I don't know that that you've received the truth and rejected anyway.
By the way,
That's between
as
you and
like
God.
we as any layman, we can't just declare somebody a heretic. That actually has to be like an official declaration to call somebody a heretic, I believe.
Yeah. It, like being wrong doesn't make you a heretic. So I can't like I answered that too quick. I'm not like calling you a heretic. I'm saying that this belief is heretical. Whether you are a heretic is a heart matter of do you have obstinate rejection of the truth. That's typically and historically how the church has labeled heretics. It's more than just being wrong, because saints have been wrong. Church fathers have been wrong about certain things. Augustine's a big example. We hold him to be a saint, but he also said, I leave all of my teachings up to the judgment of the church, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That didn't make him a heretic. The heretics, like, Origen and all these people, they got brought, they had the debates, they brought him to him, and he's just like, no, fuck you, I'm right. Like, so then at the end, they're like, he's a heretic.
Martian.
To his death, he rejected every single attempt at correcting his view. So
That's why I said I was very hesitant. I'm very hesitant to call somebody a heretic. But
I'm
not
if
really
it's not a
bothered. I like
salvific
the
claim,
closest to
Rex,
Cody.
now that you know that it's not a salvific claim, it's
yeah, I'd rather say a belief is heretical than saying this person is a heretic.
well, no, but I was talking about how hold on, Rev got to tell me that I wasn't a Protestant because I was non-denominational, and I can grant, I can understand his position. I can say that's fair, but then, why couldn't me and Eli just make the? And by the way, I can't even consider myself a Christian by this standard, because I'm only a catechumen. But if it's the case that he can tell me who is or is not a Protestant, why couldn't I tell you who is or is not a Christian and define that as being outside the Orthodox Church?
Well,
And it's not
from
a
our
salvific
perspective, from our perspective, right? So I can look at a Lutheran and say, you believe in Christ? Lutheran says, yes, you're saved indeed. Same with the Baptist, same with the Methodist, same with the non-denominational.
Not the Mormons, no.
Oh, not them.
Not the
sorry.
Mormons.
No, they
Okay.
don't believe Jesus is God. They
don't hold the
they-
Trinity.
Oh, okay. Well, that
They got
wasn't
really-
But
they
that
have-
wasn't the initial question, though. You just said believe in Christ. Now it's
But-
believe specific
Well, we have to
doctrine
characterize who
about
Christ is.
Who
Yeah.
is Christ, right?
Which is a
I can't
specific
say,
doctrine, yeah.
I didn't say, do you believe in a Jesus? I said, do you believe Jesus?
Yeah,
The
do you believe in
Jesus,
Jesus
the,
who works at the gas station on the corner? No, it's like no.
Yeah.
Well, the question is
Alright.
like, do you guys believe in the Filioque?
Yeah, positionally, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You both affirm the Filioque?
What the-
Hold on a sec. They both affirm the Filioque? Great. By this standard, we don't worship the same God. We now worship
But
different
I
gods.
also affirmed the original Apostles' Creed, which made no mention of the Holy Spirit at all.
Do you hold to the original Nicene Creed?
What? You guys didn't know that?
Wait,
So the Nicene Creed.
pre-Nicea?
Hold on, the Nicene Creed was altered twice. One time it added the Holy Spirit. The second time it added the Filioque. The Orthodox Church adheres to the first edit, and the Catholic Church adheres to the second. What if
And
I say I
you
adhere to the first?
to what?
Hmm?
And you
Well, that's a
adhere to what?
conundrum, right? Well, of course, the
no,
Western
not-
position.
Oh, the West. Wait, but the Western position's the one with that altered it the second
The
time. So what
Filioque.
makes right?
Mhm.
So what makes the second alteration more valid than the first?
What makes the first alteration even valid to begin with?
It's Christ's church.
Christ Church did it twice.
No, they didn't.
Oh, so Christ's church can schism and still be.
Well, the Filioque was kind of taught in the Orthodox Church for
No, the
300 years
Filioque was
prior
never
to the
taught in the
schism.
Orthodox Church. The Filioque changed.
Yeah, it was.
It massively alters the model of the Trinity.
Yeah, it was a papal invention.
Now you could so hold on. I understand. So if you argue that pre-schism the Western Church was teaching the Filioque about 300 years before the schism, that's true. But that's what caused the
Yeah.
schism. That was the
Exactly.
tension. That was
Yeah.
part of the tension.
So
that
it
caused
took.
the schism.
These things don't
So
happen
for
overnight.
300 years, it was still being taught within the Orthodox Church before the Orthodox Church corrected it.
Well, no, there wouldn't be because there was we
hold
always
on.
had the distinction of the Eastern and Western
It took
churches. They were
300
still
years.
They were still unified though. But we
They were
always
still
had
one
this-
unified church.
That's true, but hold on, you're making it
Exactly.
Orthodox Church without error.
Wait, hold on. Just because there is
No, we can have
heretical
defectors
people-
within the church, and if we have
Yeah.
defectors within the church, the difference between our system and the papal system, right? If the papacy defects, right? If the Pope defects,
Mm-hmm.
Catholicism is now false. If even half or most of the patriarchs defect, right, and they start contradicting the teachings of the church fathers, that does not disprove orthodoxy.
Right. The infallibility comes from the
Right.
councils.
Yeah, so in fact we don't believe in the infallibility of a single, or even necessarily
An
even a
individual,
collective.
yeah.
It would have to be all of them.
Yeah, during the Arian heresies, they were like the overwhelming majority, but that's not saying that the church fell, because ultimately the heresies got rooted out. And no, that doesn't happen overnight. It does take, especially during a time when like people were sending letters on horses and shit. I thoroughly believe if Martin Luther had instant messaging capabilities to the patriarch that helped him write I forget if it was the Augsburg Confession or the other thing that he wrote, but there was an Orthodox patriarch that helped him and Philip Melanchthon write one of the key papers that he had. If he could have instant messaged that guy, Luther would have
The
became
95
Orthodox.
Thesis.
Not that one. No. It's the debate. I think it was the Augsburg Confession. But,
Well, because I do know that it was either Luther or some of his followers had reached out to the Eastern Orthodox
Yes.
bishops at
Luther
one
actually
point.
held the Orthodox
No,
Church in that
Patri-
regard.
A patriarch was in contact with Luther's followers and Philip Melanchthon and made edits to one of the papers. Look, both of you guys, I really, really would love it if you read Rock and Sand by just Father Josiah Trenum. And if we could do a stream on it. It was one of the most I think that even Protestants or Orthodox alike, because he took a really scholarly account into the history of every single denomination, the whole tree from the beginning to the Great Schism to the Protestant to this. And he talks about this a lot. But if part of the reason why that patriarch didn't get more involved is because they were dealing with a bunch of issues with, I think, Muslims and such during that time, and it took 6 months for one correspondence to reach. I mean, we all hit each other up on Discord. We don't think about this in history, but it's like, imagine if like you hit me up to be on your streams, like, all right, I'll get back to you in 6 to 8 months and ask you what time it's at, and then you write me back 6 to 8 months. Be 3 years before we get on stream together. So yeah, it takes.
And there's
time
also
Okay, so hold on real
major-
quick. I want to address something that Rev said.
And
So
there's
it is
also
true.
major language barriers as well, right? So between
quick,
Greek,
this is
Latin,
really important.
English.
It is
big
true that
differences.
the creed was altered twice. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
The original creed, the First Council of Nicaea in 325, the council produced the initial form of the creed to combat Arianism. It was shorter and did not include the full section on the Holy Spirit. The expansion at the First Council of Constantinople in 381. This is a major and universally accepted revision of all the church fathers and expanded the creed, especially the section on the Holy Spirit. It clarified Trinitarian theology more fully. The later Western edition of the Filioque is where things became more controversial, because the Western Church, especially under the influence of Augustine of Hippo, the phrase "and the Son" was added. This was not done through a council. This was done by one person. That's why the controversy started.
But it was widely accepted throughout the West already.
So
when it was added
here's
in
the
the
other
West,
problem.
the
No.
bishops in
And
the
this
West
is in
didn't
Rock
really
and
have an
Sand
issue
too.
with
The
it.
East and the West were divided by the Ottomans. They couldn't even get in contact.
Yeah, they
with
couldn't
each
talk
other.
to each other.
So
And
by
the
the
West was
time
already
all that
fighting
war
their
was
own
done
brands
and they
of
came back
heretics.
together,
Hold on a second.
they had conflicting views going on, which ultimately led to the schism.
But it wasn't like the West was refusing correction from the East. They couldn't talk to each other, for one. And also, like the Orthodox understand why the Catholics added the Filioque. They did it to combat. I think again it was Arianism, because basically a bunch of the Roman pagans and stuff, and like the pagans of the Celts and stuff that they were talking to, were trying to deny the divinity of Christ, and they were like, no, Christ is God, and that's essentially why
Well, they were trying to say that Christ was a created being,
or something like that. Yeah.
and that's what they were.
Well, if there's one thing we can agree on, it's that the Catholics make up stuff, and that's why we break off, right?
Look,
Yes.
that's true, but we would say that the Catholics broke off from us. But
They're the first Protestants.
look, it makes sense.
Well,
looking
They
at it
protest
like,
against.
they're not
Wait, who was doing the
they're not
Protestant,
Protestant, though.
though?
You see,
They were
you see,
they
you
were
have
mad.
a,
They were protesting that we wouldn't recognize papal authority, so they just took
Well,
their ball and went.
But weren't you protesting what they put in with the Filioque? If
Well,
that was
yeah,
the case,
look, I never said that they don't call us the same thing. But
course.
trust me, bro.
this is
mean-
the Spider-Man pointing at each other meme
Yes.
all over again.
It is.
I get to look at the schism like through a third party lens, right? Not Catholic, I'm not Orthodox, so I can view the history kind of impartially, just from my Protestant perspective.
I mean,
And
no,
what
don't grant
I
that.
saw, hold on, what I
don't
saw
grant that.
from my research is that even though the Filioque was the breaking point, it was the straw that broke the camel's back, but it wasn't the whole bale of hay, brother. There was a lot of other politics going on, and it wasn't just theological politics. It was politics within the Eastern and Western Empire that was going on as well for some time. But when it came down to schism time, the Catholics came over there first, right? They walked up into into one of the Eastern churches and said, "You guys are excommunicated." And the Eastern Church said, "Oh yeah, well you're excommunicated too," and that was the schism. That's why it's called the schism. And then when the Protestants came around, why the Protestant Reformation is not called a schism in the same sense is we didn't break off, right? We are in protest of the Catholic Church and we seek to reform it. That's why they called them reformers. They didn't want to start their own individual churches. They sought to reform the Catholic Church.
But then what happened though?
What happened was that I
whole
think
bunch
what
of
was it?
individual
The Council of Trent ended up excommunicating all of the Protestants. But not only did they excommunicate them, they didn't just say, "You know what, we're done with you guys." No, they came around, started burning us at stake, hanging us, torturing us, killing us. There was an 83 years war fought between Catholics and Protestants
Hold
in
on.
Europe.
Who is us? Because the Protestants were also killing other Protestants. Luther and the German princes were massacring the rebellious Anabaptists in the Swedish hills. So it wasn't just Romans versus Protestants. Protestants were also killing other Protestants too.
Mm-hmm. But the Romans came out really hard against the Protestants. Take a look at what was her name? Queen
Mary of
I wanna
Scots.
say Mary Jane Grey. If I'm not entirely mistaken, I am not good with my royalty, but she was a Protestant queen who was only enthroned for one day, and then was killed by a Catholic.
Okay.
For her throne. So, and then also this dude right here.
You keep a guy in your book. Oh, there he is.
The
Yeah,
Catholics
this
killed
guy.
us too. So I mean,
That's
we got that.
my 11th great grandfather, by direct
Wow.
unbroken succession. He's the reformer who started the Protestant Reformation in Scotland. So
You would really enjoy Rock and Sand, Rev. You should. I really mean it in all sincerity. I think it would add a lot to the conversation because there's. I read it once and I retained a lot of it, but it was 3 years ago, and I need to reread it myself. So.
Well, one thing I can say is that us mainline Protestants and the Eastern Orthodox, we can sit here and player hate on the Catholic Church. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
We don't like the Pope. We're on terms with that. We don't do penance. We don't do purgatory.
We don't do graven images.
Yep. There's a lot of stuff we don't do.
Honest about my conversion is I didn't even have the knowledge that I have now and thought about it really hard. And even Jay Dyer will say, you can convert for bad reasons. But I literally was just I guess I'm Christian now. I've been Christian in my mind for 5 years, leaving behind all this stuff. I got to find a church. I got to just settle down and find one. And I was let me look at the Catholics. I was Pope's infallible? Nope. But I like the history. I was I wish there was a popeless Catholic church. And then I was Orthodoxy, older than the Catholics, no Pope. I was just okay, I'm good. Let's go. I just
okay. Why them?
Just done. I just walked away. Said I'm good to go.
Why them and not the Coptics? Don't you feel a little bit Egyptian?
Well, to be honest, I was very
I always
ill-informed.
liked that.
I didn't even know about the Coptics till afterwards. But again, understanding the line of secession, I had to stay on the appropriate boat. But for me, I read the book that converted me was The Case for Christ by Lee Strobel. I was in a really low place in my life, hiding out in a motel room, and I had that book that my 8th grade teacher gave me in my Lutheran school, and I read it, but it was what the apostles, their martyrdom, just knowing what I knew about human nature. I was okay, these guys saw what they said they saw. People don't do this stuff if you didn't see what you said you saw. And when I was oh, apostolic faith, I can't do this Pope thing. I was oh, apostolic faith and no Pope. I'm okay. I'll go to the Orthodox Church. It was just that simple.
Mm-hmm.
And now
Presbyterians hold the same, and I think Lutherans do too. It depends on what branch of Lutheranism you went to. So Lutherans can
LCMS.
be high church, really, really high church, and then sometimes they're just kind of loosey-goosey. It really depends on how the local congregation is.
I was LCMS in the state of Missouri, so it was pretty conservative.
Well, there you go. Pretty conservative. Maybe I think the only one more conservative is supposed to be Wisconsin Synod. It's supposed to be a touch more conservative.
Look, I'm just saying, at this point, we're just debating instead of reviewing the debate.
Oh, man.
Yeah, which is not the same thing as secondary primary causation, because again,
okay, so wait a minute, hold on, wait, hold on. Okay, so then hypothetical, if you save someone's life and then they go and kill someone, are you responsible for them killing the person? You're morally responsible for that?
Oh,
good question.
Can I clarify something before I answer that?
Well, I'd like you to answer and then clarify.
I'd say no. Now clarify.
Okay, so then it's not
a fair
clarify.
It's not a fair analogy because I'm not omnipresent, omniscient,
well, no, we're testing
or
logic.
omnibenevolent. Yeah,
well, no,
but you have to test the logic of the subject that you're testing me. But I am nothing like God. Do you disagree? So it's a false analogy that you're
So that would also apply to the mind being not stance dependent if it's a universal mind. I think that's worth noting.
No, it's not a false analogy because logically it would hold the same weight. If God is a person,
Why? If I knew that he was going to kill that person, then I would be held responsible for it, sure. But if I didn't know it, then yeah, I wouldn't be held responsible.
Who is God held responsible to?
To his creation. Why is that funny? Because power equals thumping chest kind of thing or whatever.
Ownership, property rights, my dude. I never thought I would hear an atheist say that.
That's so silly. No, are you held?
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, dude. Honestly. So if you build an AI robot, you're responsible to the AI robot based on your logic.
Yeah, you actually are.
What do you think of that, Eli?
Well, I think that is so. Can you clear up exactly what he said? So he's saying that God has a responsibility to us because he created us.
God, yeah, so we can be the judge of how good a job God did.
Oh, no. Okay. Because I was going to say, wait, I do agree that God being loving and being a father has that kind of. I don't know if I would use the word obligation towards God, but he loves us and has that relationship. But if he's saying that we as the creation now get to judge him, that's insane.
Right. Well, yeah. Let me back that up because I likened it to AI.
So
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, dude. Honestly. So if you build an AI robot, you're responsible to the AI robot based on your logic. Like responsible to, because I said responsible to, right?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So if he's using that as a comparison, he's saying that God is responsible to us. God responds to us. God answers to us.
Oh, right. No. Yeah, that's foolish. That's totally foolish. I was thinking responsible in like you give your kid a dog and it's like you're responsible for this now.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. God is only the father, theologically speaking, of those who are truly saved. Whatever you want to understand saved to be, God is not the father of those who are unsaved. God is a creator of those, obviously, who are unsaved. But Satan, he that's why Jesus says, "You are of your father, the devil," to the Pharisees, right? So, what we don't want to do is anthropomorphize to where the reason fathers are responsible is because God is above earthly fathers and they are accountable to God. What we can't do is say God is our father, therefore he is responsible for us in the same way, because God can kill us. God can do whatever he wants with us.
Yeah, nothing inconsistent with him just scrapping the project and starting over.
No, he did it with the flood, basically.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
and he's going to do it again. God. You may disagree. You may disagree with what I'm about to say, but God kills.
Rapture.
No, I'm not a dispensationalist. I think you know that. But God kills everybody. God determines the day you birth and the day you're dead.
But those that bless Israel will be blessed.
On the blood moon.
I have.
I read it in my Bible.
No, that's true. I totally get what
They
you're
read it
saying
in their
now,
bookstore, but they didn't read it in the Bible. But
God does it. A better way to say
think
this
it
is
is
God
actually in
does
the
not
Scofield
owe
Bible.
us anything.
Is Rex a Lutheran or something? No. The closest thing you could call me is Reformed Baptist, like Charles Spurgeon.
So you're non-denominational at the moment.
What I'm saying is,
do you subscribe to a specific denomination?
I hate to salute to labels with that sort of thing, but Reformed Baptist is, you can call me Reformed Baptist and it would make sense. It would map. So, because I believe
those who follow Reformed theology are always reforming themselves. So, like, call me a Presbyterian. Okay, well, I'm more reformed.
See, that's the beauty. That's the beauty.
I'm more reformed.
That's the beauty. If you say somebody's an Orthodox Christian, you'll always know what they believe.
Yeah, and I mean, I hate to always go back to the elephant in the room, but I know we're having a good time. But it's like, if you're talking about reforming doctrine, that is presupposing that you have access to the correct doctrine in the first place in order for you to reform the doctrine that needs to be reformed.
Okay.
Yeah, so some of that goes to epistemology, some of that goes to ecclesiology.
This is really important, guys. Hold on a sec. Missing Mod, are you actually a dispensationalist?
Yes, she is.
Oh boy.
Okay, so yeah, she is a dispensationalist, and none of us on the panel are, even though we all have our own differences.
Has anybody told her that God already beamed up all the chosen and we're all left behind? I hate to break it to you, but you're fucked.
Oh, are you a preterist? You think everything happened for the first century? Now we're
He's just joking.
Yeah, no, I just like fucking with those people.
Oh, I
and be
know.
like, you missed the boat. They're already gone. I went into my mother's room and it was just her clothes. I'm stuck back here.
Now, I think Steelborn is convinced I'm going to become Orthodox someday, but Big Bad Mama
100%.
Big Bad Mama thinks I'm going to be an atheist at some point. Here we go. When Rex becomes an atheist, he will go far with that voice. Apparently, when I'm a Christian, I can't go far with this voice. I don't get it.
Look, I'm just saying, if Rev started doing commercials for boots, it would make total sense.
Shoot, Chevy needs to call me up if they want to make their brand more masculine again.
Yeah.
Bow tie never dies.
Feels like
Boots.
To drive a Ford F-350.
I was about to say, you need to get yourself a Ford F-250. That's rainbow color, because we're redefining.
Like a rock.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Bro sounded like Master Chief.
4-point Calvinist.
Oddball. Play ball.
Oh, damn.
I'm an all 5-point Calvinist. Although the 5 points of Calvinism wasn't even like the fundamentals of his doctrine, they're kind of off layers, but it tended to be the few things that people identified him with, especially like predestination, right? It doesn't mean what you think it means, like especially from the Calvinist position. Like you could wake up in the morning, you could choose bacon or eggs, you could choose pancakes or sausage, right? Choices.
It always goes back to
yours.
breakfast.
It does, because breakfast is the best meal of the day. Don't get me
Look,
started on the biscuits and gravy, bro.
Hold on a sec. This is proof, by the way, that Christianity is true. We're allowed to eat bacon. I'm just gonna point that out.
Yeah.
Eat
Don't
bacon
get
and
between
die.
me and my bacon.
Hey, where's he going?
Y'all
Where's his
saw what I
legs?
did to.
He just
Y'all
got
saw what I did to
raptured.
Menard.
Oh my gosh, you guys! It
got
happened.
raptured.
Eli was the only real one.
Look, the clouds.
Rev,
Okay,
do
now
you
I
hear
can
an
hear some of the
echo?
echo.
I'm picking up an echo, but I don't think it's me.
It's me.
Yeah, I was gonna guess. Oh,
Because I
Eli's
unplugged my
back.
headphones.
Do you
Hold on.
remember?
They raptured his ass, and then they were like, never mind, send him back. He's
I
gonna
raptured
talk about
my
the
ass.
ontology of the law of identity and how you can't get
Right.
immaterial.
Oh, sorry. This is the
invariant
working
rules.
man's Jay Dyer, not actual Jay Dyer. So we're gonna send
That's
him
right.
back.
You could also say
Wrong
Timu
guy.
J. Dyer. That's funny.
The
too.
Timu Dyer.
All right, here we go. AI robot, you're responsible to the AI robot based on your logic.
Russ got Hall fans.
That's insane.
So the AI
Oh,
so
come
you-
on.
Why do you think that's
wild.
insane? Do you know that there's all kinds of people doing philosophy of science for like proper moral
Oh
things? that
no.
make it-
Oh,
You got to
yeah,
stop
yeah.
interrupting, guy. You
I'm
talk,
sorry,
you
but
might
this
interrupt over
this
me.
is okay. I don't mean to be
just
rude,
talk-
but this is so
I-
absurd.
Takamo, that's fine.
This
What's
is
the
so
point of talking
absurd.
about it? Why am I talking if you don't let me get 2 words out
All
before
right,
you're like,
gentlemen. It's my
Yes,
turn to
wait.
be raptured. I need to go get some holy coffee.
Heck
All right, Rev. Well, we'll see you when you get back.
Oh shit,
I'll
Rev's
be
getting
right back.
raptured.
Apparently, you got on the bus to get raptured in wherever he's from. You said was so absurd. I couldn't believe you said it. But go ahead. I will mute myself.
Okay.
I will mute myself and take
My
myself
chair
off
You
the
don't get
been
on a
left
bus to
behind.
get
Go ahead.
raptured. You don't get on a bus. You get in the bed of an old like 1978 Chevy pickup.
Yeah. So B.S. Lewis says this is how he knows he won because you're responsible to the things that you create. That I mean, I don't understand how he thinks he's winning right now.
'Cause I need your answer to these questions.
So here's Mo. I set up a Mo one-on-one because apparently I'm interrupting too much, which I admitted later at the end. I apologize for interrupting too much. So I was like, I'll just take myself out of the equation. So here's Mo and B.S. Lewis.
Fine. Mo,
Yo, what's up?
are you a father?
I am.
Who is responsible for judging if you're a good father?
That would be God.
If God doesn't exist.
Well, I can't answer the question because in my paradigm, God exists. So how am I supposed to answer a question that goes
Wouldn't
outside
your
of what I believe?
children, Wouldn't your children be ultimately the ones who decide if you're a good father or not?
No.
No.
Would
That doesn't
God
follow
be
at
real
all.
if he were real, B.S. Lewis?
What'd you say, Eli?
I said, would God be real if he was real, B.S. Lewis? Like, just imagine a scenario where God exists. Great. Okay, we're done here. Okay.
Like,
you did it. You did the thing.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I could not believe what I was hearing.
Wouldn't your children be ultimately the ones who decide if you're a good father or not?
Ultimately is
Hold
a
on
pretty
sec.
big word.
Hold on a sec, real quick. Does your wife's opinion not matter here?
No, just kids.
Just the kids. Just the kids going to decide if you're a good dad. And what if
Yeah,
your
I
kids
think
grew up
it's
to be
such a-
communist? Hold on. What if your kids, like, hold on, B.S. Lewis, you're an atheist, right? What if your kids grew up to be Christian, right? Do they get to now tell you that you're a bad father?
Yeah. No,
Does that make you? But does that make you objectively a bad father because your kids grew up to reject all of your ideas?
BS says not as much as the kids.
No,
the kids
why
are
do the kids
superior
know anything?
intellect.
Okay, so if your kids
What
grow
do
up
they
to
know
become
about
Christians,
parenting? They don't know shit about parenting.
Hold on a sec. If your kids grow up to be Christian and they reject everything you believe in, does that make you a failure as a father?
Does that make Christianity true? I mean, I just don't. This is such a weird non sequitur, dude. And I don't know if you missed it, BS, but I think it's funny that your whole niche wheelhouse, the problem of evil, it's like the worst objection to Christianity ever. Reddit tier.
No.
That's true. The
Why?
argument, or what is it?
Because
what is it called? The problem of evil is such a really fucking dumb argument.
If God real, why bad?
Yeah,
thing
it's literally
happened?
always an argument from incredulity. By the way, here's what I like to do when they try and do like the argument, the problem of evil. I'm like, you know what's evil? Why don't I have gills? Why can't I swim under? Why can't I breathe underwater? Why can't I fly? You know what? God's evil.
Which is
because I
also,
can't do
by
the
the
things
way-
I want.
Because I'm not
That's
Big Bird.
No,
Yeah,
no,
because I'm
that's
not Big Bird.
unironically T Jump's argument too. By the way, he's like, in this perfect world, I'd be like super T Jump and doing everything I want, and it's not. So gravity's evil.
Well, T
Like,
Jump.
that's literally T Jump.
That is literally his argument.
He thinks the best possible world is when you're isolated and nobody's around, which is like a very antisocial sort of theology, if you will, because you become. It's basically like a material Mormonism. You become God of your own universe.
Yeah, he wants to be like on creative mode in a Marvel video game where he's all the heroes at once.
No, he wants
and
to be
nobody's
creative
around
in
to tell
Minecraft,
him what
bro.
to
That's
do.
all it is. He just wants to be able to play creative. Oh, I don't.
Okay.
The problem of evil is an argument that states that how could a universe created by an all-good God, who's all-loving and all-powerful, also how could evil exist in a world that was created by that? The problem is, if you deny God, you have no standard for evil.
Yeah,
That's why
well,
the argument
here's what Mo gets into, and I think you'll like. So I bowed out when I pointed out the fact that you cannot have somebody be the judge who is the recipient, and is dependent upon you.
hold on a
on
second,
what basis are they
real
judging
quick.
me?
Okay, BS. Lay out the problem of evil in a syllogism in the chat, and we'll respond to it. And I will refute your syllogism in real time.
Because you're leaving the like psychological stamp that's going to put them through the rest of their life.
So
you're the male role model.
Well, no.
that they're- If
Okay,
it's a
hold on,
daughter,
hold on.
you're the male
Hold
role
on,
model.
hold on. I'll engage in
look
this.
after
I'll
all their
engage in
guys
this.
with.
Oh, hold on. I'll engage in this. So then all the children who go and do heinous acts, it's ultimately like the father's fault, right?
No,
no
I
matter how
said
you raise
that
them.
the children are responsible for judging if the father is a good father. Is what I'm saying.
Right, and they're judging that the father did shit.
So when the killer kids say, "Father, you're a bad dad," and they go off and kill people, that's justified and that's definitive.
Yeah, therefore the dad's a bad
This is so
dad.
fucking
Makes sense to me.
stupid. I know so many people that like talk shit on their parents, and I look at them, I'm like, dude, your parents are actually not that bad at all. You're just a whiny little bitch. Like,
Right, you're the
like,
problem.
what is this
All right,
argument,
hold on,
Lewis? This
hold
is
on.
so retarded.
I'm gonna pull up. He's laying it out in premises. I'm gonna write them down so that I have them all.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Premise 1. God is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent.
All right, now hold on. I want to hear the cowboy read it.
Buy a Kia today.
God is omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent. Okay.
Okay, P1.
We got a firm grasp of the obvious.
Okay, God. I'm just gonna write down God is the omnis.
He's got the omnis.
Not to be confused with the omni-liberal.
Not responsible for
Oh,
judging
hell
if
no.
the father is a good father. Is what I'm saying.
Right, and they're judging that the father did a shit job, and so they do heinous things.
Yeah. Do you think horrible fathers raise horrible
Okay,
kids?
premise 2.
Well, no, answer the question.
Premise 2. Go ahead,
Evil
Rev.
exists. Evil defined as anything contrary to God's omnibenevolent nature or will.
I am wondering. I feel equivocation coming.
Yep.
But I
because
don't know.
I would just reject premise 2.
Yeah.
Please. The
Negative
children
ontology.
judge the father did
Sorry.
horrible.
Negative ontology. Yep.
Yeah, big bad mama. P3, you're a doo-doo head.
Whoa. Okay, we all have to
guys,
apostatize
okay,
now.
I lost.
Well, wait, you raised me a shit way, Dad. You did horrible. I'm gonna go, burn this bus full. I'm gonna unalive this bus full of children, and that would be on the father, correct? No matter what he did, he could be the best father ever. No matter what he did,
I'm not
it would
saying
still
that
be
the
his fault.
father is responsible for the child's.
Well, no, you are.
acts.
You're saying that the children judge based on
Yeah.
how well the father did, and they would be
Does
right
that
in
mean
that, right?
gives them license to be antisocial? No, but they are the solely
Okay,
the
so
only
then-
ones. They're solely the only ones who have that relationship with him as a father, right? You can look
Okay,
on the
so-
outside. You can look on the outside and say, "Man, he's a good bad dad," but you're never there for 100% of the time to be in that relationship if he really is a good dad. Only the kid can.
But
say that.
do you understand the what you're painting out here? It maps on to the God situation. The person who says that they blame God for everything and then they go do heinous things.
Here we go. Premise 3. in a reality of God alone, it would be logically impossible for evil to exist. Interesting.
Like if there's just God and no creation.
Am I glitching on your guys' end? Or is that just me?
Yeah, you're frozen.
Yeah, you're glitching in the matrix, Rev.
All right, let me try something real quick here.
You're good now. Oh wait, you're frozen. Hold on, let me remove you and then put you back on. And now let's just say something.
There we go.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, cool. I bumped it
All
down
right.
to standard definition.
So
I was
so
running high
previously,
definition and it kind of pooped out on me.
yeah, you anyway. So one of the things he said earlier in the discussion was that God had quote unquote evil in his mind. So what he seems to think is if God could conceive of evil, either God himself is not all good, or that something along those lines. That if God could even conceive of evil absent of moral agents, free moral agents that could commit evil, then therefore God is not all good, and the Omni defeats God because it would require.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but again, this whole entire argument hinges on us accepting the definition of good and just the definitions of the words good and evil from the atheist paradigm.
Well, no.
We don't.
They're trying to do an internal critique, right? So I can grant that, but the problem is I would reject premise 2, which is the definition of evil.
Right. Well, again, it's premise 2 is very loaded. I agree. It's like, well, we don't think it has a positive ontology. It's a privation of the good. So it's not a created thing. That second, it's something that comes out of the secondary causes of creation. Conclusion: the act of creation caused evil to enter reality. He was either not powerful enough, didn't know, or wanted evil to be in reality.
Well,
It doesn't follow.
Well, I would contend that even if you wanted to characterize wanted evil to be in reality, Revelation 13:8 covers that, and God is still justified because everything in creation is his property rights. He violates nothing, and therefore it is impossible in all worlds for any God to be evil, by definition.
But,
So,
hold on, I can just. The act of creation causes evil to enter reality. Well, from our view, evil was always there. Like, evil is always possible because what evil is from our view is evil is a negative ontology. So I reject your definition from premise 2 that evil exists, and evil is defined as a positive thing. It'd be anything contrary to God's omnibenevolent nature or will. That's giving it a positive ontology. I reject premise 2. Evil as a negative ontology. It's the privation of God.
Well,
so therefore your argument doesn't follow.
and also
Again,
God's not made of matter, and yet God can still imagine matter, which does have a positive ontology, but just because God can imagine something that he is not, it doesn't mean that the thing either doesn't exist or is comprised of what God is comprised of.
Well, and again, this is why I think it's extremely important to say that Adam and Eve made a choice. Because they made a choice, it does not follow that God wanted them to make that choice. I just don't see how that follows logically from your argument. That's something
Concepts
you're
can
asserting
exist
into
in the
the
mind of God. Yes, concepts exist. They are immaterial.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because he
What does
thinks
that
that.
have to
Hold
do
on. He
with
thinks that concepts don't exist.
Also,
stupid.
P3, in the reality of God alone, it'd be logically impossible for evil to exist. Well, okay. I mean, Reformed theology agrees. God's holy, immutable, righteous, and good.
Well, our
Evil is
theology
not
agrees.
eternal. Evil is not a part of God's essence, and evil is not an independent substance standing beside God.
Exactly.
So,
Right. So
yeah.
so if there was this God alone, then God would not be opposing God. I mean, even you can use go to Bible for that. A house divided cannot stand. Same old thing. But here's how Mo contends with evil.
How God is responsible for that.
No,
You just said no, so
Hold
I'm
on a
saying
sec,
that
hold on a
they
sec,
are
hold on a sec, hold
responsible
on a
for
sec.
judging if he's a good
Oh, here we go.
He said, do concepts exist? We all said yes. So he said then the positive or negative ontology doesn't matter. Yes, it does. Positive or negative ontology is a massive distinction. Shadows exist, right? But you can't say that well, if there was only light, then there wouldn't be any shadows. That's true. Shadows themselves don't have a positive ontology. They're the
Okay.
privation of light. Cold doesn't exist. It's the privation of thermodynamic energy.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He says my claim is
also-
evil exists. What's the ontology of evil
what's
in
the
your
ontology of
worldview,
but,
BS?
but
You're smuggling in a
moreover,
presupposition that evil is positive ontology.
his conclusion tries to jump from without creation there would be no creaturely evil to like therefore creation caused evil and God is blameworthy. Isn't that category error? You guys would know better than me on that one.
Well, yeah,
or
I mean,
at least
it-
a causal fallacy.
It's
or
the cart
causal
before the
fallacy.
horse, all over again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where again, not only does he conflate the idea of if we have a mind and
That
God
wasn't
has a
our
mind,
question, Lewis. Our question was not what is evil. Our question was you said evil exists. Is that a positive or negative ontology? What's the ontology of evil?
Dude, there are
in one sense,
secondary-
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I don't understand why because it's also missing the point that to create us without free will would be contrary to God's nature. It's an act of love to make creation with free will. And if that free will has the free will to do something that is contrary to what God wants, that doesn't contradict God's nature. It
Here-
just doesn't follow at all.
God.
Right.
here's
And
my-
so
like, okay,
let's,
here's my
I
analogy.
say I'm judging God. Let's say I'm an atheist and I judge God didn't do a great job.
I know you guys are going to keep fighting with the one man in the chat, so I'll just put it
Sorry.
up here.
In any sense it exists, then if it exists in one sense. What?
Okay. BS, do lies exist?
And I'm going to use that to justify all kind of heinous things.
An atheist wouldn't believe in God, but
Well, no, an atheist would. Let's say an atheist is like, yeah, he's saying like if there is a God,
Oh,
let's
I
say
see
he's
Rev
agnostic,
chatting in
whatever.
your- in
If there is a
closed
God, he
debate.
does a shit job, and I can go do heinous things.
Yes.
be
Hold on. By
justified
the
that
way,
I'm
yes,
judging
lies
God.
exist, Rex.
Lies exist. Okay.
Okay.
So does that
So
mean
you're
lies
done.
are true?
You're
Yeah, at
done.
that
He's
point,
judging what God did.
Yeah, because in my view, like not that he has permission to go to do antisocial things. I'm saying he has.
So why
permission
does
to say-
humans?
I'm saying he has permission to say whether to judge whether the God was a good God or not.
On what basis?
Well, Missing Mod, number one, I wanted to do a review because we're getting some good stuff later on, but also BS says he won this, so virtual BS can do just as good.
Under by his own personal relationship with the God.
So,
Even though he couldn't give an account.
but what is he basing that on?
His relationship with the God.
Like that.
No. How is he making the moral value judgment that it was wrong?
Subject to morality.
Okay, yeah. So,
But how would you?
my preference. Got it.
How? Okay, no. How would you judge that God is good? How do you know that you're not worshiping the devil?
Okay, so we're doing
just
the evil God.
Yeah, evil God.
Okay,
How do
so
you know
evil
you're not-
God.
How do
Okay.
you know you're not worshiping the devil?
Okay, so if we understand good is what ought be and bad is what
I'm gonna
ought
go
not
refill my
be.
drink. I'll be right back.
Sure. If we understand good as what ought be and bad is what ought not be, then the foundation of reality would be ought not, and therefore the foundation of reality is what ought not be. Therefore, by being virtue of an evil God, it's a self-defeating proposition. Is therefore impossible.
No, it's not. Do you think death is an ought not?
Death is a result of the fall. When you say death is an ought not, death is an inevitability. But what do you mean death is an ought not? How is that?
Jesus came to conquer sin and death. Those are ought nots, right?
Yep. Wait. Hold on.
Do they exist?
Death is an ought not. Define death as an ought not for me. Death is the last enemy because death came through sin. That's very clear.
Because
There
death
are-
is what he needs to reverse the curse of death. And so,
There are effects of the fall. For example, like leprosy. Leprosy is part of disease. It's an effect of the fall. God came in. Jesus came down and healed lepers from time to time.
so
right?
you do
But
see that there
that's
are ought
not.
nots. Then you
Can you pull up Doom-based comment at the bottom? We can, in fact, conceptualize concepts, you fucking dingus. The difference is, we also understand the differences in ontology. This is some more of that Phil bro shit that you clearly don't understand. Yes, we can actually understand the distinction between things. If something has a negative ontology, it doesn't exist in the same sense as something that has a positive ontology, right? Lies have a negative ontology, for example. Lies are the absence of truth. Shadows are the absence of light. Cold is the absence of warmth. They don't exist in their own unique way. They are the absence of something. So evil is the privation of good, which means it's the privation of God. So the problem with the argument from evil is, there's a massive equivocation because premise 2 is based on a false definition that I rejected from the beginning. But even if I grant it, the argument still doesn't even logically follow. Because the conclusion that the act of creation alone caused the act of creation caused evil to enter reality, and now that I can agree with that part of the conclusion. Well, actually, I'm not even sure I could call the act of creation caused evil to enter, but we could just say evil is a result of creation, right?
Well, no, again, this is why I say it's all based off of the way the atheist is defining good, because he's saying, look, here's this God that's all good, and look, he gave his creation choices, and that creation can make secondary causal choices to do something contrary to the will of their creator, and that's bad. So the good God created something that's bad, therefore the good God is bad. But it's like you're just using your own proprietary definition. It's like that's bad according to who? According to you?
Okay.
Because what's the standard
we
for good,
reject your
ultimately?
definition. So you're equivocating in this argument with us.
Hey,
Like, how do you not
So,
fucking get this? You're equivocating
If
within
I'm
the
not,
argument.
if I'm not mistaken, gentlemen, the way that B.S. Lewis here defined evil earlier was anything contrary to, what was it, God's omnibenevolent nature or will.
Yes, that was the exact definition.
I think that needs some work, right?
Yeah, it needs to be it needs to be more defined because.
Well, no, I mean, I can just grant it. I can say that's a fine definition. That's still a privation because it's something contrary. It's a movement away from that omnibenevolent will. And that statement that he said in his premises is refuting what he just said, that the absence of good is an amorality. It's like, well, wait a minute. If it's either something is contrary to his will or it isn't.
I accepted that he's I
There's no
accepted the
middle
omnis.
ground.
Yes, I accepted the omnis are part of the nature of God. Absolutely. P2 is what I reject. Premise 2 is a definition, and it's a very poorly worded definition.
Yes, but that's what you
And it's
think
an
logically follows, but that's not what logically follows according to Christianity and also our scriptures. See, evil is contrary to God's moral, revealed, or perceptive will. Basically what God commands and loves, right? But evil isn't contrary to God's decretive will, with God sovereignly ordaining it to occur.
Look, BS. Hold on. We could all just grant to you that your argument it logically follows. It's totally valid. Too bad it's unsound, so it doesn't fucking matter. So I can reject your argument.
Right. Here's the thing. When you say good or evil, you have nothing within your argument to characterize what God's character is or what good or evil is. The scriptures provide that. And so absent of that, your argument means nothing.
But not only that, hold on, we can just grant it. His argument can be totally valid. It can all logically follow, but it's unsound, so I can reject the argument because it's built on a false premise.
So he said, and this is what I want to get to, because when it gets to this debate, he treats good and evil as if it's an all things equal binary, and it's not. He says if God's nature, just because you have two words on either end of an equal sign, it does not make it a binary in the sense of like a yes or a no, as if evil could stand alone without the evil.
Evil is not equal to the good.
Right. So he says if God's nature is standing for good, evil is the opposite of that. Here's the problem with that. It's like when people say that the devil is just bad God. That's not what it is, right?
Yeah, the devil is not. So God is always more powerful than the devil, right?
Infinitely
They're not duking it out. We're not dualists.
It's not exactly.
I want to admit that you could live in a not world, you just have a justification.
So he's if you hear, he's purporting that possibly you could live in an ought not world. Isn't that amazing? Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't follow at all. Just because there are
God's. I think for us, it's God's nature is the standard of good, but evil isn't equal or opposite nature standing over against God, right? That's why in Revelation 11, when we see the war in heaven, it's Michael the archangel that's fighting against the dragon. It's not the lamb fighting against the dragon. That's because God has no equal or opposite. He is above all.
He will defeat him with the breath of his mouth, says the scriptures.
Yeah,
so just
I mean that's why
Doom base. We can
it's
ask
important.
T-Jumps ChatGPT.
And it's important to ask the atheist. It's like, okay, so you're saying that this argument, it follows that God can't be good. That's presupposing that you know what the fuck good is, and that's what we're asking within your argument. And if it's
Yeah,
just
well,
your
what he-
preference, then your argument doesn't stand.
The thing he's trying to operate off of is opposites, but he's operating as if they are equal and direct opposites. And they're like mirror opposites. They are not mirror opposites. They are the evil is contingent upon the existence of the good, and is necessarily so in all cases. So
Look, only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Yeah, it's not a second eternal principle.
Correct. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't follow at all. Just because there are fallout
leprosy
effects,
ought not be
because
existing.
there are fallout. Just because there are fallout effects of our sin doesn't mean that they are morally culpable actions for contracting leprosy. That's not the same thing, and you know it.
If it's an internal critique, B.S. Lewis, then adopt our fucking position. Do it correctly. Philosophy 101, retard.
Physical disease.
I agree that's a physical disease, but that doesn't necessarily mean it does not come from sin. You haven't established that.
No, you have to prove the positive that moral things can cause physical diseases.
I'm talking about a fallen world in which there is distortion of the world
know.
coming from
I
under
need you
the
to
curse
prove
of sin. Oh, by what standard do you prove things?
To demonstrate it. No, stop dodging.
So-
I need you to
so-
demonstrate your claim.
By the laws of logic?
Logic does not prove that morality makes physical diseases.
Did you use logic to ascertain that?
Are you just trying to reroute me off of your burden of proof or what?
You keep dodging my questions. So fine. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna say we have to be honest, right? We're gonna agree that more honesty is a moral objective, right?
And I have to hold your feet to the fire when you're not being honest. You're being
Okay, so we
deceptive
agree that
and
moral
ignorant.
logic. So we agree that moral logic.
It's like, grant me my entire paradigm, and I'll show you exactly why my argument works.
Right. That's the thing. Is like when atheists say prove, they mean only using an atheistic tool set, which will ultimately conclude in atheism. Show me how God exists.
Yeah,
that's what it always
it's the
means.
crackers in the pantry fallacy.
Well, and that's why they cannot track tag at all, because they can't step outside their own paradigm for 2 seconds.
Which means moral ought to exist. Okay, thank you. So the point is,
Which means you're defeating your own argument, though.
No,
It's
I'm not.
circular. Yes, it is.
What's circular?
Because you're being deceptive in your debate tactics right now.
Hold up. That's not. That doesn't defeat my argument. If moral objective
What a
exists.
crybaby.
First of all, second of all, if we're talking about, I don't even understand your objection. What I'm saying is, the evil God proposition is self-defeating because you cannot have the basis of truth be ought not. That's very simple. And you said, well, what about death? Is death an ought not? Well, no, death is not an action decision that you take, and neither is contracting a disease. So you're using some kind of non-applicable idea and saying, well, this thing is not an ought not, and therefore there are no ought nots, or something along those lines.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Okay,
it's not even clear.
Here's a better question: do you believe there's any ought nots that exist in the world now?
Give me an example, like as in
No,
there are
in
categories
your-
of sin.
Whatever you're considering an ought not, does any of that exist in the world right now?
I don't really know what you mean. Give me an example that
Whatever
you would like.
meant by ought nots, do any of those ought nots exist?
Whether or not they ought not. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. If any, let's say there's 15 ought nots that exist. The ought nots live under the correspondence of the ought. That they can't. But what you can't have is a foundation of reality based on an ought not in which there are oughts. So it's internally inconsistent and defeats itself.
Yeah. How do you know ought not is not the
job,
primary
Exam.
and the
That's
ought
exactly
is
right.
the actual?
Thank you.
The privation of it.
The ought is a privation of an ought not.
Yep.
Because that's absurd.
Because you said so.
It's the other way
Because
around.
it necessarily. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like he doesn't understand the dependency of the ought nots, of the necessity of the ought, in order for that. He's trying to say. This is exactly what I was saying. He's trying to use them as like equal and direct opposites that are just like, well, this is red and this is green. It's either red or green.
Exactly. Yeah, it's always just like this least common denominator. Well, we all know, right? But it's like, this is why presuppositional apologetics is so important, because it's like, wait a minute, this whole fucking argument is contingent on us having this equal understanding of what an ought is and what an ought not is, and actually our two worldviews couldn't be more different. So here's our justification for why there's oughts and why there's ought nots. Where the fuck are you getting yours from? Oh wait, you don't even have any, you just make it the fuck up. Okay, hence atheism is refuted.
DeFreak, I think this was sometime last week. That's all I remember. It must be absurd. If the foundation of reality was
a binary, you're saying one side of the binary is true, the other is a privation of.
Because it's not a binary, because ought nots are dependent upon oughts.
Ought and ought not is a not a situation. Sorry.
No, see.
Oh gee, yeah. And where are these oughts and ought nots? Are they like in the room with us right now in your worldview? I don't know.
No, he's saying he's doing internal critique. So, but in his internal critique,
ought-nots and oughts are just like poles on magnetism.
He's accidentally doing an internal critique of his own shitty worldview.
I mean, that's what I was thinking.
I would think to do an internal critique, one must actually adopt the frameworks that are held by those in which they are critiquing.
Exactly.
He only adopts the framework insofar as well
creating your own framework based on your own preconceptions of what frameworks you think we hold, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Or,
he's
condescendingly correct. Like, let me tell you what your worldview really means, and then I'm going to internally critique your newly updated worldview by me. Like,
while also claiming that you don't know what it means either.
Look, Eli, it's not my fault that it's not a problem with philosophy. It's a problem with you.
Yeah.
Well, don't you gentlemen know atheists are the arbiters of Christian epistemology?
Oh yeah. Hey, that's not very Christian of you. That's a freaking atheist catchphrase.
I'm so atheist of you.
Yeah, you're totally wrong. The fact that
start using that. That's not
I have
very
a question real quick for Rex. Rex, did you finally buckle down and just get YouTube Premium? Because I haven't seen one ad in this whole video.
No, I didn't get YouTube Premium. You haven't seen an ad in this video because I don't do ads.
No, normally watching a YouTube video, you'll still get the ads.
This is from my channel.
Oh, that might be why.
Yeah, that was whenever we were watching Mega Bloodbath.
You're going against the Bible, saying evil doesn't exist. See, he's doing the whole negative ontology means doesn't exist thing.
Let me tell you proper exegesis and why yours is wrong.
Yes, let me tell you
By
why
the
my
way, I'm an
atheist
atheist.
interpretation of Scripture is better than the last 2,000 years.
There you go,
of church
Eli.
history.
There you go, Eli. Tell him why it's wrong.
But B.S. Lewis, why it's wrong? Yeah, why the fuck would we take your exegesis of Scripture as an atheist? I do not understand why that. Exegesis. It doesn't make any sense, B.S. Lewis. Oh shit! I got really nervous when my own face blew up.
All right, that's fine.
Here's the thing. Hold on. Here's the thing. Hold on, real quick. I want to address this claim that he keeps making. Hold on. And still refusing to give us a verse to back up the privation of good. Well, luckily, BS, Eli and I, we're not Protestants, so our appeal isn't just to the Bible. We can also appeal to the Church Fathers.
Well, yeah, and I mean, here's the thing, though. This is, again, why atheists miss the paradigmatic argumentation. Do you really think, are you telling me, B.S. Lewis, that if I just presented the right verse, you would just accept, that you would accept any verse that we give you? You reject the Bible
unconvinced.
Yeah. No, you reject the Bible wholesale. That wouldn't even matter to you at all. So what's a verse going to do for you? We're talking about logical consistencies here.
Right, and we already talked earlier, even if I do employ sola scriptura, I can still look, as we said, look at the days of creation. And the days of creation were completed. When God was done, on the seventh day he rested. So all that was created in those 6 days. So anything subsequent to that was not an act of creation.
No, I'm a Seventh-day Adventist or whatever the fuck Protestant group disagrees with you.
Those guys ain't
Protestant
either.
And again, the whole thing is undercutted by tag because in order to even pick out something called good requires a God in the first place. Otherwise, it's merely subjective. And if good is merely subjective, then oughts are merely subjective. And if oughts are merely subjective, then truth isn't prescriptive. And truth doesn't exist. Then knowledge doesn't exist. And then your entire worldview collapses. So, I mean, this whole thing can just be undercutted from the
Eli
get-go.
and I agree. Eli and I are in agreement. And then Rev and Rex would be in agreement. But the four of us would not agree internally with each other.
With you. Yeah,
but there's a lot of overlap.
With you.
Yeah, there's lots of overlap. For sure.
Well, again, that's why the paradigmatic.
What you're seeing up here is a few cousins disagreeing with each other, but then when you come in, you ain't a cousin, man. We're all gonna get you.
That's
right. But also remember, within this debate, he also said he does it for fun. It's not because people ought to believe true things or ought to be compelled by logic to come to different determinations. It's because he has it for fun. In the same debate, but Eli, you weren't there for that because we've been
to being a sophist.
Pretty much.
Ought and ought not is a not a situation. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. You're totally wrong. The fact that there is an ought not is coming from the fact that there are oughts. You cannot have.
That's a binary.
No, it's not. You are so clumsy with your logic. It's so embarrassing. It's like usually I don't go out of my way to be like this harsh, but this was just so blatantly dishonest. Like it's so easily seen. You know, if there can be a universe where there is only truth, there's only real things, right? There can be a universe of only real things.
That's
right?
hot knots.
Engage. Is there a universe where there's only real things?
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know. Is it a binary? Yes.
Is there a universe where there's only real things?
There's a universe with real things. Okay.
Okay. Is there a universe where there's only non-real things? Only non-real things are there. Does that make any sense to you?
But an odd is not a real thing.
Okay. Does that make any sense to you?
Conflation of terms here.
Does that make any sense to you of a universe of only non-real things?
It wouldn't, but it's not a good
There you
analogy.
go. There you
There
go.
You made a bad analogy. Wow.
No, you're just not sharp enough.
No,
I'm sorry.
because
That's not.
you're just not sharp enough to keep up with me, man.
No, you're just saying, well, if you
You
list
ought
two
not
things, that's a
debate me.
binary. You don't know what a contingency is. You think that every
Oh
list
my
of two
God,
things is a
dude.
binary.
Sorry.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
If you
You
put
can't
not
characterize.
in
You
front
can't
of anything, it's a
characterize an.
binary.
You cannot characterize an
That's
ought not
not
without the
confusing.
insistence
Well,
of an
that's not
ought before that. You can't say that there is a violation of a law where no law exists.
I was
Correct.
using your terminology, and it's still a
You're
binary.
misusing my terminology. If
Ought
I
are A, not A.
can I commit a crime in absence of law?
No.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. What's your point?
Okay. How unclear was that? Like, just show of hands. Like, how is this unclear?
It was very clear.
I guess not.
I'm confused a little bit. I'm a little slow.
Well, that's because your mom took Tylenol, Teriak. So then, without a law, there's no such thing as an ought not. Therefore, it's dependent upon the ought happening.
Excuse me, did
before
you
the
just
ought
call
not.
me Tariak? What the fuck was that?
The logos?
The logos.
The ought
Okay.
is necessary. The ought not is not necessary.
Yeah, and I'm saying
therefore,
you're
therefore,
mislabeling
the
the
evil,
oughts.
and therefore, the evil God analogy, the evil God so-called challenge falls apart.
No, because you're mislabeling God, your God, the good God, as the ought. And I'm saying no.
The whole
evil God
point
is
of
the
character-
ought, and the
whole
not God is the good God.
The whole point of characterizing God as evil is to call him an ought not, and that's why you think it's confusing. It's not confusing at all. To characterize him as evil is to say he is the God that ought not be followed or ought not be.
No, good is
that
just the privation of
polytheism?
evil. What are you talking about?
Polytheism? Well, no, he's
Did I
trying to
just-
say
did I
that
just hear
good.
some
He's
polytheism
basically
slide in there?
he's trying to boil down to, well, good and evil are just these labels that we assign to actions and attitudes and things like that. And how do you know that you're not following an evil God? And yeah. So he thinks he's not losing here. He thinks later, he talks about later, he accused me of conflating morals with laws. So weren't we not talking about the problem of evil? Isn't that a moral claim? Weren't you talking about an evil God? Isn't that a moral claim? Isn't a law a good analogy to bring to mind certain particular attitudes and actions that break moral oughts, that go against moral oughts? This is not hard. I don't know why you're trying to make it so hard.
Well,
and if evil's a violation
good,
of good,
good
you
has
can
no
have-
ontological
Just remember,
basis.
he
It's only evil that
can't
exists.
actually.
Yeah, okay, you're just-
The reason he doesn't do a proper internal critique is because you can't, because it's a consistent worldview.
True. So you're just swapping things around.
But that's what
arbitrarily.
the whole point of the argument is. It's a binary argument. It just flips your guys' argument on the head. And makes
No,
it-
you
it-
don't
it doesn't
you don't
prove
understand
anything.
conditions. You don't understand conditionals.
I missed the start of this, obviously. So the evil God. So the idea is, okay, how do we not know we're not worshiping an evil God? Is that the question?
Yeah. So
Right.
so my contention
Right,
is
so-
my contention is if good is ought and then bad is ought not, the foundation of truth cannot be ought not, because ought
Oh.
not only exists in relationship to an ought, but you can have oughts without an ought not, and therefore because you can have a universe that's only good, but you can't have a universe that's only evil, because evil violates a pre-existing law, which would be foundational, which means that good must be foundational and evil must not ever be foundational and cannot be.
And my argument
watch-
is the
okay.
exact opposite of that.
Right, which is
Okay, well,
ridiculous.
Evil is the odd.
Okay,
and
so
good is the odd not.
so watch this.
So that would make
Lewis,
evil good. Thank you for making my point. That would make evil good. You just switched the
No,
words,
good
but the
make-
reality remains.
Look,
That's insane.
All right, hold on.
You're
hold on.
making good evil.
All right, hold on.
He says creating aren't contingent on moral position. Okay, I don't know what he's talking about. He's talking to Duff Freak.
Hold on, check this out, Lewis. So the objection is, how do you know you're not worshiping an evil God? Under what standard are you assuming God is evil?
You were right too.
I'm just
Or what is the objective standard that God is evil or good?
By the existence of ought nots in the world.
ought not. But what are you basing
What
those
the
on?
fuck?
What is the standard you're basing those on?
By the existence of ought-nots in the world, he judges that God is evil.
Well, again, this all comes down to, okay, like, let's grant what you're saying, according to who, and it just comes down to me, I guess. Like,
Yeah,
it's
he's
not
an atheist.
not-
It's his subjective opinion.
Yeah, yeah. So again, all critique.
His whole
This is
idea and
why
axiom of good and
possibility of the
evil is
contrary is so
subjective.
important. If you're positing that good is the case, it can't be any other way other than from a god. If you're positing that evil is the case, it can't be any other way than a privation from that god. And it's like they want to say, oh, you can't prove that. Well, okay, wait a minute. You're making the assertion that it's possible for it to be any other way. On what grounds are you giving that possibility? Because I can, in fact, give a demonstration of why this is the impossibility of the contrary. But if you're going to make the alternate positive claim that actually this is totally possible to exist in a different paradigm, then that needs to be demonstrated.
Divine revelation.
You have divine
So he says he has divine revelation.
revelation.
For this hypothetical, I do.
That's hypothetical. Are you serious?
Is it historic and public?
You guys get to use it all the
just a
time.
moment.
Oh, I bring up something along those lines actually. So we're on the right
That's the
track
next
together.
question. That's the next question.
Can I?
Just a moment ago, you said your objective is more standards based on your preference.
Oh, but this is hypothetical. This is not my actual argument.
Well, in this hypothetical, if there's divine revelation, then
I wouldn't
you
be
just
arguing
know
for any
that's-
god in my real world, but I'm
Well,
arguing
no,
for a
it-
theistic god here.
So okay, but so under your hypothetical, you get divine revelation, you would know if God's evil or good. So wouldn't it be self-refuting?
Yeah, he tells me that he's evil, and evil is the thing I should do.
Okay, so in your hypothetical, God tells you that. So then why even pose the question?
So in his world, you're morally obligated to do what you ought not do, and he doesn't think that's absurd.
You already know.
Because you guys have a different god that says good is the thing. That
Well, no. Well, are we going back to what we believe or what?
Sure.
I'm saying, how do we
I
tell
get
it? How-
I mean, the whole thing is just like, well, what if I redefined good to mean evil? Well,
Right.
then it's just good to you, and it's all subjective, which is what you believe because you're a dumb fucking atheist.
Or
Like,
if all
you're-
you do,
Him
I was
even
just gonna say-
attempting to do this hypothetical just illustrates the bankruptcy of atheism. That's what I'm saying. In his attempt to do an internal critique of us, he ought to be wise enough to see he's actually internally critiquing his own shitty worldview.
right? Well, he thinks that this is proving it.
How do we tell who's right in the situation?
In the case of that you're presenting, the evil would just be the good, and the good would just be the evil. But the
No.
problem is once you pull out of that, and you've done swapping the definitions, and you put the definitions back in place, and you're saying, well, then you can have an evil God. When all you've described is what God is in His character and what He has done for us, what He has how He has created the world. That is necessarily good by the fact of Him being the transcendent foundation of reality. It is what it is, and it is true because it corresponds to Him being the foundation of reality. And so to say it is evil, evil again is parasitic upon the idea of a good that it is defying in the first place. And you're saying no, it's not, and that's just absurd. And we're just going to
it's
keep
just
going
a
around.
word game. Yeah, you're making a word game out of it.
I agree that it's a word game.
You're making
but
a
not in the
fucking
way-
word game out of it, B.S. Lewis. It's like, again, this is why reference are so important. It's like, okay, you can move your lips and permeate the air coming out and say this word evil to describe what you ought to do, but the reference, like, you're still just turning it into the ought, so it's the same exact problem with different labels. That's all you're
Right.
doing.
Right.
Like
Exactly.
the referent is still either an ought or an ought not, and either those are objective or subjective. That's what the Father Deacon Ananias Reason for Reason paper has taught me so much from how I used to argue with the atheists to now, is you just got to find the true dichotomy. Either there is objective oughts or there's not. And then we can cut it. Either if there is, okay, now we lead to God. If there's not, then everything that you use to criticize a God worldview is impossible and your worldview is defeated. It's just that easy.
Yeah. So he puts out, no, your oughts would be ought nots in the evil God world. Even if that were
Dude.
true, that would just make them good because the foundation of the truth would be the God. And so therefore, whatever actions you want to posit would be still good. And therefore the evil in that world would still be parasitic upon that good and dependent upon that good existing. You're still not understanding what's going on here.
Here's the thing. If I have a gallon of orange juice in my fridge and a gallon of milk, and one has a label printer that says OJ and the other one says milk, and I rip it off and I swap them around, it's still fucking orange juice inside there. It's still fucking milk in the other one. The fucking label maker doesn't have anything to do with the fucking referent, B.S. Lewis.
Right.
But no, my contention is to even approach the question of how do you know if a God is evil or not, you would have to have some moral value judgment of what evil is. And
Right.
to even
Or
approach
good.
that question.
Exactly. Or good, correct?
Or good. Yeah, exactly. Or good, yes.
You guys are
But-
judging
and then
God, just like I
what
said,
is-
Say what's so annoying. Oh, you're presupping. Oh, you're presupping. But all of these conversations are missing the presuppositions that are baked into him even positing this hypothetical in the fucking first place. That's why I know we annoy the fuck out of people when we always go there, but you have to because it shows the ridiculousness of the hypothetical in toto.
Well, because here's the thing about presupposition. Let's recognize that all of atheism is framing. All of it is framing, because we look at the physical world. We can see and understand that God made it because of its orderliness, its beauty, its complexity, its awe, and its majesty. We look at mountains, we look at quasars, we look at all these sorts of things that are so amazing, and we can understand that there's a God who made this, that there's purpose and beauty in all these things. But at the same time, the atheist is just like, well, this is just made of matter. How do you know? And then they'll like, look at my belly button lint. Was that made by God or something like that? Is that look how ugly that is? It's like, dude, okay, come on. We're not.
No. Don't you know the reality, bro? I was in a Waffle House and I had a feeling about Jesus.
Yeah, and I really, and I have an answer to this, but I hate to be, I don't want to be like outright blasphemous, but it was something my brother, who it's so ironic. I have a half brother, and he is a Destiny foot soldier. He listens to all his streams. He goes to his live events. He's a hardcore liberal atheist who loves Destiny, and we get into it all the time. And he sent me the one with him and Tristan Haggard. And
No,
Destiny
presuppositions about questioning framing, you retard.
Yeah.
Well, hold up. I don't actually disagree with DeFreak. We're actually just engaging on the level atheists are doing. Because what we used to do was submit to their framing. Now we're like, no, I'm gonna say I don't agree with this framing, and here's why. We're both doing framing, right? Because we're both making universal claims. It's just that our universal claims make sense, and their universal claims are dependent upon the truth of the Christian reality.
Right. Well, and here's the bottom line: is everybody has presuppositions. Nobody is presuppositionless. Do your ultimate presuppositions, your epistemic foundations, your first principles, where you're starting from, do they actually have the ability to do the work that is needed for everything else? For example, if you use logic and reason to come to objective truth claims, but the axioms of your logic and reason are ultimately subjective and aren't based on anything objective, then you're saying that subjective means can get you to this thing called objective truth, and that's impossible. And that's what they have to do in order to justify. So we're going all the way to the most foundational. In fact, we're looking at it from the outside looking in at a meta level and saying, wait, does the core of your system, the thing that everything else comes from, actually do the work to make that happen or not? That's the question at the end of the day.
Yeah. And DeFreak, when you say, wow, you actually admitted that, it's like every belief system has a framework. So that's not an indictment on presuppositionalism or anything. It's not even saying that
Logic is framing. It's
Right.
framing it into the form of a logical argument.
Right. So
In
this
a
isn't
simple
me
way.
admitting something wrong. Go ahead, Rev.
Oh yeah, and a simple way of putting it, you can frame a house, right? But if you frame the house with a roof as the foundation, I can reject that framework and say it's faulty.
Yeah.
I don't have to build a house around your faulty framework. I could just walk away from it.
A god is the only thing that can successfully act as a foundation
But no,
to any worldview.
You don't understand, Rev. If you build the roof on the ground, right, it makes it so much easier to replace when the shingles go bad, because we all know shingles go bad in the storms, right? And when the hail hits, right, it just starts tearing up that roof. It's so much easier to work on it when it's like right there at the ground than as opposed to having to get a ladder and climb up there. And everybody knows, like most construction or a lot of construction sites are falling off the roof. Right? How are you
Foundation
falling
layers,
off the
I
roof
always
if it's
say.
on the floor? You can't fall off the roof if it's on the ground. See?
Yeah, if
think.
the house is on the roof, you won't have any shingle damage at all because the house will stop the elements. Jeez, that's genius.
See? Gotta think, bro.
That is actually how atheists think. That's what's so funny.
This is his version of internal critique, by the way.
Agreed. Calvinists don't
Calvinists
believe in
don't
evil.
believe in evil.
Yeah, which is of course absurd.
That's,
Well, no.
that's entirely
What are you talking about?
absurd.
I'm saying that under this hypothetical,
you guys are
you
judging
would
him to
have
be
to.
good.
Under this hypothetical, you would have to have some kind of standard. And so the question is, what is that standard? Even approach that
The
question.
subjective
you-
intuition of good
because-
and evil within yourself. The
Well,
same way you guys are
the
judging God to be
objection
good.
assumes a real standard of good and evil. So what are you using to make that standard?
Yeah, I'm saying that my evil God is the standard of evil.
What law is the evil God breaking?
He's not breaking any laws. You guys are breaking.
Okay,
his
so then
laws.
you're just saying evil meaning good.
Yeah, he says
It-
only
it
opposite
collapses on
of what your
itself.
God say.
Evil meaning good.
It doesn't really,
Yeah.
though.
It does.
It does.
No.
My orange juice labeled milk.
As far as I'm concerned, that was pretty much the end of the debate right there. But
No, that was a perfect way to surmise it. So basically, you just mean evil meaning good. You're like his whole argument is him trying to do the shell game, you know, the like thing scammers do on the boardwalk, like find the ball. Where's the ball? We're gonna put all these different things over it and slide it around. It's like,
Look,
dude, that's
FDA has always framed this the best way, right? The point that he makes when arguing with an atheist. Here's basically the argument the atheist makes. Just grant me all of my assumptions so that I can
Yep.
now demonstrate that my argument's true.
Exactly. But that's presupposing that your assumptions are true, which is presupposing that you have a foundation for finding truth that can do the work to get you. And here's the what came first, the chicken or the egg scenario, is that supposedly what is true is what comports with reality. That's like the definition of truth in the atheist purview. But in order to observe and evaluate anything in reality, you have to also have a system of discerning what's true and what's false. So what comes first? Reality being a certain way, or you having the faculties to discern the way that reality is? And it's like a loop. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And that looping, that constant looping at the core of their system is a symptom of autonomous epistemology trying to find a starting point for something that they never can because the starting point is outside of themselves in a
Right.
God. And that it's almost like that's what I was getting into with Danny, but it's like if I have this phone, right? And let's say the phone in some AI thing, it runs in a circuit. Circuits are circular. And you're like, where does the electricity start and end in you, phone? They would be caught in this like loop. They're like, well, it's in my motherboard, to my screen, to my this, and it's a circle, but the phone doesn't know that there's a outlet with a charger in the wall that it gets from outside of itself. And that's every time we get to the paradigm level with the atheists, they're just a dog chasing its tail around when you bring up the distinction between metaphysics and epistemology. Your metaphysics has to inform your epistemology if it is true that what is true comports with reality. But in order to accurately evaluate reality, you have to have some system of epistemology. Round and around and around they go. The only way to break this vicious circularity is if knowledge comes from outside of us.
Right.
Thus, divine revelation. On this note, boys, it's 1:45 in the morning. I have to get up at like 4:30 for work.
Steelborn, thank you so much for being along for the ride. Always appreciated.
This was lots
All right.
of fun.
Now, tell everybody where they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me at Steelborn on YouTube, X. In fact, if the mod's over at Rex's channel, wouldn't mind plugging mine in. Actually, I think I can do it right here.
Do you have a link? Do you have a link tree in your channel, by the way?
No.
Yeah, I put mine in because I was just sick of plugging all the things. I said I got a link tree in my description. Let me get yours. One second.
Oh my gosh, Stillborn. Like, that's the first time I've heard that one. You fucking retard.
That just means he's already dead, so you can't kill him.
By the way, for everybody who's over in Rex's chat, I have no hard feelings towards any of you guys. I take this, I take this position very aggressively, very seriously. I defend it very aggressively because for the last 20 years, Christians have basically just been hamstrung and mocked constantly by atheists who think that they're so much superior than us. So.
And I didn't even come on YouTube myself for atheism. In fact, if anything, I was hoping to avoid it and just focus on issues within the Christian realm to clean house, because there's a lot of issues.
I started my channel to do a politics channel. I had no intention of doing apologetics at all.
I just enjoyed yelling at people late at night.
Liberal preachers.
Yeah, seriously, same here. And also those on the far right who are just, like we reviewed the other night. Steelborn, you were in the comment, you were in the chat for that one.
Yeah, with you and Rev.
Yeah, the Zeb Boykin and Michael Spangler.
It's weird.
Wackos.
I've actually talked to Zeb Boykin before.
Yeah, I had an exchange with him in chat in one of Sarah Tomato's things, and we had a back and forth there.
I've talked to him on an open panel. Like I don't know. I watched his review today.
I know that guy. He's the guy with the goatee.
Yeah, and the thick
mustache. Heavy set dude. Yeah.
I watched his debate review with the Andrew versus Owen debate, right? And
I saw that was live today. Yeah.
Well, the problem was basically everything they just said was Andrew dumb, Owen right, and I'm like, you're not actually making an argument. It's like, look, I think Owen made some great points in that debate. I think Andrew made some great points as well.
BS. I don't avoid you guys. I face you head on all the time.
Well, he's talking about me. He's talking about me because I was like, I'd rather not, because it's just the same things over and over again. And
Eli and I go hunting for atheists. We really do.
I think atheists go hunting for me,
Yeah.
But then again, this whole thing started when I was in Def Nuts chat. I said I could explain the biblical understanding of that slavery, and that slavery does not comport with the will of God. He doesn't give a moral approval to slavery. And then Phantom hooked me up with Aiden, and then we had the debate on Swords of Reason with Aiden about slavery, and then all of Aiden's friends came over, which were atheists, and I go in Missing Mods chats, and there you go. And then now we're all intertwined together in this big web, and it will continue to intertwine and spread. Ah, memories. Ring the bell for memories.
Re-exam, did you see Jim Bob's that Jim Bob versus 8 atheists on Taco's channel?
I watched like a tiny bit of it. I meant to watch the whole thing, but I have so many tabs.
Did Problem of Evil on there, and that was really good.
By the way, for any of you interested over there in Rex Chatland, it will be on Thursday evening, 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Will be the first Scud debate. It'll be me versus Planet Peterson on Christian nationalism versus secular humanism. If anybody wants to come watch, you guys should come check it out. It's going to be a great time.
Hell yeah.
Blame Aiden. Oh, hold on. So this is Aiden's fault? It's not Aiden's fault. It's Phantom's fault.
It's Aiden's fault.
I don't
know who either of these people
Phantom.
are, but...
Yeah, so Phantom X11 is supposed to be the atheist version of me. Like, Missing Mod keeps telling me that I say things like we say things like each other. There was one time in the chat where we entered the exact same word, or at least the exact same concept, one after the other. But apparently I'm like, when I speak, I'm too technical for her, and my humor is like his, and just, I don't know. But the only difference is I don't do any gaming on my channel.
I tried once and that stream instantly got copyright struck.
I think B.S. Lewis subbed to you, Steelborn.
Appreciate it.
There you go.
But yeah, I did that one time. I tried playing games. I just tried playing GTA 5, right? While I was just sitting there reviewing some shit. And I got in the fucking car in the game and the radio was playing and the fucking stream instantly got copyright struck.
Wow. AI is getting pretty sharp.
Yeah.
You freaks following BS, and you freaks follow me following BS and Doom. Well,
on that note,
that's what happens.
Right. I gotta hit the hay, guys. Have a good night.
Steel.
Good night, Steelborn.
God bless and Christ.
God bless, Steelborn. Have a great night.
He is risen.
Hit the wrong thing. Give me a single atheist who believes they are in the bottom half of human intelligence, just one. Well, none of them. All the atheists think they're right. They'll always think that. They think they're right, and they're so much superior to these dumb Christians, right? These dummy Christians. Yeah. Oh, wrong thing. All right, we'll just stick with this for a minute. But but 0. But you just said give me one but 0. So I mean, like, that's true, but that's because they have no humility, Seahawk. But I gotta go to bed, Seahawk. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. I gotta get up at like 4:30. So have a good night, man. God bless. And Christ is risen.